Will take Contenders Season 0.
London Spitfire have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shot against champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Welcome to day 3 of groups. I am back with these guys. These guys,
us.
actually.
We're just these. We're just these guys now.
Just absolutely nailed the intros today. Out of the park type beat. Love that.
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
Gonna start off strong, you know.
Give me a little third now so she doesn't have to do it. Make it happen.
Matt joining me today as per usual for the EMEA portion of our day. Yesterday we kicked off our first ever official broadcast of the year for the Overwatch Champions Series. We're about to dive into the nitty gritty, but first, I know you want your drops. So, you know, all you have to do is link your accounts, grab the first ever OWCS in-game treats. The first of many, I dare say. Even though Mitch is a hater, I am.
I don't hate
these
corgis. I don't hate them. I just don't think
dogs.
I would choose.
Dogs. Okay.
I don't think I would choose to raise one. But
I can't.
I
Can't believe
appreciate
Mitch hates
people.
animals.
I like big dogs.
crazy.
I like big dogs. So
Hey, even if you don't like the corgi thing, Weaver heads can rise up and get the Life Weaver winter spray. All the Life Weaver mains out there popping off.
That's such a cozy looking spray. Like, I need a hot cocoa. I'm inspired.
it's not winter anymore, though, is it?
It kind of is.
It feels like winter, honestly, here in LA. Like,
They just changed
I
the
was
time on
spoiled
us
with
and everything.
sun.
Anyway, it is cozy.
Yeah.
That looks like something your boy Leg Day would wear. You know what I mean? That looks proper cozy.
True.
Yeah.
True. Anyway, if you want to see more updates on any kind of drops and goodies we have for you, make sure to follow us on social media. There you will also find interesting things about ticket sales for upcoming events and of course coverage of all the action. Also, to be honest, I feel like our SM was low-key popping off yesterday with the
Some memes.
So worth a follow for sure. I don't know who's operating that
Yeah.
account, but you're funny.
They're great. They're making a thread of my shirts, so definitely follow for that
Perfect.
amazing content and so much more over on x.com. Nailed it.
X.com.
That's what it is,
Love
right?
this.
I do
I
love,
think
by the way,
so.
that we've all agreed by consensus to still call it Twitter. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a lot of love for those people out there, which
It's
is all of you
just-
that have decided that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just X just doesn't work for me, and expressions just.
No, I mean, and Mr. X
No.
doesn't work at all. So
Yeah, there's just something about
I
X's.
was like, hold on. I was like,
X's
wait.
don't work for anyone, clearly. Either way, let's move on with the show, shall we? Let's talk about all the things that are actually important, such as video games. Format is what we want to explain to you once again. So let's talk about it. We started with a Swiss stage where over 600 teams across NA as well as EMEA played against each other, matching teams versus opponents with similar records until we had our top 16 per region. And now we are finding ourselves in the group stage where the top 8 teams will advance. It's very simple, really. If you get 2 wins, you move on. What do you move on to? Well, I'm glad you asked, because
Didn't ask.
those teams, no one asked, but I will tell you anyway. Those teams will move on to our main event, not to be confused with our LAN event, which is also called a major. Yeah, so 8 teams will find themselves in our main event in a double elimination bracket, and there they will fight for some dirty dollar bills and circuit points. We love both of those.
Yeah, I mean, you need the circuit points, right, to obviously advance to something like a dream hack or just have a better seating. The money's awesome too, right? Obviously, you want to walk away with this with some money. So obviously, getting first place is ideal. 30,000 for that team, so that would be a pretty nice payday.
Yeah, that's some good cold hard cash into the little greasy hands. So let's see who is going to
Why are their
walk
hands
away with
greasy?
it. Because they're small, and now I have a child, so every
why-
small hand is
wait.
just greasy.
I mean, yeah, listen, I mean, it can really be, it can really have a negative effect on your aim. So at least keeps the paper towel by the table if you get them greasy hands, you know what I mean? It's okay to
True.
eat. It's a long day, not a lot of time between matches. If you have to eat your pizza with a fork in order to maintain the cleanliness of your hands in order to game properly, I will give you a pass for that.
So
You don't have to pick it up.
there's
Fair.
600 teams of greasy hand gamers out
a lot
there
of
looking
grease,
for some
man.
gas.
It's only because,
They
yeah,
used to be
people gotta
sweaty
eat.
gamers, now they're greasy gamers.
Yeah, people gotta eat, man.
Fit now. Yeah, let them eat, Matt. Let
Don't need
them...
to eat your.
I mean, Matt eats his carbonara with
Let's
his
take a-
hands, so I mean, he knows all about that.
He's also an animal,
Yeah.
absolute animal. Speaking of animals, things went wild in the groups yesterday,
Love
at
that.
least for some teams. Great transition. I'm doing what I can here.
I got it.
Mitch, walk us through it. You're really smart, Matt. Walk us through it. What do we see here?
Yeah, so look, obviously Group D, we have, Spacestation next to Livioni. They've just played their first matches, right? We'll catch up with them pretty soon and look at that winners match. Twisted Minds, pretty dominant against Peps. I don't particularly feel like that was very close. We knew Twisted Minds would be, a pretty hot prospect, I think, coming in here. And Peps still, with a good chance, I think, to make it to the main event itself. We'll see how the rest of that group goes for them in those eliminations. Moving on, look, I thought Bubba Spray Check and Left Right Goodnight actually gave us a pretty competitive game, even so if it didn't really show up on paper. And Sheer Cold as well. You know, went up against Rock in that Group C. And again, started close and then, well, it blew out a little bit there. So we'll get to see Sheer Cold again next week. They'll have another bite of the apple, so to speak. Again, they had a really close game against Oh Yeah to sort of get into that winners match. So Group C is going to be pretty hotly contested as well. Remember, only 2 teams can advance from each of those groups.
Yeah, we're actually diving straight into the winners match of Group D now. I think a lot of people are very much looking forward to seeing those boys on the server again. Spacestation Gaming, essentially London Spitfire, joined by Funny Astro and Psycho. Noteworthy, but not really relevant, of course, is that a good bunch of those players have been playing for Ex Oblivioni in the past at some point, including Christopher, who's on the coaching bench, who also worked with Ex Oblivioni. Again, has absolutely no bearings on this game and is super irrelevant, but I wanted to mention it anyway. And here's the opposition, Matt.
well, I mean, you know, these are we've kind of like gone through some of the top teams yesterday, right? With the 1, 2, and 3 seeds playing. These are the 4 and 5 seeds overall in EMEA. For Ex Oblivioni, a lot of people would know Shockwave out there, right? Shockwave has been a player who, you know, came on the scene, right? We saw a lot of like Ash play, a lot of hit scan play from him, some fantastic stuff. But I know on paper this should be our, you know, we had yesterday, we said the left right good night match, like that was pretty competitive back and forth. Like this should be the most competitive, you know, group winners match.
Yeah, 100%. I think we'll get a close one here. You know, Canale also represented Spain, I think, alongside Gala in the World Cup. Cloud, of course, with Finland. So we do have some players that really represent the top cut of their particular regions here. And this Ex Oblivioni team, I mean, they did win our Flash Ops Holiday Showdown, right? Yes, it was a different team. Yes, we had like Backbone, Funny Astro, Hardy on there. Yes, I know that. But Ex Oblivioni is a revolving door of top players from EMEA. So expect that they've again put together another scary looking roster here. Lijiang Tower falling out of the map veto here, coming into map 1. We'll catch up with Zoe after this one, Matt. But again, this is one I'm excited for because frankly, we've had one-sided games thus far in these winners matches. We want to see a really competitive Group D to round things out.
Yeah, I also think the map 2 selection by Ex Oblivioni is interesting in terms of Blizzard World because as I think everybody who probably has followed Overwatch Esports and Hotty's career, right, he wants to play he can play like the Winston and more dive tanks, right, but he's more natural in terms of like a rush style of play, which Blizzard World kind of requires like that verticality. So it's kind of where you see that map veto process play in a little bit.
It's not just Hardy's proclivities for playing like Reinhardt or Reinhardt-esque heroes. It's also the rest of Space Station playing around that. I mean, this team last year in the Overwatch League were innovators, especially with that Symmetra-based composition. They led the way. There were so many teams that tried to emulate that style of being kind of anywhere at once and finding really interesting axes upon which to sort of start engagements with that teleporter. So if we see that again here, something to look forward to. It's less likely. We've seen Hardy already play a bit more Winston than the average tank player throughout the qualifiers so far. Something to look out for. Again, it has its vulnerabilities, but we know how effective a dive comp can be, especially if your opposition is toting like a Cassidy style pick, man.
Interesting. So we're going to see Tracer Reaper on both sides here. But Space Station's going to combo that with like a Winston, Lucio, Kariko, as you're going to have the Ramatra on the other side. So Hotty's got to be really careful. The Ramatra just has like a lot of just staying power in fights, where maybe you can actually, access the backline a little bit better with this Winston.
Yeah, remember, again, with these Ramatra comps, you want to try and blow through the front line and get onto a healer or a squishy a target. Hardy can obviously do that on the Winston, but has to be careful because he takes a face full of damage up close from that Ramatra. It's Backbone already. Gonna be fading off the point. Ex Oblivioni, they do start off with this robust rush style, so it's hard to really contest the point against them initially. Space Station move in though. Hardy look to try and set up there, and here come the punches. Funny Astro a little bit low and has to back away. The Vortex though will be sidestepped by Psycho. His Chase Nail's on the defensive. They're pushing up. Backbone has to be careful though, as Shockwave came in from the side like only the Reaper guy can.
Yeah, that's a recall out from Psycho, but he's got a pulse bomb already. I mean, look at that compared to Cloud, right? But it's going to be Coalescence here. It's Ex Oblivioni just trying to push them back. They have control of the point. We really haven't had like this fight's been just kind of going back and forth forever.
That was beautiful, though. They've rotated Hardy so nicely into that Coalescence. It's a dangerous position to be in. When that Moira built that ult first here, Spacestation hoping to fight back with a Kitsune Rush, and it looks like it would have worked out. But Exoblivione are able to hold their ground here. The Coalescence gives them a strong position to play from. Hardy being the last one standing means that Exoblivione are able to work around him very effectively.
We had one fight where we're past 50% on the point. Space Station ends up using what? Pulse Bomb, the Sound Barrier, and Kitsune Rush during that, where Exoblivione, you hold on to all these ultimates, you're in a fantastic spot.
Hardy spots Shockwave there, forces him into Wraith Walk. He wants to play point here, but
you can just ignore him if you wanted to.
For the most part, they are, right? Hardy will demand some attention now, though, with the Primal Rage. Again, he looked on as most of Exoblivione tried to push into those close quarters and benefit as much as they could from Shockwave's up-close damage. Eventually, though, they're able to play to the tune of Hardy's drum when he makes that engagement from the point, effectively pincering them with that Primal.
Yes, and Space Station finally able to break on through. It's really just kind of on the back of the Primal Rage that Shockwave ends up going with the Death Blossom there, but gets like kind of knocked out of, you know, really anybody's range on Space Station, and Space Station able to just kind of clean up the floor with Exoblivione. I wonder if they try and use maybe Sound Barrier to engage here. It's actually, that's Backbone just kind of working on the side. He gets the Moira. That's huge.
A ton of value if you can actually chase some of these kills down here. I think that's what you're looking for. Crispy would be absolutely unhinged to make use of the Sound Barrier here. And Backbone spots a really tight timing just to throw a Death Blossom down and get an insta-kill on Canale.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you think about investing Sound Barrier there. It's like so impactful, but look at this. Like, we talked about how Space Station, that first fight in the loss with like 50%, you know, for Exoblivione, used both support ultimates. Crispy's still holding on to the Sound Barrier, hasn't really had a great opportunity to use it, where Funny Astro and Landon have already built back up their ults.
Crucially, yeah, Landon building up that Kitsune Rush early, and Backbone's already taken down Shockwave. That's massive. Canale here under a bit of pressure. The Winston bubble is a little bit annoying to deal with as the Moira. It's going to be an Annihilation, popped by Chase. Sound Barrier to follow it up, and look at the mass disengage here. Cloud tries to chase Space Station down with a Pulse Bomb. It can't find any connection, and Backbone's found another kill in this fight. It's a Sound Barrier and Annihilation, and you've come up with nothing for Exoblivione. That one's going to sting.
Yeah, that's a really nice play, though, by Space Station Gaming, right? They see the Annihilation Sound Barrier, they back up a little bit. Exoblivione just chases a little bit too far. They run right into the Kitsune Rush, right? Landon drops it, they speed boost, they come right back, and they just mow him down.
Still a Coalescence to work with, but it's going to be a bit of a last-ditch attempt here for Exoblivione. Canale will open up. Straight away, Backbone having to fade away. It's going to be a Sound Barrier in response, though, for Space Station. They really had the antidote to this Coalescence. Exoblivione no closer to capturing the point that they were before. That Coalescence came down, and Chase has no choice but to try and contest. He walks straight into the Hellfire Shotguns, and now Psycho gets himself onto the kill feed and will clean things up pretty comfortably here. It's a good start, Matt, but I feel like Exoblivione, purely on virtue of their composition being better grouped up, are the ones that started with the point there.
Yeah, you know, they got a huge lead early on, but once they gave it up, they had really no chance at getting it back, as Space Station played it pretty much to perfection there. I do wonder, like, can you make this Winston work against like some of the other comps we're seeing, right? Like, you know, Zarya, Cassidy out there and whatnot, like you know, even like Doomfist based like compositions. I think Winston's been a character who has been maybe a little bit like underutilized potentially, you know, in the current patch. So we'll see how Space Station kind of moves throughout. I know this weekend, this event, I know, including the main event, right, with this Winston-based composition. It looks like both teams, Cloud is just going to use this to TP out, just get a little bit of a head start, and then switch to Tracer. Yeah, so almost have mirror matchup, but you're going to have Landon on the Kariko versus the Moira.
Yeah, that's something we're looking at. Canale obviously wants to be able to Coalescence in this first engagement as quickly as possible. That said, Exoblivione aren't taking any poke damage. They're actually playing off the point here, so less opportunities for free healing and ult charge there for Canale.
I think you're just playing the Moira here, I know, with Canale, because you're going to play closer to the Ramatra. You're going to play a little bit more kind of grouped together, so you get like tons of value out of the Moira healing, where the Space Station, you're going to be all over the place, right? So you can have Landon TP all around to get a little bit more value from the offensive side.
That is a very disruptive Vortex thrown out there by Chase. And it will be Exoblivione starting in control of the point once more, but Space Station always know how to get their engines running when it's time to go. We're looking for, Backbone here, who's forced into Wraithwalk now. Awkward timing, but Shockwave's been picked off. It's a kunai that finds its mark from Landon. And now Chase is caught off the point. No teammates to really play around here. Crispy attempting to intercede, but no one paying any heed to the Lucio right now until the fight's all but done. Canal does build the Coalescence, and the team of Ex-Oblivion only build up 24%.
It just doesn't look great for Ex-Oblivion, right? Where you're just sat there in the back of the point and just kind of allowing them to just dive on in and just get that deep and really, force you into like a really bad situation. Anytime that Ramatra is just on the point, just power blocking, not ideal.
It's such an early sound barrier for Funny Astro. He built that extremely fast in that first fight. This Coalescence here mostly ignored. Canal, Crispy still very low, and the pulse is going to connect on the Moira. The fade timing was not there. And the Primal Rage will do it. I think Funny Astro identifies there. He's too far from the wall to get skating back onto the point. But Space Stations remain in control. They have the flexibility of Hardy if he needs to turn around and contest. And it's a full regroup for Exo.
So what actually happened there was Canal actually used the fade a little bit earlier, and I believe the Pulse Bomb's actually stuck onto Chase, and he just power blocked. And obviously there's no way that Canal could get away from him at that point, and I think it was just kind of secondary fire, so to speak.
Seen that happen a lot. Did that happen yesterday a little bit on Lijiang Tower as well. The timing of that fade and, getting that forced out by Reaper Tracer, you've got to be very careful as Moira. Sometimes you have no choice but to use it, but it puts you in an even worse situation afterwards. Psycho, another one. Canale gets taken down. Speaking of the Moira, having that mobility pressured out early. It's a great stick, though, as the Wraith Ward came down, but the sound barrier was there, and Backbone even opts to go for a Death Blossom amidst all of that. Cloud says, right, we need to reset right now.
Yeah, as Crispy gets the sound barrier down, just like maybe a second or two after you lose Canal, so you don't have the Moira there after, which then Space Station Gaming, right? Funny Astro with the later beat, you have the Death Blossom going as well, just in a way better spot as Ex-Oblivion just one more shot here to just kind of flip this point to keep themselves alive in map number 1.
It's pretty clean stuff from Space Station, Matt. Gotta say it.
Yeah.
Psycho with the pulse here. I see. He sees Shockwave come out of Wraithwalk there. I like the idea. Canal gonna be knocked off the map anyway, though. Annihilation. This is awkward for Hardy and co. A little bit of a top up, but that Mega's not gonna be back in time, and Chase gets himself 3. This will put Exo back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramatra ultimate's so difficult to just get away from there. Hardy actually just kind of going for the Mega, but Chase had already picked it up. So Ex-Oblivion does get control over the point back. Kitsune Rush available here for Space Station Gaming, though. I think you just want to try and make this a fight on the point, right? Get the Kitsune Rush and then run the Reaper in behind it.
Ex-Oblivion happy to give some ground here. They have the Coalescence to fall back on, as the Kitsune Rush will mostly be circumvented. Keep an eye on the Death Blossom for Shockwave. That's why we're on board right now. But trading at length, though, has not favored him thus far. Hardy is a Primal. Maybe they've tracked this now. It's going to be a problem for the Death Blossom. As look at this. Shockwave is knocked away. Hardy will be able to move himself really out of trouble, but he's chased down by Cloud. He doesn't make it to the Mega Health Pack there. Great little identification of Cloud and an opportunity to get rid of such a key piece.
Yeah, Hardy again trying to go back to that Mega Health Pack. This time on his side of the map. Jumps over the wall. But Cloud does a nice job of following up a lot of the damage put down there by Shockwave, where Ex-Oblivion right back in this 80%, right? You're looking at this like next fight kicking off. You're going to be about even in terms of, with the sound barrier on both sides and the Pulse Bomb. Maybe you're able to build up this Coalescence with Canal, and that could be the difference.
Psycho needs his teammates to force some of these Wraith Walks and fades away first.
That's brutal.
I don't know if he had a chance to use his, man. I'll be honest. He got caught in the fray once more. It's not the first time it's happened this game, and Backbone thought about it there. Looks like the sound barrier got forced out, and he's grinning from ear to ear because he gets one of his own, and he can sit on the Death Blossom until there is no durability left on his opponents. That Overshield will be gone now, and Backbone can hit Q at any point. Cloud finds a big Pulse Bomb here on a Funny Astro, and the Kitsune Rush now is going to mean that Reaper is hitting hard and fast. And he'll be able to force Exo off the point for now. There'll be an opportunity for a contest. A Doomfist switch from Chase. He wants to make his way into the fray, but oh god. That's not okay. Rose isn't even casting.
Not ideal, right? Not great. Backbone did a great job there though earlier on. They know that he has a Death Blossom. They know Ex-Oblivion knows that Backbone has a Death Blossom. He uses the Wraith form, goes in, he pushes like the support so far out, and then actually doesn't end up using it, goes back, gets a sound barrier, and starts cleaning up in the point. Yeah, I don't know. We obviously don't have a replay of it, but like maybe the Lucio was supposed to go through the window, got boot back, knocked back somebody around the corner. Maybe they thought they had triggered the OT. Remember they made that change ages ago where like how it kind of like they've changed it a few times in Overwatch 2 about how it like kind of ticks. Not a great way to end though for Oblivione.
No, look, I can't be happy
they
with
were
that.
starting to look better, and the map was actually pretty competitive. They actually had a chance to maybe even pull that one out with some ultimates there.
Yeah, like I think a lot of it has to do with how they play around the Winston, right? Hardy has a tough job, right? He's actually opting to play this Winston into like a Reaper frontline with a Ramatra.
Yeah.
These are heroes that are generally quite hostile to the Winston. Hardy's really hoping to get past them for the most part. But when you're playing against this rush style that tends to group up together, there's also Lucio that can send you Karini back into, an enemy Reaper. There's a lot of issues there. So you saw some moments of difficulty there for Hardy, but whenever he had the Primal Rage, it was like an insta-win fight, especially on a map like Night Market, with that environmental kill potential, makes a huge difference here. Stick around, everybody. Map number 2 coming up. A close shave there for Space Station Gaming. Oblivione got to be hungry, even hungrier after that map loss. Oh, welcome back, everybody, from the break that we weren't actually supposed to take. When I heard no break in my head, I decided to go to a break. So love that. That's just your boy losing an hour of sleep this morning. Well, welcome back, everybody. Ex-Oblivioni need to wake up as well. Not the start that they were looking for, especially on Control Center. They started with the point based on that Ramatra comp, but they eventually got whittled down by this Winston-based dive composition that not many teams are playing. Trust Hardy to play something different, to go against the grain, but man, he's got the players around him and the individual skill to make it work. We got a substitution here as Cookie gets subbed in for Shockwave.
Yeah, maybe this is to play the Sojourn here on Blizzard World. Sojourn, pretty good hero here to control the high ground. Shockwave we know to play like the Ashe and things like that. So potentially this is a Sojourn substitution. We'll have to see how it plays out. But
Does Shockwave not play Sojourn?
I mean, he does, right?
That's fraudulent. He definitely plays Sojourn. I wonder what they're cooking here. And again,
so yeah, I mean, Cookie here is into play the Sojourn here on defense to kick things off. The one thing that's quite interesting is like Ex-Oblivioni maybe goes this map thinking that they can control the high ground a little bit, to make it quite difficult on Space Station, but Space Station playing that Winston-based comp looks so clean in map number 1, it may not work out in their favor.
Again, we talked about this a lot yesterday. I think it's going to be a conversation that continues about, your choice of that non-tracer DPS and the mobility options that they give you, especially when you're dealing with like a Winston dive, right? Cookie being able to reposition in a pinch, and much of Ex-Oblivioni's roster being able to do that here makes it even harder for Hardy to stick to his intended targets. It'll be Reaper and Tracer here for Space Station. This is their comp. They really enjoy running it down with the Winston at the 4.
I'm curious how this works up against like having the Sojourn in the mix, right? Just that one-shot kill potential, right? Being able to farm up some of Hadi's shield. Maybe you're able to get a kill, whether it be on the Psycho or the support. So see if that Sojourn makes a difference.
Here's Hardy. Over the top here, TP came in from Backbone, so they very quickly assumed the high ground, but Ex-Oblivioni's response would be to push into the rest of Space Station if they weren't also really sticky and slippery rather and hard to catch. So Ex-Oblivioni back to the point now, still high ground being controlled. Crispy, I think, attempted to wrest it back, but he will be punished for that.
I mean, it's a really nice boop there from Funny Astro there for knocking some players from that high ground down below as both teams are just kind of like circling each other, right? Like just trading position. Funny Astro changes all of that with a really nice boop.
They're going to be quick here. Cloud steps up, takes a face full of damage, but is able to stall out the point for the time being. A disruptor shot thrown down to make it harder for Space Station to push into Ex-Oblivioni, but losing Chase means that this one is chalked. Psycho gets another one. Pulse Bomb connection on the Sojourn, no less. And we'll be off to the races as the cart emerges.
Man, Space Station looks so clean. I mean, the play from Funny Astro and Landon, like, one of the better support duos I think we probably have in the OWCS period, right? Just the plays from Funny Astro to knock players down from that high ground as they're both trying to chain positions. Ex-Oblivioni now has the natural high ground on defense. Let's see how Space Station does about like forcing them off of that.
Ex-Oblivioni don't want to hang out there for too long. Yeah, they have to go. It's kind of what their comp does, right? Get them in there, leave the Sojourn maybe as a loose end and have her find that damage, but Coalescence there, not particularly convincing from Canale because again, Space Station was so slippery, so hard to catch. Now the Kitsune Rush means that EXO have to turn tail and give a bit of ground here. They may not be permitted to do so though. Look at how aggressively SSG are pushing up.
You can't sit there and fight the Reaper in the rush, right? I know it just pumps out too much damage with the shotguns. Is giving up a lot of space already here as Ex-Oblivioni. They need to win a fight.
Oh, Chase tried to stay up on the high ground, but now he's going to be surrounded. He survives for long enough for Backbone at least to be picked up preemptively in that trade, but losing your main tank is brutal. Sound Barrier came out after the fact. Another one from Crispy that he might wished he had back.
Oh, they do get haughty though, so maybe you can't keep this going if you're Space Station, right? Like you've got, enough progress here, but now Space Station can come back with a Sound Barrier in this next fight.
Chase is here though. That's the big difference maker, and I think that Sound Barrier from Crispy, while it wasn't enough to save Chase, it did allow them to withstand that secondary dive midway through the fight from Space Station.
So the one thing here for Ex-Oblivioni though, Mitch, is that you'll have overclock, right? But you'll also have the Annihilation, where you can't exactly just kind of like use Sound Barrier and push through the Annihilation. I mean, maybe if you get them quite low, but it's going to be quite difficult to do so.
Chase appears before Psycho now. Recall comes back just in time, and Hardy's to the rescue. Here's the Annihilation, but Psycho's able to get out of it. Is Hardy? No. He's going to be caught by the railgun there as he tries to retreat. And again, Ex-Oblivioni have the antidote to the dive.
Yeah, so it was a little bit of, maybe an early sound barrier there from Funny Astro, like on the engage. You get the Annihilation out. Maybe this is kind of like your win con here. They end up using their Annihilation. They end up using the overclock from the high ground. You have the point pretty close. Can you force fight on the point and then have Backbone, you don't even need the Death Blossom, right? Just get the Reaper inside of the Kitsune Rush and force the fight in there. And you feel like that's a good enough way to win this next fight.
Backbone again back towards the cart.
Yeah, like the cart's gonna get so close. You're gonna have to fight this, right? Even though you probably don't want to.
Yep. Backbone was hoping they'd drop on him and make an easy Death Blossom, but he might have to look for that opportunity himself. Cloud is down. Landon's able to find a crucial kill midway through this fight, and yet Space Station are waiting on something. Psycho with a pulse that we're waiting on Hardy's jump timing. Backbone will be knocked back, but not before he claims Cookie. Sound barrier again comes down for only 4 for Ex-Oblivioni, but they got no choice to set their feet now. Canale in trouble, forced to fade there. Psycho with a pulse bomb could stick that to Chase, but well, it doesn't quite connect. He himself though eats one. What a stick from Cloud. Another Tracer stuck. That's 2 in 2 days. Another dive here. Crispy in trouble in the backline, trying to escape from Hardy, but a Primal Rage would have sealed the deal had he not had the legwork to get there himself. Cookie now in trouble big time. Canale with a desperate Biotic Orb here with Stall, and they've been able to find Landon in the meantime. Hardy also can't stick to the Sojourn on the high ground, and that's dangerous for Backbone. Cookie had too much room to work with for the time being, and now the Doomfist has returned to the fight. 90 seconds left on the clock here. Eventually Hardy is able to fully commit with a Primal to getting rid of the Sojourn. That's gotta have to give it to Space Station here. Chase is low, won't have many cooldowns to rotate through, and Space Station get that second checkpoint.
No, I mean, Ex-Oblivioni did all they could there, right, to just make it interesting with players coming back from the spawn. His Chase will go back to the Ramatra, but Space Station doing a really nice job with like using even, Backbone and Hardy together, right, where you're able to get the Reaper to TP like almost into the Winston bubble, use that as like a little bit of protection to get Backbone into position there with the Winston and make a play.
Overclock here for Cookie, showing us exactly why they were substituted in for Shockwave. Making it a little bit harder here for Space Station just to go where they please. It also makes it hard for Space Station to afford to give up the high ground in many of these cases. That's why they're headed straight there now. Reposition from Cookie though. The entirety of Ex-Oblivioni swapping sides of the map now.
You see Cookie though just looking everywhere, right? Just looking for where Backbone he thinks he's TPing, right? As soon as he sees him, he just runs out.
Here's the rush. This is awkward now as Ex-Oblivioni rotated back to hold the cart. Transcendence would be nice if they had a Zenyatta on the field, but they don't, because I'm talking about Coalescence right now. Canal throws one out here, but Landon's going to be eating a headshot on that pulse bomb. Cookie knew their fate was sealed the moment that came in. Chase in trouble. Now the pulse dropped inside that bubble. Backbone off towards the side here. Knows he can build a Death Blossom in the next few moments and maybe just throw it into the mix here. Thinks twice about it.
Yeah, I was thinking, does Space Station consider sound barring here? But you lose Hardy, and at that point, you just end up holding on to it, right? But Ex-Oblivioni doing a nice job pushing up, not giving them that space to dive in. They're starting to figure it out a little bit in the sense of, when we see the Winston and the Reaper, go in, use like whether it's the TP, the jump in the bubble, right? Like, let's just rotate out. Let's just circle out and just kind of like play that game in terms of clock.
Space Station so far have not been successful in being able to force Ex-Oblivioni to stand and deliver inside the Kitsune Rush Reaper combo. Obviously, Ex-Oblivioni don't have that available to them. The Lucio Moira is set up, but they've made plenty of use of the Coalescence so far. Here's a sound barrier for Chase. Extra durability lets him delve a little deeper now with his Annihilation, and eventually Backbone decides to hit Q. It's Canale falling as a result of that, with the Coalescence just around the corner. An opportunity here for Space Station now to get a little closer to that checkbox. Hardy is low once more. He's struggling. He doesn't want to use Primal, or doesn't have the option. Probably the former, as he had plenty of teammates to usher the cart forward.
Yeah, I think doesn't want to use it. Needs it here for potentially getting the cart over the line, as Ex-Oblivioni's put themselves in a position to getting a hold here, as it'll be Chase coming out on D.Va. So it's a last-minute swap.
Kitsune Rush up once more. Chase with that flexibility the D.Va offers. Also, the defense mate just could shut down some of these key Reaper plays. Pulse bomb there. Canale doesn't have to worry about it too much. Psycho left it on the door frame here, trying to pressure Backbone down, who eventually can't overheal the Coalescence damage, so fades away for now. What a stick! Just after it used that cooldown as well. No connection though in the end. Damage not amounting to an elimination for Cloud. Backbone again in Wraith Walk here. Cookie really hoping to line him up, but it's Psycho in fact that stands in the way of the crosshair. Hardy's in trouble, sheltering under the bubble for the time being. Eventually he's going to have to depart. And Funny Astro falls. What a headshot from Cookie. And a great cleanup from Exoblivione. They're getting a feel for the pace of this Winston-based composition, Matt.
Yeah, I look, it's really their second point defense, right? Where they're able to just get back out onto the point constantly, like stall. Like that's probably, that, and then even, their kind of hold here at this first corner from maybe 2 fights is really what kind of gets Exoblivione back into this game, right? Preventing Spacestation from completing the map. They don't even have to complete the map themselves, right? Like maybe it's like around that final corner a little bit. That's kind of where the cart ends up. So Exoblivione gives themselves a shot here. I wonder if we see them play the D.Va, if that's just more of a last minute swap. D.Va versus Winston. D.Va obviously has great survivability with the defense matrix, right? Can kind of like negate a lot of what the Reaper wants to do, but at least right now it looks like on offense going to stick with the same stuff.
Something that Kaluge did a lot last year on this map, actually, back in the league, where you'd use that defense matrix to basically render Reaper useless, because not only does he not do damage, but he can't lifesteal as a part of that, so it actually really hampers his survivability playing in the front line. But there's a lot of things that Ramantra offers you that D.Va just cannot even dream to. So now you're dealing with like a dive-based defense here from the Winston, which can be a little frustrating on this map, because you really don't get to decide when they drop down. But the win conditions with these compositions, man, have gotten so much more complicated now, because before you can think about getting eliminations, you have to think about forcing out those key cooldowns, the fades, and the recalls and the power slides before you can go in for the throw.
Well, also, I mean, healing was just like so high across the board that it was very simple to like, hey, let's just play like a death ball style and just like work down cooldowns, and like that's kind of going to be how we're going to play. Where I think now, healing obviously still really important. You can still play that type of style to an extent, but not as it's not as like universally agreed upon that is like the optimal way.
No, especially with the application of that DPS passive reducing healing. It's a huge difference maker, especially when Reaper gets to spread much of that damage around. Cookie here does take note of the flank beginning from the defending dive composition, but Lana gets taken down. There's just not enough pressure on the Sojourn here. Cookie was able to line one up. It'll be traded out. Funny Astro and Backbone both dive on the Sojourn, but they have to trade that kill as well. Cloud is there, playing alongside the Sojourn. Very good looks for Exoblivione here, and a very durable, very robust composition that is able to have this dive bounce off of it.
I feel like you're okay with that though. Like if you can open up the fight with a pick from Cookie, and then like you lose maybe like 5-10 seconds after, right? I think just giving you that window of 5-on-4 for a brief period of time allows you to do something like this. Just take the point 5 minutes plus in the bank. So really nice start there for Exoblivione. Now it's like, how do they get towards this high ground? Now you see Canale here maybe think about using the coalescence if the dive comes in.
No, and if you find that first kill that's unanswered, a free pick, then every trade is a trade up for you. And that's what we saw in that fight. Cloud more than happy to capitalize on Cookie getting picked up and picking up Backbone as a result. So again, like Hardy, Psycho, it's a little bit scary now to try to find a way in. They really have to assess this situation. And Exoblivione can be punished for bad positioning, but they're not displaying much of that at all here, man.
Yeah, they weren't really able to punish as much with the Reaper in the mix. This is Kitsune Rush here for Landon. It's just going to kind of like push them into the side room. Pulse Bomb doesn't get anything. But maybe now if you're Exoblivione, do you think about wrapping up the stairs and taking high ground here? I mean, that's a possibility.
Looks like that is the plan. Yeah. Let them drop back onto the card here. Hardy, in the next couple of seconds, really looking to line up a strong primal here. Into the back line. Suddenly not required. They get a sound barrier though for their troubles. So Funny Astro is going to reciprocate with one of his own a little bit later. Hardy doesn't get that. He's inside the small room, but has the Primal Rage to lean on if he needs that extra durability. And now we have the Annihilation from Chase here. Exoblivione are being forced to part, or choosing rather, to part with some of these huge ultimates. They need to find value for them. But I think the kills at DPS is probably not what they're looking for.
Bro, I mean, Chase had 58 HP. They're able to keep him alive, but it looks like the rest of the team just kind of crumbling around. I have to say, you got insane value there. as Backbone makes a switch over to Genji here, so no full-on dive. But Hadi leaped in, and they ended up layering the beat and Coalescence on top of each other, and he just walks around and gets the mega health pack, and then just walks away, right? I mean, it's crazy value right there, you know, if you're able to get both of those support ults out that early.
Even pop Primal, he just dove.
No, yeah, he just dove into the room we're seeing him now and just grabbed the health pack and just walked away.
So for Funny Astro, he just said, okay, well, they have 2 support ults. I'm just going to throw Beat down a couple seconds later. Great stick. Psycho finally finds one. He's been searching for him over the last couple of minutes, and that's a crucial one. Cookie, arguably the centerpiece of this composition, now out of the mix. Funny Astro got caught a little bit too close to the sun. If the sun had arms and flailed at you every time he got in, whatever. Chase got him.
The Genji is very much more of like a all-in burst, pick, right? Like maybe now you can actually kind of, I was gonna say get on top of Cookie playing the Sojourn, but gonna switch over and play the Reaper. So now you start to see a little bit of the mind games, right? Where you're switching back and forth constantly between some of these DPS to try and get an advantage.
I also think Backbone prefers this to some degree because you really do commit with that Reaper, right? If you don't have your TP available and you drop down, you are stuck on that low ground. Now he can head back upstairs, get a reset off any elimination, and go for it again. Here's the Kitsune Rush. Chase gets absolutely overrun. Backbone leading the charge there. Canal hoping to try and kill Cookie. And this Coalescence, you have to wonder if there's value to be found. Cookie very low, and again with a DPS passive, this is a little tricky for Canal to keep him standing. A Cloud is sneaking. He's sneaking a back cap Space Station. None the wiser.
Bro.
And they're a little too late. Such feverish fighting over the second phase of the map here, and Space Station get too bloodlusted.
More things change, they say the same, right? So back cap there comes on through. Nothing will compare to the young Jin C9, but I mean, we're getting some candidates early on for the best one in OWCS. It's
right. It's not
now you're in like this, I mean, it's just a really weird spot because now you're in this spot where Space Station where like everybody's like alive and you're kind of like here, but on the offensive side of the map. It's a really bizarre spot to be in. Probably not one you want to be in if you're Space Station, because look at this, Drew walking away with the card.
Yeah, I mean, and this is Oblivioni. They did this in that first half as well, constantly just flipping the map on Space Station. Making it a bit awkward for the dive comp, which already has to kind of engage and choose where they're going to play from. Canal's low. Here's the fade. Backbone, blood in the water, but it's going to be an annihilation. Sound barrier combo to shut the Genji down. Hardy's going to have to get out of there. Psycho tries a pulse bomb, still able to find Crispy. That's probably worth it now. You're drawing out some huge ultimates from Oblivioni. Slowing them down to some degree, but is the Lucio pick enough now when Chase is swinging haymakers at the rest of your team?
Chase gets Psycho and he's not even looking at him, right? The annihilation is Psycho solo trying to get back towards Landon as he's alive at that time, but just gets taken out with the kind of tentacles of the annihilation. Where Oblivioni in a spot here, Mitch, to get the card to this golden box of victory. Death Blossom, Pulse Bomb, Coalescence available. Should be way too overpowering if they play this right.
Canal, how do you think about this Coalescence here?
Yeah, I mean, Rush, you just have to, they're just they're not fast enough on just backing out of that, right? Like maybe they could have predicted that a little bit, like kind of get to the corner, fake like they're gonna go and get the rush out and then back up, but didn't have the speed boost to get themselves out of that. So the Kitsune Rushes bought Space Station Gaming a bit of time here. Primal Rage should allow them to stall as well, and we're only at a minute, so this is still doable for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it's scary, I think, for Oblivioni that Space Station win a fight with just the Kitsune Rush. Death Blossom is fine here for Cookie, but there's so much displacement on the Space Station side, especially if there's a Primal Rage in play. You've got 50 seconds. You need to start to make this happen if you're going to need a second fight. The first needs to happen right about now. Here's the Coalescence. Hardy looking to try and interrupt it, and Canal gets taken out by Psycho. That's devastating for Oblivioni. 40 seconds left in the round, and Hardy now looking for Crispy. Where does the Lucio go? Hardy has to trade himself out, but Chase already got picked up, and that's it for this fight. EXO have one more, and they don't have a Death Blossom to make it work with.
And it's brutal, I mean, because you're going to have a sound barrier on the other side, so you're going to get almost no value out of that. Backbone is 76%. The fight gets kind of extended. He's going to end up with a Death Blossom later. So, Crispy has to get this sound barrier soon, has to make it worth it.
Oh my goodness, Cloud takes a big hit from somewhere else. Not going to be alive there. Gets out of the way. Psycho allowed to retain his claim to this flanking route. and looks to utilize that. As he sees Crispy, he sees Canal, both grouped up in that low room. Spacestation have given Oblivioni enough time to build up that sound barrier though, and Lander gets taken down first. Cloud from 0 to hero went so low earlier in the fight, but is able to come back with a vengeance. Psycho's hoping to make some use of this pulse bomb here. Sees Cookie, just throws it down a little bit wayward, I'd say. His backbone's forced into Wraith Walk down with the Annihilation in play. They've allowed Oblivioni to build up these big ultimates, and they are using it to stuff them back into spawn in overtime. Exo take Blizzard World.
I mean, the Annihilation there towards the end, there is absolutely nothing you can do about that. Everybody needs to just kind of float onto the point there for Space Station Gaming, and then Chase just pops the Annihilation and just starts to go crazy. I mean, at that point, right, everybody's forced to play around. You can just play with the power block, get the heals, and just kind of like let everybody just tick down over time. But Oblivioni, yeah, no, that back cap ended up being huge, right? Getting that second checkpoint, and then they needed really every second into OT to be able to get it over the line.
I actually wonder if there's a window there right towards the end of the round, about 30 seconds left before Crispy builds that sound barrier. If there's a window for Space Station to
get
win
aggressive
the map
and
right
go.
there. Yeah, I mean, they just like they won one fight with only Kitsune Rush. The next fight, there's a Coalescence from Canale. They shut that down mostly with Hardy and Psycho just pressuring the Moira during the ultimate. And then they sort of wait. All right, we see like Psycho wins that 1 versus 1 against Cloud. Cloud is low, has to give up. Psycho doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want to push into the supports on the other side of the map there for whatever reasons. It's possible.
I think
it was winnable.
Yeah, I think it's probably not how Space Station would have played that final fight. I think, losing Landon early probably forces them to maybe beat a little bit earlier than they would have liked to, right? And then I think it kind of like spirals after that. But Oblivioni, it's their map pick there on Blizzard World. They get it out at the end. The back half ends up giving them the second checkpoint, which, it was like there's like not a ton of time left even there as well, right? So they put themselves in this series. It's like a tough thing to potentially bounce back from. This is a Space Station Gaming's pick, this next map, Esperanza.
Yeah, like I've been enjoying seeing how Oblivioni are adjusting to the Winston composition. The eye test always says, wow, this Winston comp looks much harder to play properly than the Ramatra setup. Like Hardy has to be extremely careful. And there are going to be a number of situations, as good as Hardy is, where he just goes too far, gets caught out. There's a bunch of damage that he doesn't expect to end up coming his way, and all of a sudden he doesn't have the chance to jump back to his team. He knows this, so he says, I have to manufacture a large number of opportunities for the rest of my team before that happens, or during that window in these fights. This is the kind of comp that requires an elite level of coordination. But that's what you kind of expect from this Space Station Gaming team. They've been together for they've been together for so long. They're able to leverage that in games like this, especially with comps that are a bit more risky to play. We got a roster change, I think. Oblivioni making a substitution at Shockwave back in the lineup. Yeah,
so Shockwave coming back in here for Esperanza. I wonder, look, we saw Cookie come in, play the Sojourn, played some Reaper. Wonder if this is maybe you want to play the just Reaper full time, and you feel like that's kind of where Shockwave would fit the best in the lineup. So we'll see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Cookie, when he made that switch over towards the Reaper, was a little bit less of preference and more of necessity, as Colosseo gets banned out as part of our push maps, and SSG say, well, we prefer Esperanza over New Queen Street, which stands to reason. This team, I want to point out, most of this team last year also played a lot of Winston on Esperanza. When it was particularly difficult to do, we saw this all the way through the playoffs in the Overwatch League.
Yeah,
they would play Winston against like Junker Queen. They would play it against Ramatra comps on this map. Hardy really preferred to go that way, so I wouldn't be surprised if that trend has continued here.
No, and they look pretty comfortable on these Winston-based compositions, right? You get the Winston bubble down, Winston in, you get Reaper in the mix, right? Psycho can obviously, get in and out with relative ease on Tracer. You make it pretty difficult for like an opposing team. I know, like, let's say Ramatra, right? Standing there, the Winston jumps in, gets in his face. Reaper going to be there in a second. Like, you need to kind of get him out, right? So just kind of create some space, forces players back into positions they maybe don't want to be in.
It's something to bear in mind in terms of the rest of these compositions. Probably don't expect to see too many changes. The Lucio Kiriko core is just a little bit too good right now to look away from. And Tracer just seems to have been an element of almost every metagame for about as long as we can remember. So many of the changes occur at tank and at that secondary DPS position, but this is a map that Sojourn has always looked and felt very comfortable on. Reaper is also very powerful. We did see Backbone obviously make a switch to the Genji during Blizzard World, maybe to give more, I don't know, hard-hitting power when the dive came down. Also the ability to retreat back to those high grounds with, you know, Genji's verticality if needed. And again, he's pretty good at forcing out some of these ultimates here. So quite often he would pull up on Canale and try and get a fade forced or even a coalescence in some cases there. So it's something that Backbone's pretty comfortable on as well. Shockwave, obviously someone we've known who's played the Hanzo at times as well. A lot of these longer range sort of hit scan. Yeah, so that may be in the back pocket, but I just don't see you not playing Sojourn against a Winston comp.
I think the Genji was more for like, you know, the Sojourn up on the high ground, right? In that type of situation, you're able to, you know, access the Sojourn a bit easier, you know, getting towards that high ground than like kind of the slow TPs of the Reaper and such, where I think ideally they'd want to play the Reaper, would be for Spacestation Gaming. So I think they'll probably come out here with like Reaper, Tracer, Winston, you know, nothing surprising there. And I think you'll probably see Oblivione stay with pretty much the same things as well.
So yeah, Sojourn being considered here by Shockwave. Again, I think if you are on the aggressive, if you win that first fight and you can take control of the enemy team's bridge, that Sojourn starts to give you a pretty insane amount of value. Spacestation, though, obviously with this sort of more dive-esque composition, can play from that lower ground pretty happily. I mean, just sort of make their way upstairs. It's just part of their dive. It's really a problem when it comes to scouting who actually is up on that high ground. Back in the days of Sombra, it was much easier.
Shockwave in and on the Sojourn here. So you brought out Shockwave for Cookie in the last map to play, you know, Sojourn Reaper, and then you bring back Shockwave to come in to play the Sojourn here. And also we've seen Shockwave play the Reaper, so might be a map substitution. Like you just kind of, you want maybe Cookie in on Blizzard World, or right there they do a nice job of just kind of like pincering in on Shockwave, getting him down first.
And you saw Canale through a healing bionic orb attempting to keep Shockwave standing. That wasn't nearly enough though, based on where he was standing. Positioning costing Oblivione in that fight. Chase goes extremely low. Heidi would ideally like the kill, so he doesn't give all this free ult charge over to Oblivione's support, who would just top Chase back up, but that's not an option here. Spacestation will have to settle for taking this bridge for now, and they very quickly assume that position.
Yes, they get high ground here as you see Chase through the X-ray, just trying to fight this in any way possible, as gonna end up building up towards coalescence here shortly. As see when Chase uses that like their nemesis form, just tries to chase anybody down and not able to find any target. That's when they leave, and yeah, you lose Shockwave again.
This time at the cost of Backbone, to be fair. This coalescence though, little more than a light show for Oblivione. Spacestation had fully disengaged from that fight after, and here comes Hardy once more. Nice little landing. Crispy able to very quickly get away under speed boost, but Spacestation want to chase. And they want to make use of that Kitsune rush that they did throw down. That's miles away at this point, though, as the bot will be brought back into the fray.
It seems what they're looking for here, Spacestation, is like when Chase gets like a speed boost and, you know, activates Nemesis form and wants to go, they back out. And then after that, the Ramatra has nothing and just a bad spot, as that's going to be a whole spawn. Looks like Connect's probably like a fade there, able, or a recall potentially, and who's stuck on, able to get out.
Still have to blow through those defensive cooldowns before you can guarantee a kill with that pulse. The main topics of discussion here is, yeah, there's just so much of that survivability on so many of these heroes. You cannot guarantee anything, even if it's an ultimate. Shockwave down again, first pick, 3 fights in a row. Not what Oblivione are looking for. And again, Crispy has to go for a 4-player sound barrier. Spacestation are more than happy to look on from the periphery. Now they'll use their own, because they see this coalescence also being committed to the fight. They're licking their lips. There's a big opportunity here to swing momentum in their favor, but the Annihilation might be too much for Backbone to fight through. They're trying to deny that high ground from Chase, and Spacestation, with the Annihilation in play, are fortunate to still have 4 players standing.
Yes, there hasn't really been much like bot progress on either side here, you know, in the kind of like 2 or 3 minutes or so that we've been playing, as Chase goes in. Tries to make a play here. It's going to open up some more space here for Oblivione, as They're going to take the lead, and now it's going to be a Kitsune rush. You need to disengage from this, but look at how fast they get in, and all it is they just need to find one. They find Canel and Crispy here early, and now Spacestation will get control again.
I think that previous fight in which Spacestation find the first pick on Shockwave, and then there's 2 support ultimates from EXO used. I mean, more than anything, it just showed the strength of Ramatra there. They're short-handed in that fight. Ramatra hits Q and runs at them, and that's all she wrote. So Spacestation do well here. They spin a couple of ultimates to get momentum back, and they are behind by about 10 meters. So this next fight, this is the important one here. They're only really going to be contending with an overclock from Oblivioni, but they themselves don't have a whole lot to work with.
No, I mean,
okay, cool.
Lose Cloud. I mean, that's just Hariko damage at range, right? Headshot, just, you know, a little bit of damage on the Cloud. Now look at the position that Hadi's taking, right? Like, where is, you know, that's probably where Shockwave would love to get up into and end up using that overclock, right? From that high ground window. But you have a Reaper in your face here, the Winston up on that high ground as he's going to use that overclock come out. But look at this, got no real targets.
No, I mean, Shockwave just turning up forced the speed boost. Rather, a Backbone forced the speed boost for Chase and Co just to run out. Spacestation probably have to be satisfied with this because during that fight, they gained about 20 meters of progress. I mean, they force out the overclock. I don't know if it's really the fight Spacestation were looking for. I don't know if Backbone expected them to just go nuts at him when he turned up there to start pressuring.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Oblivioni get pretty aggressive here, right? Annihilation, Sound Barrier, Coalescence. Like, you can use some of these, you know, ultimates together to, you know, get the Ramatra in position, right, to make a play. And now you're up here on the high ground. Maybe they're just trying to like bait a dive in and then end up popping some of these.
Just means the Space Station have to give up some progress though if they don't want to challenge right now. If they're gonna jockey, the bot will move for some of this.
Yeah, but I think Space Station's totally fine with like just kind of like playing this neutral game, right? Like, it's allowed Hadi now build up a primal. Landon's gonna get the Kitsune rush. Like, you had a little bit of a window and of an advantage there for Oblivioni.
Nice from Crispy. He denies Hadi that high ground, forces Hadi to drop, and then he jumps up and gets caught by Shockwave. Sound Barrier here. More than happy to see that used. I mean, you have such a huge window and opening with this ultimate advantage. And again, it is the Coalescence and Sound Barrier used together. This might yield a checkpoint for Oblivioni though. Not only will they catch up, but checkpoint here would be massive.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, the Shockwave connecting with like the railgun shot on Hadi before he's able to actually get that primal off and taking him out is massive, right? You lose that front line there for Space Station Gaming and everything kind of crumbles. Here's gonna be the Kitsune rush. You have to disengage from this. Oh, Space just trying to back up. Oh, that's a huge pick. Now you can go maybe after this.
We really thought the Space Station would just start in the gameplay loop once again. Kitsune rush and win a fight, try and take the high ground and play neutral. But Dave lost Funny Astro. That is massive. And now they're forced into an awkward position. They'll take the high ground as 4. But they're in no position to contest his car. This is free push for Oblivioni off that one Lucio elimination. Oh, I love that.
Oh, I mean, how do you even keep him alive, right? I mean, there's absolutely no shot there where it's going to be the annihilation here popped here from Chase. Maybe a little bit, you know, later than expected is not going to be able to get any value with that. So gonna have to back up here now, but maybe they feel like they got the job done, right? You get that checkpoint, right? 3 minutes 15 on the clock. Space Station's close as well. Get some extra progress around the corner, but you get a fight win here. You get the bot back towards mid-map. You're about like 2:15 on the clock. You're in a pretty decent spot if you're Oblivioni.
Keep an eye on Hadi. He's actually predicting where Shockwave is going to power slide to. So he is not jumping directly on the Sojourn, but is standing about where he thinks the Sojourn will turn up if she were to use that cooldown. Shockwave, speaking of cooldowns, this is a big one. The overclock now being employed as Backbone gets caught out by Cloud. The Coalescence for Canale. This time, only one support ultimate used in that 5 for Rexo. They can keep the barrier heading into the next. And Space Station is struggling to actually build some ultimates. They've had 2 very one-sided fights to deal with.
This is huge, though. Even if Oblivioni just doesn't even get any more progress on the barrier, just getting the barrier back into the Space Station side of the map is massive for Oblivioni. It's a Kitsune rush. They need to get out of this. They've done a better job out of this lately, and that's going to be that sound barrier. It's going to connect with 4.
Nice by Shockwave. Instead of sliding off the bridge, he just jumps down, knowing he'll have to hold onto that cooldown for later. And as Hadi comes calling, he slides right away back to the rest of his team. Really trying to play around.
Hadi advantage here.
Yes. But do they, I mean, what are they waiting on here? Maybe they get Hadi in position, have some semblance of high ground. It's got to be now, right? Here's the dive. Fade forced immediately. Psycho low, doesn't get the sound barrier because he was in the recall animation. But the rest of Spacestation do have something to be going on with. Nice from Hardy. Cheeky little right click there. You see he purposely goes overhead of the Ramatra and does not want to fight Chase.
Yeah, having that beat later there for Space Station Gaming was just so impactful. Able to use that to be aggressive. See if they can. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get kind of like the 7 meters they need off of this, and the time is dwindling here as Space Station Gaming. You end up using that ultimate. You get back into a position to win a next fight. And this is the issue with push, right? Is you're kind of like forced to do this constantly.
Absolutely. We've just lost our feed briefly here, which is not the best timing we could ask for.
Most likely there's something happening right now. There's like a fight going on. We're probably at minute
like
30.
A fight in the game, or are people actually like throwing
a minute 30. No, there's a fight in the game.
Oh, I see.
You know,
it's like the obs feed going down. Like someone's
Shockwave is like potentially getting near a railgun at this point.
Actually, no, the fight is just literally being decided by Chase hitting Q.
And we'll see what happens.
Just gonna hit Q.
Yeah, he could do that. That's a possibility.
So the story so far though is that, I mean, Space Station Gaming behind by about 7 meters there, and they have a distinct ultimate disadvantage going to that next fight. They have the high ground, which is all they can really leverage here. But every time they try and dive on that Ramatra with Annihilation, they get absolutely cooked. So I do fear for them over the coming couple of minutes remaining in Esperanza.
Yeah, and they use that sound barrier and they get aggressive behind it and they get the one kill and they get the bot moving, but they don't get like they're not able to push even deeper and get some of that follow up and like get the barrier moving again. They just kind of get stuck.
We're going to work on getting that game feed back for you folks. In the meantime, put your feet up. We'll be right back after this.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection. I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through a minor tech hiccup there. Had a power failure on the OBS side. And in the meantime, Oblivioni were able to claim victory there on Esperanza. A result that we were definitely sort of reading in the tea leaves, Matt, I think, based on the way that the game was going. We had the option, of course, I think, to go back and drag out a replay code and observe it, but we really don't want to delay the players. As, you know, it's not their issue that we had a power failure. So we are going to continue on with the series.
Yeah, and look, in the position that they were in at the time, you could kind of see that potentially happening, right? Time dwindling down, Annihilation on the other side. They used that sound barrier early, Spacestation. They weren't able to kind of, no, they got the early kill, they got the bot moving, but not past that like nasty choke that they had to go through. So you can see Oblivioni holding on there, and you know, as we expected, this match has kind of delivered, right? We expected these two teams, number 3 and number 4, and I know number 4 and number 5, I believe, in EMEA, living up to the hype.
Absolutely. Spark are going to be brought in here now as we head to Suravasa for our next map. Psycho headed to the bench. And for Spacestation Gaming, we probably need to start asking the question, just how much more does this Winston-based composition have in it, Matt? Because it's definitely a different style of play. I mean, the composition isn't hugely different, but that Winston makes a big difference in how you approach so many of these fights. And also, Ramatra has Annihilation. That's pretty good. Seems like it was very difficult for Spacestation.
I don't think there's any reason for them to swap. Like, I don't think it's been...
Is losing not a reason to swap? You are losing the series.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really been...
Bob, do something.
Oh, what would you like to see them do then?
You are Spacestation Gaming, right? You are legends. You can't be losing this game. You've got to dig a little bit deeper. You got to find... I mean, so if you think they just keep doing the same thing, that...
I think it's more like some of the fights, like situationally, they could play a little bit different rather than like it's a compositional issue potentially. Now I could be totally wrong, right? We'll find out here on Suravasa, but that's at least what I am kind of like seeing in, you know, what I think. I don't think it's something where, you know, it's they're constantly getting in fights that they can't win, right? They're coming out on top in a lot of these fights. It's just some of the fights that situationally where the other team has like the Annihilation, where they're fighting, right? Kind of like all plays into it.
I just don't think they're making it any easier for themselves.
That I could get on board with, yeah.
Yeah. I do feel like even just like as an external, as a
like there could be an easier path for them to play, I think.
Yeah. But again, preference reigns supreme at this level of Overwatch. Spacestation want to stay with that Winston-based composition, doubling down here on this. Again, it's worth bearing in mind that the loser of this game still very much has the opportunity to make it to the main event. The 2 top teams from each group will advance here. And Spacestation, well, it wouldn't surprise me if they were in one of those spots in the end. Headed over to the center part of the map here, and again, we'll have our long-range trading as it won't be Sparker coming in at all, actually. Shockwave's still in the lineup. So Spark on the other side, Spark on the Tracer, excuse me. This means Backbone, yeah, we have a Tracer Reaper set up.
Yeah, so that's what they've been running though, right? Like we've seen Psycho actually in playing the Tracer exclusively, so could be for something later, potentially, I know here on Flashpoint, but Shockwave just trying to build up some charge to look for a kill here. It's Oblivioni getting at the point first. I think it's just so dangerous to just dive this Sojourn, right? Like, especially it makes it dangerous on Hottie. Like, here's that bubble, right? It's gonna pop, and he has to be out because just a railgun shot right there connects on the land-in, gets him low, but as that's going on, Funny Astro takes out Cloud.
I will say, though, that Hottie creates enough spacing for a pick to come down. Like Sparker and Backbone able to sort of, you know, fill that space behind the Winston as Hottie jumps in and throws the bubble down. And that's pretty important when, you know, your opponents are playing around a choke. You get to filter out here.
The biggest thing is backing the Ramatra up. Like, if the Ramatra, you see where Chase is, like, right there, like, if he can just kind of hold serve on that point, like, and he just does not have to turn and worry really at all, like, that's what allowed them to take the point in the first place. This would be a Coalescence answered with a Kitsune rush, so don't exactly want to push into the Reaper with a rush. You're going to have to back out a little bit, but it's really kind of controlling the area of play for this Ramatra.
Yeah, so much hinged on sort of this point sort of control at the moment, Matt. They didn't want to push into the Coalescence either, so the Kitsune Rush was sort of maybe just for the haste buff on some of that healing. Eventually, though, as both those ultimates expire, Hardy's able to find Shockwave. So diving that Sojourn, as risky as it is, it must happen. It's a key part of the win condition here for Space Station. Funny Astro is in position for a sound barrier. He is, and it comes just late enough. And Space Station are hyper durable at present, but there's still the issue of the Annihilation. Chase waits a little bit on this. The bubble maybe breaks it up to some degree, and Hardy is able to get rid of that Ramatra. That's huge.
He was really low at the start of that. Crispy actually ends up using the sound barrier just to, like, he was extremely low, gets it off in time, as it looks like that Space Station just a few kills away here from finishing off this point. But yeah, it looks like Chase is a bit low before popping that Annihilation, ends up using it anyway. You know, Power Block just trying to stay alive on the point. Ends up falling as Space Station will take the first point here on Servas.
That's huge. I mean, Chase going for that Annihilation. Normally you see teams that want to pair it up with a sound barrier, right? Just to make it basically impossible to kill the Ramatra as he runs all over you. But Crispy had to use his first in that fight.
Yeah, he used it early on, right? I know he's like very low in terms of HP. You have these other two ultimates that are kind of like lining up constantly, right? Like with Canale's Coalescence, and then Landon here with that Kitsune Rush is they force out Shockwave. I mean, look at this. I mean, well, the Shockwave has no sightline whatsoever, right? They get two players in his face, force him all the way around the corner, and then you just need to find one kill on the opposite side.
This is what we're talking about with making space, right? Shockwave is pushed back into a position where he can't even see the fight. He can't even see Backbone death bossoming in the rest of his team. Shockwave knows it's up to him to stay out of range of the Winston, but when Hardy puts you in a position where you have to choose between being a part of the fight and staying alive, that's a lose-lose.
Yeah, as I mean, now Space Station with a huge advantage, right? They take point one. You have the kickoff here on point number two. The flash points, they tick up so fast. And, you know, you have a beat advantage. You have Kitsune Rush. Like, this point here is theirs to take.
Canale here just trying to keep everyone topped up. We're verging on another engagement here for Rex Oblivioni with a Coalescence in hand for Canale. Backbone will take some poke damage. Doesn't worry about Wraith walking here because there's a sound barrier in play. Funny Astro built that first this time around. And my goodness, nothing Crispy could do. He is close to a beat of his own. But a fight like that basically makes it impossible for Rex Oblivioni to have a real chance of contesting. They lose Cole, they lose Overclock, and they've got to find a way in the next 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, and this is where you would consider, I was just going to say, switching off of the Sojourn, right? You're getting no value out of it. You're just getting pushed out of the side. You're basically taking these fights a player down for your team. So look at this. Hottie plays up close. Primal Rage here used, just knocking players back. As this Servasa map may be pretty quick, as it looks like Space Station, one player just kind of contesting as Chase will get onto the point here. Well, it actually doesn't make it. So it will fall as Space Station goes up 2-0 already.
How does the switch now from Shockwave from Sojourn to Reaper change the plan for Hardy? Who does he beeline for now?
He just needs to play a little bit more cautious, a lot like how we saw really early on in the series, right? It's kind of like we're going back to what the series kicked off on Lijiang Tower. Just needs to be a little bit more cautious. They need to kind of like track where Shockwave is at all times.
Backbone forced away here. Annihilation used by Chase in between points, no less. Oblivioni really hoping to get to that next flashpoint and get a good start. But Chase is low. Nemesis form, of course, is going to give him some of that much needed armor. Funny Astro trying to escape here is, oh, the pulse is good, but not enough. Chase healed up and able to move over towards the point, and eventually Funny Astro is chased down. So Oblivioni's investment of the Annihilation here midway between points, well, it pays off.
Oh, I mean, they were desperate for a fight win. I mean, you absolutely needed one where Space Station's kind of been dominating really outside of maybe the first point of the entire game. I know where the first fight kicks off and Oblivioni ends up winning, where you needed a fight win in the worst way. You needed to stabilize, get control of a point. Now maybe Oblivioni can chain some together.
Can't tell if Crispy's trying to be ironic with that skin selection there. If you see it, you know. But Backbone notes Cloud here will probably keep this flank angle under the thumb for the most part. Backbone at some point is going to have to move up regardless. Cloud trying to actually put pressure down on the Reaper instead of just warding him away. That's because Chase and Cole pushing up. Crispy again. This is great sound barrier timing. Is going to guarantee a fight win. And it's the question of whether you needed Coalescence there with that first pick already coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you could even say, after you get rid of Funny Astro, right? They have no speed, no sound barrier, right? Like, do you even need the, some of your ultimates?
Kill the point, basically.
Yeah. But do you have an opportunity here for Space Station to attack this? Like, somebody's going to have to get a touch.
Oh, this positioning is pretty good for the Death Blossom. They tried to knock Backbone around as much as they could. Canale forced to fade away with only a sliver of health left. And Ex-Oblivioni leave just enough of a window for Space Station to flip the point.
And they could be in trouble here, right? You do get up to 99, but you're not close to either your support ults. You don't have the Death Blossom. You end up using it here. Kitsune Rush is massive, especially, on the point with the Reaper. And it doesn't even take into account, like, Sparker, right? Like, could be playing on, like, an off angle. Maybe you get a Pulse Bomb early on. That just kind of ends the fight before it even begins.
Oh, Backbone knows about where Cloud's going to be after the recall.
It's a really early recall.
An extra blink also spent there. Good pressure from Backbone. He and Cloud are quite often going 1-for-1. Especially as they both try and find ways to flank safely. Crispy, hardly able to catch him in midair there. That's going to be a problem with how far Ex-Oblivioni are from the point. They're also a long way from safety. Hardy, though, doesn't choose to exploit the lack of Lucio and lack of mobility. He will let Ex-Oblivioni stew.
And they're going to be like at like 90% on the point. I mean, Space Station Gaming may decide like, hey, we want to go aggressive with this Kitsune Rush, get in the mix, and that's what they decide to do.
Annihilation, though, is an option here for Chase. He pops it straight away here. Space Station on the back foot. They don't have a sound barrier to protect them against this, and Canale has the Coalescence. But the ultimates have expired. Both the Annihilation and the Coalescence are done here. Ex-Oblivioni do move over towards the point, but they don't have those ultimates in play right now. Space Station hoping to build some of their own here. We're getting awfully close for Crispy. The sound barrier would be big. Can they track this? Can Space Station focus that Lucio down? It looks like they're struggling to wrap at the moment. There's a Pulse Bomb here for Sparker. Throws it into the doorway. No connection though. It looks like Crispy's able to avoid it and get that sound barrier down. Funny Astro's too far away from his own ultimate to make use of it in this fight. And Ex-Oblivioni should have this. Hardy jumping off the point here. Sparker has to rotate in, but there's no healing for the Winston of Space Station. This one to get dragged out a little bit, but Ex-Oblivioni are going to be able to stay alive on Suravasa.
Yes, they did a really nice job actually fighting through that Kitsune Rush. A lot of times we see them disengage, but that time Chase pops the Annihilation, uses, the power block, gets some extra healing, and then Crispy with that sound barrier at the end. That's what ends up putting them over the line, over the top there to take that point. So Oblivioni still very much in this, as Space Station Gaming will come into this next fight with sound barrier and Death Blossom. Potentially look for that combo to get this point first.
Decent positioning here for Space Station. They're on residence first. Backbone here, that's pretty telegraphed. The Death Blossom though, still effective. Shockwave not really far to go, but a Coalescence from Canale keeps the Reaper standing. They're able to stave off that Reaper ultimate, but there are more to come here for a Space Station. Up the stairs they go, and Shockwave doesn't really know whether to go backwards or forwards. It's going to be Hardy that catches him out in the end. Another Annihilation. It's scary, but with the Primal Rage basically turning Chase into an onlooker in this fight. That ultimate will be negated entirely, and Space Station will have the point. They spent a lot for it, including that Kitsune Rush at the end.
Yeah, look at this. I'm just gonna stagger.
He's crowd surf.
Try and stagger Chase. Oh, nice right click there from Hardy, like a jump and a flick, is looking for more. Just trying to see if they can get one now. Yeah, now we're gonna back out. So Space Station, no, that is a Death Blossom from both teams at the same time. Sound barrier from Funny Astro ends up keeping everybody alive on the Space Station side of things. For Ex-Oblivioni, they have the Coalescence rolling there.
Pulse Bombs will headline this next engagement. Both Lucios likely will have those sound barriers online, like you mentioned. Straight away though, Space Station want to give up a little bit of ground here. Hoping to keep Funny Astro safe in the meantime. Crispy already has the beat online. Oh, Sparker has to recall here and he's in trouble. He comes out at half HP, but elsewhere Hardy's able to find Shockwave. The Reaper is down. That's pretty big. 86% and counting for Space Station to lock up the map and even the series. Take us to a decider. Funny Astro was hoping to try and interrupt Crispy there, but the beat comes down regardless, and the Coalescence will follow from Canale here. Backbone trying to find a way in, but he's stuck at the front door, and it is going to be Chase staving him off, being kept alive here despite the DPS passive effective on this Ramatra. Eventually he'll be brought down. The consistent damage of Reaper, a little bit too much to deal with, and Space Station claims Suravasa and take us to a decider.
I mean, even if you had sound barrier like layered on top of Chase there, Like, you're not surviving the Reaper shotguns inside of the Kitsune Rush. Like, it is just so much damage being pumped out onto, you know, larger HP targets, you know, specifically hunting down tanks, that nothing you could do there for Oblivione. As hey, we no more 3 Overwatch, right? We actually get a 5 mapper. I know you were worried yesterday we were just gonna get a 3 O's for eternity, but you know, now this one's a good one.
I mean, we at the end of the show yesterday, we said we thoroughly expected this Group B winners match to be one of the closest here. A couple of these groups maybe look a little bit more cut and dry. This one, obviously, with Spacestation and Oblivione in there, we knew it was going to deliver. Maybe we didn't know exactly in what fashion it would deliver. But great to see Survasa where that Winston comp really pays off, considering how much is stacked against it, especially, you know, Coalescence and that sound barrier combined are very frightening, and it feels very safe for the team with the Moira Lucio comp just to let those ones go, especially with how quickly you can get them back.
Yeah, looking forward to Rialto, I wonder if we see substitutions for Sojourn play here. You know, I think you can play the Reaper, but there's like lots of like longer sight lines that like you can probably get some really good value out of the Sojourn. Also, it's not as like if you're gonna dive the Sojourn, like there's so much area to cross that it's not as easy as like how we just saw Hadi like basically dive into one choke and then just force Shockwave like basically to the other side of like 3 walls, right, for him to even see anybody. It's not as easy on Rialto, especially like in that first point area where you actually see a decent amount of holds, right? So I wonder if we're gonna see any types of subs or switches or whatnot to maybe get like a Sojourn out on the field.
Now, in the past, in different metas, teams have favored like more poke-based compositions quite often, or even tried to make use of D.Va on defense here to really transition between the high and low ground pretty quickly. I think you're right. Like we've also seen a lot of Winston play on this map from Hadi specifically, especially in like his early tenure with that London Spitfire team. He had like a whole year where he basically just played Winston and the whole time, right? And it was pretty public that, you know, he didn't feel as comfortable on that hero and spent the entire season grinding. It's actually where like many of his accolades on work ethic originate from, was that year in particular, which was a difficult one for the Spitfire in terms of how competitive the league was. So
yeah, but I also think like he's turned himself into like a much better overall tank at this point, right? Like no, just kind of grinding out the Winston, playing on through it. Like maybe like the D.Va isn't exactly like kind of like in his wheelhouse, so to speak, but like, you know, if you can play Winston, you know, I mean, Tracer, Winston, Lucio, like I feel like I've always been somewhere around, right? Like if you could be a pro player and only be good at like 3 heroes, like if you were like, I mean, obviously there's nobody who plays across all 3 roles, right? But if you are a fantastic Winston player, Lucio player, or Tracer player, there is going to be a spot for you on a pro team all of the time. Like, I mean, look at Fearless, right?
They all have the same thing in common. They all have mobility. I think that is really what we see our top players trend to in almost every situation, in almost every meta game, right? That mobility is absolutely crucial. And even like Primal Rage and Pulse Bomb aren't like the most game-breaking ultimates, right? That's not why these heroes are picked up. Stick around, everybody. We've got more to come here in our decider map of Rialto just around the corner. Will it be Space Station Gaming advancing from this group straight to the main event, or will Oblivione have their just desserts? We'll find out after this.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people,
Interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out. Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Welcome back, everybody, to what will be the decider map in this Group D winners game. Thanks for sticking with us so far. And again, we are pretty excited to have such a close match here. Rialto will be the pick for our fifth and final map, with Circuit Royal and Shambali Monastery being banned away. Interesting, Shambali to be banned away. Obviously, a pretty good Ramatra map in general, but it's long, it's arduous, it's treacherous. And Rialto presents some of these, as you mentioned before the break, Matt, longer sightlines, options again to sort of rotate some of those hit scan DPS in, and maybe make it a little harder for someone like Hardy on Winston to cross these wide gaps before he can engage.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we have any subs on either side. I think both teams just taking some time in between, game 4 and game 5 here about to start, kind of get with their coaches, figure out what they want to do, if they want to make any kind of adjustments to how they're playing these compositions. Probably not going to change the compositions all that much. And honestly, not really surprised on the ban. Like, I think, Circuit Royale, just a really rough map to kind of like play, aggressively on, especially like diving just basically face first into Ramatra and whatnot. And then Shambali, I think teams would rather prefer something that they're a little bit more comfortable with, they probably played way more of with a map like Rialto.
Familiar to many, this map, and also the site of some of the most incredible and ridiculous moments in Overwatch history. A fitting place to end the series with only one of these teams advancing directly to the main event. But like we sort of discussed earlier on, whichever team doesn't win will be unleashed mercilessly upon the rest of this Group D and likely will be able to advance themselves. We don't see any of that sort of longer range hit scan rotated in at all so far. Spacestation want to stick to their guns here with Sparker in on the Tracer. They want to pair him with that Reaper and go with the old faithful.
Yeah, so Ex-Oblivione on offense here first. I thought you could see them potentially run like a little bit more long range stuff, but yeah, as you mentioned, I think both teams just probably pretty comfortable with what they got going on right now.
Always worth a peek here with the Widow for Shockwave, and also you can see how it's forced Space Station off that line entirely. That means that you can push the card up for free. Space Station don't really want to contest with that for the time being. Now they've set Hardy up though behind. This is one of the issues when you're going up against a defensive dive comp. It's pretty hard to contest Hardy from positions like this. He can sort of wrap around, sort of drop down on his leisure. So Ex-Oblivione want to take the fight to Space Station. They're going to move out of the high ground and backbone very quickly and wrap around this corner here. Likely he is discovered. It's a common location to play around. But Ex-Oblivione, in chasing him down, would expose themselves to the low ground pressure. They've got to be careful. They will be forced now, though, to play on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, the main difference really the entire series has been like the Moira versus the Karika, where I know like Custa really loves the Moira in the mix. Like, I think Moira potentially, like, easy damage, good healing, right? Coalescence is a pretty free-flowing ultimate, kind of like just throw it out there, you're gonna get some type of value out of it. I think the Rush does provide a lot to like that Reaper and some of the damage if you want to get aggressive though.
Hardy has not found a way to be involved in these fights
really low.
Yeah. I mean, and here comes a coalescence. They build that in that fight. Hardy finally touches down and gets rid of Crispy. This is great. They're going to make use of that Kitsune rush here, and Sparker found such a crucial pulse bomb connection there on Shockwave. Now Hardy can play that much more aggressively, or so he thought, until Cloud found a pulse of his own. Bunny Astro still a little ways off that sound barrier, but he's ahead in the race in general. Can Backbone stall this out for long enough? Is it worth investing? Probably not at this stage. Bunny Astro, he's in the drink.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we talk about how Hardy has created so much space, right? Chase on the bridge there did that as well. You know, they pushed Sparker out. Funny Astro got really low. So see if Hardy can kind of keep this contested here. Primal Rage, you're going to have Funny Astro coming up back off the spawn with Beat.
How quick can he be? Just quick enough, but Hardy was taking far too much damage there with the Death Blossom of Shockwave in play. Elena desperately trying to attend to Backbone. Just as the Death Blossom comes out from him, he's knocked away from the fight. Perfect response here from Ex-Oblivione. And Annihilation always seems to be the fight decider when it comes up. This case, no exception. Exo with 4 minutes to spend, get through the first checkpoint.
So that is a big first checkpoint there for Ex-Oblivione, right? You know, you kind of get like momentum on your side here, picking offense first. As we talk about how you just kind of throw the coalescence out there. Canal used it a little bit ago, already back at 70%. The healing output of Moira is so fast, you're going to get that back right up in this fight. Look at this. I love this position from Shockwave, trying to control the high ground. It looks like he got booped off if he's going to make it around down to the backside.
Awkward.
Yeah, not able to get out.
Couldn't TP back. He sort of knocked off before the Wraith Walk came in. So he just punch suspended like a shade. Would have had to walk back on the low ground itself. And again, Hardy gets to change gears, right? With the Reaper off the table, he can really start to put pressure down on that Ramatra, have that extra degree of confidence in pushing past the front line.
Now you see just the spawn chase here. Sparker just trying to maybe get rid of Shockwave, but he's going to be able to make it out with his life. Where, yeah, that time Shockwave, I like the position, trying to control that high ground, but when he gets knocked down, has to use Wraith Form really early, and they track him down, they hunt him down. He's not going to be able to make it out with his life.
I mean, this is a map where Funny Astro has had famous moments on that Lucio.
Yeah.
Right now, he's doing a great job denying those spots from Reapers and the like. Backbone wants this. He's hungry. Oh my goodness, he wants it. Pushing now past almost to the end of that Kitsune rush. He opts to back away eventually. Hardy was lost. Crispy able to find him there. Not great. Shockwave, though, was low. Spark, a great job. He comes in from behind Ex-Oblivione and sees the Reaper too low to be healed quickly enough. But can he get away? That's a yes.
Yes, I mean, that fight is kicked off. Backbone's in a really nice spot, like kind of hiding, like right by the bridge. You know, just kind of sitting on one of the little boats down there. Comes around the corner, puts some big damage down on Chase, and then they just drop down from the high ground with the Kitsune rush. And there's nothing they can do to kind of keep players alive. For a second, I thought we were going to see a Baptiste with this. I was going to be like, what?
That would be
whack. Yeah, that would just be, what is going on here? But no, it's going to be the Moira. In this kind of composition, you're either playing the Kariko or the Moira.
That was quick from Sparker. Crispy didn't know what hit him. Pulse bomb in the hands now. With your Space Station Tracer and the Death Blossom here should be enough to deal with Chase. Canale looked like an incidental elimination there for Backbone. He got what he really wanted. And that's a couple of fights that Space Station have strung together. Ex-Oblivione have gone from 4 minutes out of that first checkpoint now down to a mere 90 seconds.
Yeah, this bridge is really difficult to get across. Even when like they're not playing like a hit scan, like a 76 or anything up there, like you can still just, there's so much chip damage you take crossing the bridge, and then also you can just dictate the fights, right? From dropping down from the high ground, doing all different types of things. See Chase, I mean, it's really low even just trying to make it across.
Crispy is not getting away with this one scot-free. He's chased quite far by Hardy. Speaking of which, the aforementioned has Annihilation available, but it won't help you when you're sleeping with the fishies. And if I know anything about those canals, you want a long shower after that one.
Oh, man, it's I mean, it's really tough for Ex-Oblivione. I mean, what do you do, right? Like you're not gonna like want to like speed across and get like sound barrier to get across this bridge, right? But you see Chase just getting poked down from every which direction as soon as he gets across. So they get a recall out of Sparker there. Maybe just trying to force that Tracer back. It looks like they're still trying to wrap this high ground.
Hardy forced a Wraith Walk out of Shockwave there to just rejoin the rest of his team. Landon a Swift Step available, so never in true danger in times like this. Pulse drop there at the top of the stairwell, no connection to the high ground. Go Ex-Oblivione here, Cloud with one of his own, a bomb to dispense. And then Annihilation is still up here for Chase, but there's a long way to the next checkpoint here. And Oblivioni have got to break Space Station wide open, but they can hardly get to grips with him right now. Another Wraith Walk force for Shockwave, and we have a layering of support ultimates here. Space Station, no, this will be a good time to disengage, especially from that Annihilation. They can't really get as far away as they'd like, though. Backbone, yep, no escape for him. Bubble drop down. Chase, though, really problematic with that Ramatra ultimate active. Cloud at least comes out as a trade here. There might be something in this for Space Station. They're waiting for Backbone to ideally have returned to the fray.
Yeah, they have some time. They're really just playing like, don't give up the second checkpoint here. Get Backbone back in the mix. If you get a pick, you're going to get a pulse bomb here out of this assault. Oh, that's
a pulse, surely.
Yeah.
No escape.
Great form comes out, and there's nothing you could do there.
Potentially devastating there as Backbone's forced into his own Wraith Walk, but has that Death Blossom in a couple moments. Not again. Chase in trouble. Once more being knocked towards the docks here. Cloud on the cart. The Pulse Bomb stuck to the outside of the shield, though. Hardy eventually cleans up Chase with that Primal. And that's a pretty darn good defensive effort from this Winston-based comp of Space Station.
I mean, look, it's going to be difficult for anybody to cross that bridge, right? With the other team in a defensive kind of position up on that high ground, and it's really where their push got stalled out. I know it was maybe Hadi getting back and using Primal and extending the first point thing for a little bit once, but really it was mostly just that defense there that was up on the high ground. That's where Space Station really kind of took advantage and looked awesome. Otherwise, Oblivion only played a pretty good first half.
We spent a lot of time talking about how this map might be tricky for the Winston comp to attack on. Might be, right, in terms of crossing these wide expanses. We didn't really touch on how good the high ground was for defenders and how much flexibility it would give Hardy to not have to spend much time on the ground facing down this Ramatra. And this is
Widowmaker play.
It's not a huge shock to me, no pun intended, as Shockwave obviously known for his Widow, really got himself on the map like that, and we are talking about a large number of wide expanses here. You gotta be under a lot of pressure.
Yes, it is definitely a way more feast or famine than like playing a Sojourn, right? Like you're gonna,
yes.
We'll see if he's able to make it work. I mean, Shockwave, a tremendous hit scan player, really across all the hit scan heroes. So
we are trading that consistency for high impact. Maybe a little bit of variance though in the mix. Shockwave needs to be hitting these shots to really justify this pick in general, because even Sojourn will be able to throw down disruptor shots and the like, but these sightlines are being denied for the Widow.
And with the way that things have gone so far in this series, that if he doesn't get value out of it, like you imagine the rest of the team just gets rolled, right?
Yep. They will absolutely they'll get dumped on.
He's going to have to get value.
Because he draws a lot of resources alongside him as well. It's not just Shockwave, it's Shockwave that has to be followed by Crispy constantly into the abyss, apparently. Yeah, it's bad.
I like this.
Get off it. Get off it.
Now, you see the positions that he was forced into playing. Those are not the positions that Widowmaker wants to be in.
I think taking that risk here has lost you the series, potentially. It's
pretty early.
Yeah,
like
with how little you've been able to push on that second phase, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, but right here, the Widow might be good. You get Hadi right here with the Widow, like trying to like even get this first point to get across the bridge. Like this is where the Widow could actually be, pretty awesome.
I mean, how important is it that Space Station did not get the checkpoint from that fight? Now they're stack it out.
They got to keep Chase alive. It's quite low, but this is where even better sight lanes are for Shockwave, right? Like, look at where he can play right there. Like, who's fighting him? It's really barely on Sparker, but he's going to cross this whole bridge area.
You can LOS the Widow to a decent degree with the cart. It's up to Oblivioni to force the Space Station defenders sort of out to the sides of this cart. You see the shots ringing in overhead here. Sparker has to use a lot of blinks in fairness to stay out of that line of sight, and it will dissuade you from pushing past the cart as attackers.
And you're just burning clock here, right? Like, the longer, more cautious they have to play, you're just burning some clock as Hadi takes some shots on the way in.
It's working, Matt. Feels like the Widow is really working now. Backbone doing absolutely zero damage to the Ramatra, even inside Kitsune Rush. That's frustrating here. Look how low XO are, though. They are low. Still, though, they're hanging on. Here's the infra sight from the Widowmaker. Backbone, well, you don't really need X-ray vision to know where he's playing. Right out in the open. And this, like, again, this, we don't see the damage necessarily of the Widow unless we're on that POV. But my God, the threat she generates means Spacestation have to play from behind the car, which is awful with their comp.
Right. Yeah, it's more of like the threat, right? Like, you know, Shockwave puts down some damage, you know, big shots onto like a Hottie turning a corner, right? Some damage on the backbone to kick off a fight, right? Like, the Widow damage is so substantial that it does make an impact, and like you just need like 1 or 2 of those shots, right, to, you know, turn a fight in your team's favors. Well, let's see, they try and go high ground here. Yeah, they have to go deep on this. Oh, they get crispy.
Yeah, but they have to trade that instantly. Okay, immediately Shockwave battered. Hardy is able to identify the location of the Widow and deal with him. There's still a lot of Ex-Oblivioni to handle, though. Hardy, this is a bit scary. It should be good here, Matt. Getting rid of Canale. Don't even going to spend a sound barrier here. So they get past their first problem. Conundrum solved. 3 minutes 12 on the clock here to get basically towards the next checkpoint. Shockwave switching off the Widow now as his time is done, but they burn a decent amount of clock here, and you have to admit the Widow plays a big part in that.
Yeah, I think if you're Space Station now, you need to get up here on this high ground and control it. Shockwave on the offensive side for Ex-Oblivioni got knocked off, and then after that, they were not able to control that high ground, and you kind of saw what happened on their offense. But actually looks like they're okay giving it up for now. Maybe you just kind of have Hottie jump up there, like poke a little bit.
Sparker hoping for an easy pulse bomb. Again, watching the cooldown usage of Shockwave very closely. Okay, Shockwave TP's up. Hottie was already waiting for him there. Trying to get away is Funny Astro, but Chase grabs him by the ankle, drags him back down to his level. Hard though, decent trade. Pretty nice to get rid of the Tracer at this point of the fight here. Kitsune Rush means that Chase can't feel confident even with that Annihilation in play. Canale, though, might remediate that situation. Yes, the Coalescence allows Ex-Oblivioni to surge forward once more. Space Station spend their support ultimates there and don't really advance too much around this corner.
Yeah, and this might come down to like how Ex-Oblivioni invest some of these support ultimates, right? Oh, you lose Shockwave again early.
I don't know where that comes from. I don't know how they generate that kill either way. It is dire for Ex-Oblivioni. Chase to fall soon after. There's not enough damage to join him in the front line, and this house of cards is coming crumbling down. Cloud falls back. Hardy now will take that high ground position. Chase in desperation wants to try and switch to a Doom Fist. Here's a sound barrier coming out. Canale not going to benefit from it. Shockwave's going to TP onto the card. There's a pulse bomb in hand here for Cloud. Looking for a big stick, but Sparker definitely sidesteps it. Hardy has the Primal Rage now. What a perfect time for that ultimate to come up. And there's a Death Blossom from Backbone. That's going to seal the deal. Space Station Gaming overcome Ex-Oblivioni and advance to the main event.
Oh man, what a game! Is right there comes down to the wire potentially. I was like, oh, you know, the use of this sound barrier could be the difference, and they never really get a great use out of it. They lose Shockwave again early. Is looks like potentially used like that Wraith form, then didn't have anything else to survive to get out, and falls apart after that.
Indeed it did. I mean, the big question here I want to pose to you guys is, did that Widow gamble break the bank in the end? Do you feel like if they would have approached it differently from the very get-go on their defense, would that have made a difference?
I actually thought, like, once they got like where the first checkpoint was, I actually thought the Widow was fine, like with that much space. I think it's just more about like their kind of like Reaper composition and setup and how they're kind of like playing around that. That's probably the difference there. I think you can argue like Coalescence versus like Kitsune Rush, like, you know, the value out of those, but like, you know, when they have Backbone inside of the Rush with the Reaper, like it was almost like a guaranteed kill or two every single time.
I mean, generally looking at this series from start to finish, I did love to see the compositional difference we had, right? We're having London sticking to that Winston comp, which really requires such a high level of cohesion and coordination. It's a very tricky comp to pull off, especially if you played into these Ramatra comps. And, you know, it worked out on some maps, really did not work out on others.
Yeah, me and Matt went back and forth about this a whole lot, because I posed the question, like, I mean, to paraphrase, like, is the Reaper, are you just making life harder for yourself playing a Winston-based comp, right? I think against the Tracer Reaper, it can be hard. You know, against the Sojourn, like, there's a lot of merit in enforcing out those cooldowns. Or, again, so much of this is watching for Power Slide, Wraithwalk, and Fade. If you can get those cooldowns out beforehand, then you can absolutely dive and you don't have to feel bad about like the risk that sort of poses to you. Backcap there, maybe prolong the series a little bit, I'm not going to lie. And then Esperanza, obviously, we lost the last bit of it, but we could see that Hardy was struggling here to make this Winston work, especially when they'd lost the high ground. Hardy has no info when he's jumping up like this. Like, he doesn't really know who's up
No,
here.
it's just confidence.
Yeah.
This is all confidence, zero information.
I mean, he's not committing for those first 2 jumps anyway. I don't think he really wants to do that, but he needs to keep them in check there. I thought Suravasa, though, was a bit of a blowout and was really we got to see. I think Space Station take the cohesion that this comp requires and just bend it into shape really nicely here against EXO.
Isn't that the most London thing to do? Just roll with the comp, whether it works or not. They just gotta make it work. Like, they just gotta force it.
Yeah.
They don't care.
I think, like, they have always, like, admitted, you know, when, like, they feel like a comp, like, fundamentally is harder to play. That's never really been enough to kind of put them off. And it gives them a distinct edge, right? Because not only, like, do you have to play very differently against this team, but also, like, you know, SSG can switch back to a normal composition if they had to. Like, if they really felt like they were just going to lose the game, they could just switch back. You know, they have extra options there, but the fact that they're sort of blazing a trail with compositions like this, it also is great for their brand. I'm just going to put it out there. Like, people love this kind of stuff. You know, people always love London for the same reason, but they make it work and they show us the proof of concept. And a lot of teams, they end up copying them further down the line.
Indeed. I love that that's the same thing what we're going to see here in the OWCS from this squad. A lot of fun to watch, but Ex-Oblivion obviously played it really close. Let's hear it from the winners in our winners interview. I believe we do have Backbone standing by for a quick chat. Question mark? Exclamation mark.
It's that boy.
Backbone.
Hello.
How you doing, my man?
Good, you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. It's been a joy watching you guys back on the server. Walk us through the locker room talk. It was a close series. How did you guys manage to edge it out? What was the game plan? What adjustments have been made towards the second half of it?
I don't know. I think we didn't change that much. Like, we talked about a couple of things that they were doing well and how to play it better. But like we're just, at the end of the day, I think we're just the better team and our comp is better. So we didn't change that much. There were 1 or 2 things that they were doing really well the first couple maps. So we just figured out, you know, how to avoid that, and we were completely fine.
Yeah, I wanna ask about the comp. Like, what do you guys see with Winston that maybe you think other teams don't really see with that hero being used?
I have no idea why other teams aren't playing Winston, honestly. I think the hero, I mean, I guess for the most part, it's, in EU at least, it's teams not having the people to play it. Like, you know, if you're spray check, you probably don't want to put bets on Winston if possible. You know, for EXO and Chase Torch on Winston, I feel like it'd be a good pick for them. But like, I think like the bubble, like just the mobility and everything is so strong. You can do so much off of a Winston bubble timing push. Like Winston and Reaper especially, like have such like a good synergy together too. Like it just enables the hero more than I think any other tank really does.
Yeah, it makes sense. We saw a lot of times where you guys were using your TP into the Winston bubble to really kind of set up some plays.
Yeah.
I mean, very quickly, like looking ahead, obviously, like only 8 teams make it to the main event. There's a good chance like you end up playing EXO again if they come out of this group. You have the hardest group, I think, just sort of kind of based on how close your winners match has been compared to the others. But are there any teams you're sort of looking out for here that you're particularly, I don't want to say concerned, but let's say excited to get a chance to play against? Because obviously you guys, you walk into this with a lot of expectations, right? In the old days, it used to be low expectations and you guys, you know, got to be an underdog. Those days are over. How does that feel? How does that change things for you? And who are you looking to take on in the main event?
It's quite nice. I think right now, my team doesn't agree with me on this necessarily. Not all of us agree. I think that Spray Check are probably the best team. So for me, it'd be wanting to play and beat them. Like we lost to them in the Swiss. It was a close game. You know, this is the second time we've beaten EXO in like 2 weeks. Like, so I'm not. I wasn't worried going into this game. I'm surprised that they got a couple maps. They played it really well, honestly. I'm not worried about anyone necessarily, so I know we can beat every team, but it's just going to come down to that Spray Check game, realistically.
Right on. I love that. Now we can set up a grudge match. Thank you so much, Backbone, providing us with storylines as we go along. Congratulations, of course, once again to you and the team. We can't wait to see more of you.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to chat to the man himself, a Backbone from SSG. They're doing it again. They're trailblazing, and the comm switch in their book is just the meta.
I love that.
That's such. It's so
They have
them. I
always
love this.
disagreed. They've always disagreed on what like the meta is, right?
But they always made their meta work though.
Yeah.
Well-
Like they didn't care.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about like how like Lucio Carrico's like really strong in terms of a combo. Like, look, like you combo both of those heroes with like Winston Reaper. Like traditionally, that's always been pretty strong. I think probably a lot of teams look at Ramatra as like the best kind of like overall. Maybe like we can kind of just plug him in anything tank, but for what the SSG is trying to do, it looks awesome.
Yeah, I just think that they're a team that doesn't think that the safest comp and the best comp are the same thing. And I think
Right.
a lot of teams have that philosophy about how they build their strategies.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just play the meta if your players are not comfortable around it or on it, right? Like it's best to just play through your strength. And this team has always known where their strengths lie. And I think that's what made them so successful in the past as well. Now let's take a look at the groups, because with this Group D winners match, we now have concluded all the winning matches and therefore can show you a new graphic.
Let's go.
Errors.
Assets.
Let's go. Assets. We love them. What do we see here, Matt?
Yeah, so I mean, at the top half, right, that's the match we just saw with SSG versus EXO. The team will end up moving on, right? So the SSG, they move on to the main event, and then you see where EXO goes. They'll play into the winner of that loser match. They're down at the bottom for the decider.
Celtis and a one-man army. Again, teams that probably like aren't as loaded with like known names. It obviously is SSG and EXO. And genuinely, like, I don't know. So I think our expectation is that EXO probably can triumph in that game, and we will see them advance from this group alongside SSG.
Yeah, I mean, both those teams, right, like EXO and SSG, they won against, either of those teams respectively 3-0. So you expect that to kind of like, whether it's a repeat matchup, right, to probably go the same way, or if it's a new matchup, right, with how close this game was, EXO to potentially come out on top.
Indeed. Well, we are heading into elimination matches now, so I'm very excited for that. We're going to have A Square Tangu going up against... Still not entirely sure. Is it
I'm gonna call it New Age.
or New Age?
New Age.
Because there is
New
a
Age.
dot in some graphics and in some others. Yeah, but there are French players on it, so it could be Nuage, the French word for cloud. You don't know. Like, someone please tell us so we get it right. Anyway, that match is coming up next. A first EMEA elimination match. Get excited. Blood is in the water on the other side of this break. Welcome back, you lovely people. Second matchup today will be our first elimination match. So the stakes are rising for these aspiring champions. So we're here joined by Mitch and Matt, and we will be talking about the upcoming two teams. A lot of new faces are going to be on the server. Some you might not be super familiar with. If we're looking at A Square Tangu, our first team here, I feel like there's a lot of enigmas. Like, some might be familiar with their DPS player, Kabe. He did also have a fantastic answer in a questionnaire that we send out to all the players to, get to know them a little bit. He did say that he works a 45-hour per week job, and it's really hard to play Overwatch.
It's grind.
Yeah, I was also like doing some quick math there. He called his teammates a bunch of randoms, but has assured us that they have beat notable teams in the past. XD.
I like it.
Again, I mean, this team is comes through a very treacherous Swiss stage to get here, right? Obviously coming to the 16th seed, so we definitely expect them, especially in a game like this, going up against like a team that's also lesser known to some degree, that does have some known names. We're looking for them to deliver because this is last chance, right? This is a GSL group, so you lose once, okay, you lose twice, that's it, you're out, no money, like Matt pointed out.
It's the important part. No money. A few points though. I believe there's like 5 points or something on the line.
Good points.
Yeah,
feed you
some circuit points.
Points pay the bills.
Well, I don't know. I haven't tried.
I mean,
Mitch.
potentially in
to
the
offer
future,
them.
if you have points and you get on to a different
classroom
team,
of the elite, right? Points only in that show and nowhere else.
Fine.
What
Fine.
Don't worry about it, Matt.
Don't worry.
Matt's going to look up the Wikipedia entry for Classroom of the Elite and read it out. Actually,
That's funny.
Actually,
Yeah, well, but yeah, so like A Square Tangu, I mean, this is their stage to make a name for themselves. I'm interested to see what they bring on the server. On the other side, of course, still lots of new faces, but also a few familiar ones. Yes, it is him. It's the one and only Doge.
Doge.
Now the Doge from
Doge.
Outlaws. I think most recently we did see him playing for Twisted Mind. Is that possible? I think so.
Yeah. He was on EXO as well for a brief stint. Yeah.
Sharp as well was.
Sharp, we know. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the Atlanta Reign, right?
That's right. He was a teammate of mine,
Yes. I mean,
yes, I remember when. So he was on the Atlanta Reign.
Man, we really played out the whole beat one of their players in a ridiculous challenge and join their team thing, didn't we? We did that quite a few times. Yeah, like Josh did that, so we did that. Doge obviously joined the Houston Outlaws back in 22 with Lep, right? That was those additions that we're looking to make, and didn't really sort of find like the most stable of role for Doge. It was sort of Lep probably got more gameplay in the end, but again, called up to the top level of Overwatch to deliver. Sharp, I mean, Johnny, how much does Johnny love this guy? I mean, Johnny loves this guy so much. And I think what sort of brought Sharp his degree of notoriety or fame, if you like, was the Tracer play. Really very good player. Obviously, he's represented Sweden in the World Cup at times as well. Because before being on the Reign, he also played for Team Envy in Contenders. So actually a pretty long career for someone that's only like 22, I think, at the moment. So I'm glad to see Sharp here. This is definitely the kind of stage where he can shine.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good meta for Sharp here, for sure. I'm just interested to see how this team is going to come together. I do love that, both of these teams have a really great opportunity, since it's not one like big all-star studded lineup going up against the quote-unquote no-names. I think both of them have a realistic chance here to come out on top. So guys, walk us through the map picks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, Matt, I'm the play-by-play guy, so I don't know why you're talking right now. You talk when I tell you.
Well, no, I'm the new play-by-play guy here.
Oh, really? You might have been the highest seed in our fake map pick, bro, but listen, when Daddy's talking, all right?
That was real. Well, actually, hold on. That was not real, because if it was real, I would have 3-0'd you. There was no potential of the reverse.
If it was real, I would have been top seed. It would have picked my map first, but that's fine.
Where I also think you're going to see these teams play like different compositions. Like, I don't think like they're going to play kind of like what we've seen from maybe some of the teams who have had like full rosters of OWL players, right? And gone in different directions, where Dip primarily plays like Echo Tracer, and then Sharp just plays like Tracer, right? So you expect them to kind of build that composition around them, where A Square Tengu, they're actually going to have the Cassidy in the mix here.
All right, I'm here for it. Here's Doge with that Doomfist. And again, we're seeing this sort of Cassidy composition come out often paired with the Zarya here with Doge and Sharp have already made their points very clear. The start of this Nuage, I think we're calling him right. French for cloud, as I already knew because I'm so worldly and well-traveled. We'll start pretty comfortably here.
I had to tell you that information, but sure.
The fact that you would ever position yourself as remotely, like, worldly is laughable to me.
What?
You heard me.
Just mean.
You heard me. Oh, man. Are we going to go with Zarya and Joya? Is that... we feel like that's the way to go? Yeah. All right. I like Zarya and Joya. Yes, listen. That's your account name. That's what you get. Carbe able to find Dip, though, at the start of this fight. Sharp already wanting to harry Carbe to some degree here, but that's a tough job. Doge absolutely knocking heads together on this Doom. And, okay, Natsuki actually able to capitalize on Sharp taking Carbe's attention away.
And for those wondering, that Zarya and Joya, that is I'm Scared. 22.
Zarya and Joya.
So, or I'm Scared, sure. Yeah. I also think you see the fast play from nice pulse bomb there. They're gonna get rid of I'm Scared, but I think the one thing where you look at you look at two different teams, right? And I think the way that you can kind of give yourself a huge distinct advantage, like when you feel like you have potentially a talent and cohesion advantage, is to play fast, right? Like I think teams that are well coordinated and that can play fast, like a really frantic pace, can make even some other teams look really discombobulated, because you kind of just amp up the pace of play right there. I mean, Kate did a nice shot there on the Natsuki. So you start off with a fight, potential win, but that's going to be a duplicate of the Ramatra here as Dip just gets in the mix. But I think if you're a Nuance, just playing with that faster pace is going to be beneficial for you throughout the course of the series.
Annihilation, while it doesn't really find any eliminations, pretty powerful in that sort of close quarter fight, but I think in the meantime, Nilu, Arclight as he's known in game here, actually backcapped, so that's pretty big for A Square Tangu. Nuage really commit very heavily to playing in that side room off the duplicate of the Ramatra here, but eventually the fight has to drift back towards the point. Carbe getting picked off once more. Natsuki again, able to take down a Cassidy, key player in this fight to remove. Nilu at least able to trade that kill out, but Zarya and Joya, now I'm Scared.
Doge on Doom, he's playing a completely different game than everybody else. I mean, he feels like he is they have the healing reduction of the DPS passive. He's just going in, just blocking, gaining shields. Does not matter to him whatsoever. That time picks up fight's extended. It's almost 4 kills all throughout. Nice pulse bomb stick from Sharp there on the Lucio. Very difficult to track down. Nuage getting close to a first point.
I mean, that damage reduction is pretty important when, it counters out the healing reduction of the DPS passive pretty comfortably. So it kind of gives Doom an unspoken advantage, I guess, over some other tanks that don't necessarily have that built in. Doge here falls in the power block, and that's enough of a window for Carbe to get picked off. And A Squared Tengu no closer to capturing this point. They lose that player early, pushing into Nuage's setup, and oh my goodness, Doge, yeah, he makes a flourish as he appears on the point. That's a 3-player sound barrier here for KZR, hoping maybe to catch Natsuki unaware and send him over the edge of the map here, but that is not looking likely. That's a decent one, but Doge has the swift step, gets back into the fray here. A Sombra switch for Carbe, maybe just to return to the fight as quickly as possible. But we have another duplicated Ramatra here, and this time it's going to be too much for A Square Tengu.
Yeah, it's really difficult because the Cassidy is the one that needs to deal with some of these heroes, right? The Cassidy deals with an Echo, a Tracer, a Doomfist. They're just collapsing on Akabe. They're really not giving him much help at staying alive. And then once he's dead, it's okay, well, we're not worried about any of our flankers dying, right? Let's just rotate back to the point. And just crazy mobility, players flying everywhere, and that's where Nuage is able to take it.
A Square Tengu also boasts a victory against Nuage's roster sort of midway through last year. So, they're pretty happy about that. They sort of include that in their questionnaire. Are we beating these guys? I'm how long ago? 9 months? Oh, cool. All right. Well, that's sweet.
Yeah, it's Reinforced still talking about beating people in the beta. I
mean, it's not as bad as Slasher. Slasher has to remind everybody he played on that early FaZe Clan roster. He plays Zenbot. He has to let you know. I'm man.
That was awesome. I remember watching
brother, you've got to let it go. That was literally 7 years ago. Holy moly.
Him /E, hold on to that.
I mean, no, all we do is like,
Don't let him take our gaming accomplishments away.
oh my goodness. Get some new material, brother. Kabe here, staving off Dip to some degree. Nice rocket punch there is going to make it a little bit harder for the Cassidy to push forward here, but eventually there's a window.
But look at that though. You keep the Cassidy alive, right? You put some big damage down on the Doge, and then you get a follow up and you get a kill off of it, right? So I think it's really about, can you keep Kabe alive? I think that's a huge portion of this game for A-Square Tengu.
Playing from that side room there with multiple layers of protection and healing for the Cassidy, making Doge maybe regret that engagement, but that's where he's going to have to go once more if he wants to once again threaten the positioning of that very strong mid to long range DPS.
I think they're trying to drag them onto the point, yeah.
I don't really know if it's working. They'll just send I'm scared there. Kabe will not be moved from that side room position. It needs to drop in. Nicely done. Sticky Bombs almost claim the Cassidy kill. Kabe's still alive somehow. Eliosi, though, not nearly as lucky here. And this is about to get out of hand once more. That focusing beams, a lot of low health targets. Dip licking his lips. Never going to say that phrase again.
You get a few players weak. Kabe actually stays alive there. They do a decent job trying to keep him up, but once some of those targets get weak, then you fly in the Echo with the focusing beam, and like who do you even try and take down, right? Are you looking at the Echo, the tracers in your backline? Doomfist is so disruptive. It's just a really nasty comp to have to deal with.
Sharp and Arclight taking note of each other's position there. Kabe pretty aggressively positioned Deadeye here. Dip is in duplicate. Ramatra and Doom available right now for Nuage. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here in a very small enclosed room, and that Annihilation is scary. It's going to be a sound barrier for KZR. Dip going to be knocked out of Dupe. Focusing beam though finds its mark. Eventually Kabe is brought down. Arguably the centerpiece for this A-Square Tengu composition. In the meantime, Nuage still control the point.
Yeah, they go that Annihilation on the duplicate is like nasty, right? You're just getting free damage on everybody in like an AoE. You come out of it, find the lowest target, focusing beam them down. It's gonna be another fight win here for Nuage. As Doge has a Meteor Strike, more of a get out of jail free thing. Okay, I thought we were gonna see some Traub, but back on the Cassidy.
I guess it doesn't feel amazing here. Doesn't necessarily answer the threat the Dip currently is presenting. Doge with a Meteor Strike, rather. There's a little bit more of a buffer there in case he wants to play a bit more aggressively. Sharp, I'm sure, would be more than happy to combine. Look at that, not even needed. Sharp really just an onlooker there as Kabe again gets blown to smithereens here. This Cassidy is starting to slow down now, while A-Square Tengu are not in control of the point. Here comes Doge, Meteor Strike in, forces that fade, sees the Annihilation. Owen's going to need to rotate some cooldowns to get out of it, but he will be trapped. The entirety of A-Square Tengu makes sure he's held in place. His ultimate, man, it's pretty busted.
Oh, well, here we go. We may see another one here as Dip just trying to build up this Annihilation here.
Oh, he's
gonna get it now.
Oh. There's no way Kabe's getting away. He does, only just, dude. Dip knocked out a Dupe again.
Oh, that was the coolest.
The fadeaway stickies. That's brutal. I don't know how you come back into this now. You'll hope for a sound barrier in the next few seconds, but that seems like a forlorn hope, especially with Kabe again getting absolutely rinsed by Dip. Getting rolled by a guy called Dip can't feel good, especially not when it happens every time you get into a fight. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of keep them, keep Kabe alive, right? Where at one point he actually just gets like punched by the Doom. I think it's like a power punch, so he gets the extra stun. You can kind of see it on the top of the UI, gets the stun, and then a focusing beam instantly right into him. I mean, just insta-killed. Nothing you could really do there to be able to keep him alive. Maybe there's something that A-Square Tengu could do to like even... they kind of floated the Torb out there, right? Do you even try and slow it down even more? Can you play Cassidy with Torb and like maybe you play like something like really counter dive like a Sigma, or I don't really know, right? When you're playing against a team that's playing at such a fast pace.
We know why Cassidy is quite powerful against the Doom. I think the hindrance of Mag Grenade is still a really important component of answering that mobility and threat that Doom can generate. Doge didn't really seem to care though. I think most of that map, he was just doing his own thing.
We literally just saw Twisted Minds the other day just play Zarya with the Cassidy, right? You know, if they dive in and collapse on him, you have 2 bubbles to keep the Cassidy alive, plus the healing, right? And then the fully charged Zarya is like awesome against the Doom and whatnot. Like there's some options, right? I think, you know, you just probably need to make some changes.
Yeah, and if they try and play Winston against you, then you just switch Ramatra, like we saw from Twisted Minds as well. It has to be answered, right? You could try and go for like a longer range threat here, you know, to sort of deal with that Doomfist. But again, very, very difficult for A Square Tengu to have an answer to that. Nuage looked really good. Also, yeah, like the Echo. I mean, in theory, Cassidy should be a decent answer to Doom and Echo, but at the same time, it's still an issue.
Well, yeah, I mean, Doom, Tracer, Echo at the same time, right? With like Lucio in the mix, like getting everybody's speed and in there,
I don't hate the tall but Cassidy idea. I don't hate it.
You can't just select Cassidy and be like, all right, we're good. You know, like there's got to be a little bit more there, which Twisted Minds, I thought that comp was awesome yesterday with like having the Zarya in the mix. Like if they're going to play dive, really, you know, protect that Cassidy at all costs. And you know, it's probably a bit easier when you got Quartz on your side, right? But still, you can allow them to make plays.
Wouldn't shock me here if we have this Ramatra look from A Square Tengu. It's a pretty popular defensive option as well, especially if you don't know what tank is going to get played into you. However, Nuage come out here with another Doomfist composition, then we're back to square one for A Square Tengu in terms of trying to find a way to answer that. It'll be an early peek from Dip here. That is likely all that he'll be showing us on this Twitter. And Sharp also some great pulse bombs there over the course of Lijiang Tower. Clearly hasn't missed a beat these last few years.
Dip, just looking maybe for a pick here at the start, and then now going to go back to the Echo. So no changes really on both sides. Buddy playing the Kariko here this time, so see how that plays out. Where I like the Kariko because you can just, I mean, the ability to just TP in and get right in with your dive is.
I mean, you're awesome. Through the choke. You just got through the choke. You just dodged, dipped, dive, and dozed straight on towards the fire truck here.
I mean, Doom is playing a different game.
Yep.
I mean, right there, just being able to like, that is damage coming down his way. That is, you know, a hindrance, and he's still able to find the kill. It actually may kind of like have, you know, Nuage push kind of fall apart, right? You need Doge in the mix to really, you know, be that disruptor. So we're just gonna kind of like stall out here for a little bit, but he's right back in.
Yeah, I mean, and with how low Arclight was there, this is a full-scale retreat. Kave, a probing mag grenade, I'll call it. Basically ignored by Dip as he can now set up in a really frustrating position on the ledge here. But again, Dip does need some help. He needs some space creator on the point, otherwise he cannot stay there. Not with the Vortex thrown in. Kabe eventually able to pick off. Yes, I really would have liked to have seen Nuage take space on the point there and make it hard for Kabe just to get a free kill on the Echo. And that might really unravel things for Nuage here.
You see when they actually you know, are able to protect Kabe and keep him alive, like he's actually able to find these kills, right? It's just there's sometimes when that collapse is just too strong, like not. I mean, watching his POV, you'd be like, oh man, like how do you even play the game, right? Like there's so much stuff happening on his screen. But when they're able to kind of like give him a little bit more time, he's able to come up with some kills. So 2 minutes on the clock here. Nuage coming up on some ults. This will be a Deadeye here, trying to get coming in position.
Speed boost there as well. Shuttling Kabe forward. This could be dangerous though. They've exposed the Cassidy, and here comes the Kitsune rush. Yep, nicely done by Nuage here. Know that A Square Tengu is trying to push up on them here. So they wait for the Kiriko ultimate and then overrun them. Still Dip somehow gets taken down by a wayward right hook. Doge is going to be at the door this time, and again, this time they're creating a lot more space for their players playing further back off the point. Zaya and Joy to some degree can just ignore that though, push past Doge, but the problem is how do you help your backline now, which is currently being eviscerated by Nuage. Yeah, no idea.
Makes it out onto the, I'm scared makes it out onto the point, but you know, the rest of his team is kind of gone as we get a Soldier 76 swap here. We'll see if we kind of continue on with the 70s.
No one saw that, Doge, it's fine.
Nah, we didn't.
No one saw that. Again,
back to the castle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm scared of no choice but to contest there, but they didn't really have anyone to fight on the point. And then, unfortunately for them, Doge and Dip, Sharp, all ran past them onto the back line of A Square Tangu, who were already in a bit of an awkward position.
Well, I think it kind of falls apart, right? Where A Square Tangu, they want to get aggressive with the Deadeye and they try and speed boost him into the room. And after that, the Kitsune rush comes down from Buddy, and then like they don't expect that push to come in right after. Oh, he connects with the bombs to the end. Almost kills it.
His
Yeah.
backline is so low, and there's no healing right now. Oh my goodness, Dip Styles on him. Wins the 1v1, not once but twice there.
Oh, nice recall. They are though.
Oh, this is still dangerous. Kabe very low. My God, playing Cassie into the Doom is tough though. Still, once he gets the dive on you, this Annihilation, barely a footnote in the story of history.
Dude, I mean, we saw Doom, I think, once yesterday with it was against Twisted Minds, right? And the opposite team played the Doom, and it just did not look very good because Twisted Minds had a really nice comp with that Zarya and the Cassidy. You're seeing what Doom can do though when that's not the case on the other side. I mean, the ultimate disruptor.
Again, if you stick a Doom with the mag grenade late in that power block, it's pretty bad for him. Can't just get on out.
Bit here of the Ramatra.
Dip is not dying. Not now, anyway. Annihilation. Again, not paired with anything else, really. So, in the face of all this healing, plus, Neliozu having a coalescence, very, very hard for him to solo make an impact. So, a minute 55 left to play. Kitsune Rush once more available. That was the ticket to Nuage actually winning the fight on point A as they really flipped things on its head, and A Square Tangu did not have anywhere to run.
I think it's also because, A Square Tangu put themselves in that odd position the last time, right? Kind of like almost moving into the rush, where I think right now, let's see where they decide to play as everybody in this low ground here, playing inside. Oh, they get pushed out into the rush.
Pulse there. Everyone disperses from it. Dip is in a safe spot, but actually took some incidental damage now. I might need to look for a way back in. Can you make use of this flank angle? There's a little too much healing here. Kabe's going chasing. Nice Suzu. Brilliant. The grenade does stick. The Kabe, I don't know if that's enough. They really needed the Cassidy in that main fight, not chasing after shadows. And eventually Buddy will bring the Cassidy down.
But getting pushed into that small room against like a Doom comp, and I mean, that is like prime. He's going to start rolling, getting things going with like seismic slams, punches, shields. Like that is the ideal situation for the Doom to fight in. Seismic slam around the corner. They deal with the Moira here as A Square Tangu put up a pretty a better defense there on the second point. So a potential here with the Cassie with these like longer sight lines to maybe get a hold.
You've got a lot of options here as Doom. This high ground, also sort of wrapping around these corners. Easy punches there. You can see just like that. Look at the damage. That in and of itself forces a sound barrier. Dip here with another duplicate of a Ramatra. Dire Enjoy is going to have to let him farm up much of this free ultimate. Thankfully, this time the damage is good enough to take him out of that duplication before the ultimate is built. But later sound barrier from Nuashi and Natsuki able to chase Arclight down. Dire Enjoyer seen better days. Their coalescence is important. That's what buys the time for this Annihilation, and then a full disengage from Nuashi.
Yeah, just really good mobility, right? So you can disengage from that Annihilation, but Kabe finds Doge on the way out. So able to get rid of that Doom. Gonna just be a little bit of time here to breathe for A Square Tangu. So Buddy will have that Kitsune rush. So getting the Doom inside of the rush here, with that Tracer. But for them, here's what I like to see. Use this Deadeye, right? If they're trying to push on in. Yep.
Also, what?
Yep.
I guess Kabe's hoping to. Doja's hoping to have landed and then power block that. Maybe fill up the field of view of Kabe. Kind of gives that one over for free. Nicely done. Deadeye, a powerful defensive ultimate under the right circumstances here. Kabe able to really break that sort of push that Nuash are putting together.
Yeah, they're gonna use Rush, right? You back out around the corner, right? And then you end up using that Deadeye, and like they're gonna get, limited and no value out of it.
Sharp playing from the front right now. You hear the mag grenade go off. Definitely wasn't sent in the direction of the Tracer. Recall has to be used here. Doge is in and then out. Just as quick as he entered. Kabe able to use the shield there to avoid the radiating damage from that Meteor Strike, but the follow-up is what gets him in the end. Arclight is 1 HP, literally. And this is just some stall here from I'm Scared briefly. Now, how do New Age roll this into a last fight? Sound barrier could be crucial. They're dealing with Coalescence and Sound barrier though from A Squared Tangu. The defenders have plenty of tools here.
Yeah, and Kave goes to the Torbjorn here late, and I'm Scared will go over the Doomfist. So sound barrier on both sides. The Torb going to provide that off-angle fire. Sound barrier comes down. That's a turret already gone from Sharp.
Both beats and the Coalescence. The support ultimates now are gone. Pulse bomb here for Arclight. Just to the masonry. Oh, Sharp as he tries to blink across it. Dipto's able to find a focusing kill on KCR at the same time. So now we have that 4 versus 4. Arclight, man, get a lottery ticket as well. Having a great time in this fight. Very low. The focusing being they're not able to claim any targets. It was the stickies. Zyra enjoyed they're going to be brought down. Dip barely staying alive. Forced back, but this Kitsune rush is pretty big. There's a lot of healing now available to this Echo. The Nuage get the map done.
Oh, man, he's Sharp blinking into the pulse bomb. I was like, oh man, is this it for A Squared Tangu? They just needed something to go their way, but Dip has other thoughts there on the Echo at the end. I mean, what, that's like a 3K there to close it out.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Kitsune rush timing is pretty good. Having haste as Echo, which is, you know, normally a hero where like you cycle your cooldowns, you burst someone down and then you have to wait a bit. Very powerful. And let's not forget, of course, that extra Ofuda healing available from the Kiriko during that moment. So nice little turnaround there. Arclight finding 2 very big kills on that defensive effort. And again, we get layered support ultimates, which isn't a huge issue, but if A Squared Tengu just maybe could have stretched that extra durability out over the course of that fight, things could have looked very different.
So we'll see what A Squared Tengu decides to do on offense here. I worry like playing the Cassidy and kind of what they've been doing without like really, maybe making some changes potentially. It's going to be difficult to get through the choke. So we'll see how they go about like kind of like circumventing, because like the Doom can come over the top of the subway car here, can go through. Like there's so many different ways to kind of flank and cause chaos.
Yeah, your sidelines just aren't fundamentally very good for Cassidy here. Bastion, something we, in the past saw a lot of to try and break through this choke. Wouldn't be a shock to see Kave trot that out. First the TP. And we have the Roadhog maintained here for I'm Scared, man.
Probably just a hook there with a TP. See if you can get somebody.
Back to the Ramatra.
Yeah, so and maybe you're like, look, like if Kave can get like 1 or 2, put down some damage, you're okay trading out his life and play around that. It's a Doge power block there in the middle.
There's not a lot to look at yet for Kave, and obviously Doge knows that he will try and engage on this.
These close quarter areas, so like, sure, maybe you can kind of like punish the Doom, with the hindrance and whatnot, but also it allows, like, if you don't, it allows him to really just start get rolling.
Now, Doge would not fully commit to these chokes, right? You sort of slam and then you play around the corner just like this.
Oh, well, now the grenade's gone, right? So.
Yeah, but so is Buddy. Kiriko down. Kave able to find something there and frankly looking for more. Doge copping hit after hit, and there's just not enough healing in the absence of the Kiriko. So there's nothing subtle about A Squared Tangu's approach here. Makabe providing the key picks to put them on the right track.
No, and they did a nice job of like wrapping around, right? Putting themselves in a position where the mag grenade going around the corner, maybe see if you can catch somebody and prevent them from getting in and get a touch. And actually nobody gets a touch, so that's going to be A Squared Tangu taking this first point.
That's a free ult charge as well for A Squared Tangu. I'm Scared more than happy to capitalize on that. Getting to the nice number and pretty close to that annihilation already. Pretty important to try and snowball through this part of the map as well. A bit of an error there to lose the Kiriko when you, in theory, should have plenty of safety as defenders on that point A after folding back. Still going to try and make use of the Echo, which feels probably a bit more awkward now against the Cassidy.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you kind of have like this high ground on defense for Nuage, but like ultimately their composition doesn't really like benefit from it, right? So Dip just flies in. He actually gets out of that vortex there, so able to make it back up the top.
And he really committed to that Cassidy kill.
Yeah.
Enough though. He's built the duplicate. We'll see if he gets towards ultimate status here. Arclight's pulse there, no dice. Again, still trying to deal with Natsuki, who seems determined to ignore the Tracer at all costs, it would appear.
I mean, now A-Square Tangu is starting to get rolling, right? I know that they're going to be able to make it through underneath this bridge. You're going to have sound barrier and then potentially like a Deadeye. Like maybe, I know a little bit of a zoning Deadeye. They try and rush out of spawn. Like you're able to use that Deadeye. So potential here for A-Square Tangu to actually set a really good time here with the second checkpoint.
They're going to open the rush here, Matt. Going to try and shut down this power play from A-Square Tangu. Sound barrier's already expired here. Doge wants the Cassidy so bad, but he's too low now. But no one's paying him any attention. Can he get back towards some healing? Yes. Connects. Gets a little bit of shield. Looks like a swift step was headed over towards the Doomfist to keep Doge fighting fit. But Natsuki is going to be hit by that grenade. And there's the Deadeye from Kave. Saved it till late in the fight, but he uses it to seal the deal.
Yes, Doge was so low, not in the line of sight of anybody in terms of healing. And yeah, it looks like they're almost like, don't shoot the Doom, don't pay attention to the Doom, right? Like, really focus on everybody else. Is that time Kave able to, you know, stay out of harm's way, pick up 2, and take A-Square Tangu with the payload moving here. They have to get it across the line, but still has a much better, you know, chance in terms of time bank now.
Okay, Doge will drop down. Much like Winston, making use of that natural high ground to rotate those cooldowns even more comfortably. Once more, really hoping to land some of these rocket punches. The gameplay loop here, not complicated for Doomfist, but easily interrupted with many of these abilities. A duplicated Cassidy. Oh my goodness, that's disgusting. KCR absolutely smashed there. Even a Deadeye build? You have enough time for another one.
That was wild. As I think he just kind of like duplicated the Cassidy just off of like necessity, right? He was really low in terms of healing, and was able to actually end up picking up a kill there out of it. So I believe he picks up KZR. So crazy scenario there where Dip's able to get some value out of that. Typically he's been going strictly for the Ramatra.
320 to play with here.
You gotta be able to complete the map here.
Awkward. Ooh, awkward positioning there for I'm Scared. Dip needs to respect the Tracer to some degree, and they do. Arclight's forced into a recall now. A card is actually on the backslide. Here's Doge once more. No connect on the rocket punch, but the coalescence might mean it's worthwhile to stay around. Dip hit with a mag grenade. Don't even know if Carve was intending to connect with the Echo there with the Doom right in his face. A little awkward this has become here for Nuage. Now the rocket punch pretty good. KZR in trouble, but that annihilation means Doge has thrown himself into the cactus patch. Still able to find Arclight with that seismic slam damage. Looks like I'm Scared. Not really sure how to proceed here. The Echo's back. The focusing beam is not tickling.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Tracer here, the Echo, and the Doom, like, all back. So you have to back up here. And what? If you win another fight of your Nuage, this cart's going to get back to basically underneath this, you know, overpass. Where, I mean, you're in a really difficult spot again. If you're A-Square Tangu, you have to take advantage of this position.
Carve wants to push. Always be pushing. Pulse bomb there, not stuck to him, but close enough to take him down to half HP. All of Nuage respect the Deadeye. Back away, and it's going to be a sound barrier from Natsuki second. I don't know if I'm Scared actually benefit from the sound barrier at all. Sharp's able to run Carve down now. We are below half of the time that A-Square Tangu came into this phase of the map with. Now the rocket punch here, Arclight able to get Sharp with a backhand before he recalls away. But it's going to take a lot more than that to get the attackers on a collision course with the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they've been great up until this point, A-Square Tangu, but now feels like all Nuage is they're able to control some of this high ground. And okay, now we play the Zarya. I like this. You know, this is kind of reminiscent of what we saw from Twisted Minds the other day. So, gonna play the Zarya. You have a Moira here very close to Coalescence. You can play a little bit more defensive.
Take the high ground by force here. This is definitely another slow composition. The Zarya needs to be careful of maintaining those bubbles and not overspending them. Nothing you can do about that one. Maybe a bubble for Carve would have been nice, but Dip has the combo and has the burst damage. Doge gets slurped to smithereens there, and here's a Coalescence build up, but you lose the Zarya. I don't know how you come back from this. This ultimate feels awful when you lack that main tank.
Yeah, and I think it's just like, you know, I'm Scared, but like was a little bit out of like line of sight of Kabe, so not able to get a bubble, and then right there, you know, not in line of sight with the Coalescence to, you know, get any healing on your Zarya. So, two times, yeah, I mean, things just seem to be kind of like unraveling a little bit here for A-Square Tangu. pretty tough considering, you know, for a lot of this map on offense, they've looked pretty good outside of the last, like, you know, three minutes or so.
Has the Zarya switch caused this?
No. I mean, you've played the Zarya for 2 fights, right? You know, one you got absolutely just kind of like rolled off of a Kitsune rush, and then, you know, the other, you kind of Cassidy got picked off right away, right? So I haven't really seen like enough sample size.
Nuage in a great position right now, and that is massive. A huge kunai connection headshot, removing the Moria from the fight before it begins. And so for Sharp, it's all too easy. With I'm Scared as low as he was, no way to keep your tank in the fight off, just Lucio and some fumes. A-Squared Tangu come to a screeching halt. After having 4 minutes to play for their last phase of the map, they advance about 30 meters.
Yeah, that's one they would probably love to, you know, the end of that one have back, right? You know, maybe you need to make some of those switches a little bit earlier, but 4+ minutes on the clock and then, you know, not able to complete it. That is a tough. A big shout out to Nuage for able to like turn up there on defense, but feels like A-Squared Tangu, that's the one you got to win, right? Like, you know, if you're looking at like, you know, maps in this series, you know, map 1 I think was like a lot of you know, Nuage. That map you sort of figure out a little bit more, right? You have a lot of time to complete there at the end, and to not do it, that is a tough one.
And A-Squared Tangu now looking down the barrel of an elimination here from OWCS for stage 1. This is an elimination match here. And Nuage looking just a little bit better right now. And I think we've sort of talked about it. Don't think the Cassidy's the problem, right? I think Kabe is a standout player actually on this particular roster. And there have been many occasions in which he's been able to generate some serious value and momentum for A-Squared Tangu when it really counts. But, you know, it's the rest of the composition. It's the rest of the play style that definitely has us questioning A-Squared Tangu's ability to hang in this series.
I mean, I think they've been able to hang. It's just that like the speed of play that you know, Nuage is playing with, it's something that the game like probably feels like it's moving at like a lightning speed for some of the players, right? With like the kind of coordination and the speed that Nuage is playing with, where A-Squared Tangu, they're able to get a bunch of fights to go their way. It's not like, you know, hey, we're just gonna go in there and lose every single fight. They are able to win a lot of fights. I mean, they had 4+ minutes to complete Midtown. It's just in certain situations, right? I feel like Nuage is playing, you know, close to perfect in some of the scenarios where A-Squared Tangu is falling apart.
I think like a lot of how Midtown played out was sort of the tension between how each part of the map favored either the Echo or the Cassidy under some of those circumstances. Because again, that natural high ground that, you know, we saw Dip just constantly just drop down off and unload cooldowns and then fly back. It happened time and time again. Doge was able to do much the same thing. That second phase of the map, you know, coincidentally, the phase in which we saw A-Squared Tangu breeze through was one that was really open, didn't have that sort of natural high ground you could drop down easily with, and had like really good sight lines for the Cassidy. So not every part of these maps are going to benefit your Cass. New Queen Street, probably not a great one for it. Just the sight line's a little too long to deal with that damage drop off that he can present. Well, but hey, it wouldn't be unheard of.
I also think that, like, you know, you see the map selection. This is a Nuage map selection where like the Doom is awesome here on New Queen Street, right? So like, you know, you can pick the maps to your strength. Where this is you know, look, I said it. I think the one you probably needed to win there for keep the series like moving forward. You know, in the right direction for A-Squared Tangu may have been there on Midtown, but also maybe they've seen some stuff on Midtown that they now feel like they can bring into New Queen Street to really take advantage of.
Yeah, no shock at all to see this particular setup from Nuage. And maybe A-Squared Tangu feel like they're just really priced into making this one composition work, right? We're going to keep talking about the Cassidy here, just because this map is one way he's not as commonly brought in on. So, you know, there's going to be a real question of like how you make the most of it, how you make the most of these like vantage points, these longer sight lines, because as powerful as Cass is at that mid-range, the damage fall-off is pretty considerable. He does need to put himself to a degree in harm's way against the highly mobile tank to get value.
Yeah, and you see A-Squared Tangu kind of like moving forward in like a kind of like a death ball. I actually think Dip probably had no idea that they were going to push that far around the corner, but Arclight with 2 is starting to come alive on the Tracer.
The huge opener, staking your claim to this sort of higher ground platform. See that damage fall off there? It's hard for Kabe to really threaten Natsuki on such a long line. He'll be on the move here. Doge just going to charge some power block here.
Let's put a stop to that.
It's a little bit for free. And again, Sharp has to take some like fairly roundabout methods if he wants to contest Tube, for example. Drop down after some of those buildings. Here's the charge. Okay.
The range on that.
Connect and force the fade. I mean, now you keep the pressure down on the Moira. Doge, though, maybe has eyes elsewhere. Kabe's brought down by Buddy. This could be dangerous now. You forced everyone to play inside this small room. Power block comes up at a good time. They might give you an empowered punch just on virtue of them desperately trying to get out. That's pretty nasty.
I mean, he's just, you know, the damage reduction just right in front of the Ramatra in that small room. I mean, that's just mean. His High Score just moves out of the way. He's like, oh yeah, you can punch my Lucio. It's totally fine.
Well, very quickly, Nuage back in control, and they push very far forward here with this Doom and Echo. I think Doge is just chilling there underneath the balcony. They don't know. They don't know he's there. How do you play from this position? A big jump in from behind. Nice seismic slam there. Hit with the mag grenade, but Doge always has the get out of jail free card in the form of that Meteor Strike. Kitsune Rush thrown down here by Nuage. Doge a little low. Now he's going to pull the plug and get back in. Dip another Cassidy duplication, but Sharp is the one coming away with the honors here. And the duplicated Deadeye finding two. The DPS of Nuage are all over this one.
Man, Dip, it seems like regardless of who he duplicates, comes up with some sick clips. Is right there. Double Deadeye and then a kill at the end, and then Sharp. That had to have been like a pulse bomb that got stuck to like Kabe or KZR, and then they just kind of like moved into each other.
Sharp's already on the wrap here. Forces an early recall. Means Arclight now has to be careful about contesting that position at all. Natsuki got caught in the front line there by some Nemesis form punches, which happens awfully often in fairness. And Nuage are starting to fold back a little.
It's a dodge. There's under the Doomfist there. Head up to the skybox, just looking over the top.
Getting a checkpoint so early, Matt.
Yeah, it's
really like one or two fights. Sick.
Maybe he thought that there was going to be a push.
Maybe trying to just create space here to push that bot forward.
Yeah.
Give I'm Scared a little bit of room to breathe. Still, they're going to have to deal with the problem that they're playing from the low ground here. Grenade is good. Sound barrier, though, even better for Doge. Now we can stick around and really get his hands dirty. Just repositioning. I'm Scared there for a moment. Has to have a feeling about this Annihilation being in play. But Doge is able to turn his attention towards Arclight and finish that kill. Sharp is absolutely dominating this map.
Yeah, you know, at the start, right, Arclight ends up picking up those 2 kills, but now the DPS players on Nuage are just really turning up. I mean, Dip with 2 towards the end, Sharp just kind of like, you know, blinking all over the battlefield, taking players out left and right. Nuage, they'll actually have this Kitsune Rush here in the duplicate to kind of like push upwards towards the finish line.
Kabe sees Doge. Satisfying as the headshot is. I mean, there's great pressure, to be fair, on the Doom here. Doge playing in neutral territory, not using any defensive cooldowns. Kabe really trying to deny that from him.
You lose your Echo really early as Arclight picks him up, so have to back out as Echo's a large portion of just, you know, damage, and then also just finishing players off, right? Doge and Sharp put down some damage, have to leave, then the Echo comes over the top, finishes players off, but that's a Kitsune Rush, and that is just devastating, right? Like, you're just gonna like forced to pretty much walk right into it. Is Doge gonna cut off KZR here?
I mean, again, if you are remotely good as Nuage at playing around the speed boost cooldown, you will always be able to force like a good fight against Esports Tangu inside that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah. So what, Esports Tangu? I mean, you have the Annihilation, but there's so much mobility from Nuage. Like, they should be able to just kind of like get away from it.
That's brutal. Kabe. Oh, okay, nicely done. I think actually avoids the radiating damage there by just being around the corner. Eventually, though, their Cassidy kill does get
the Moira
now 70 and counting.
The Moira duplicate there to just provide some extra healing to Doge.
We used to see this all the time, right?
Gonna get coalescence.
Like Ana duplication for that extra bionate, and you'd also be in mid-air after the dupe, right?
Yeah.
So you'd get a really good angle on that, which is something rare for Ana. Don't ever let her fly, Blizzard. That'll be a little bit ridiculous.
I think you're just trying to farm up beat for both teams here.
Yep, yeah, taking too much damage, I think, from the balcony itself. When they dropped down, even under the flat cooldown, there were easy pickings for Arclight, who's able to find another 2k in this fight.
Yeah, but you have the sound barriers coming in for the next one. The Deadeye's not, the Deadeye's pretty good to, maybe deter people coming in. With the Kitsune Rush, not with sound barrier. You feel like they'll still be aggressive here behind that ultimate.
And again, you mentioned that they were being pretty desperately farmed in the prior fight and then held on to for actually longer than we maybe expected. Now, though, this seems like a great opportunity for A-Squared Tangu to push their advantage, or at least trying to get closer to parity. That first checkpoint still remains to be taken by the team in red. And as I coalescence, Kabe doesn't love this angle, and I don't blame him. Everybody playing from behind the tram there, really hard to draw a bead on Buddy or Natsuki, but Doge gets caught. Trader, though, was Dip's able to find the focusing, being killed there on that Cassidy, and Sharps looming dangerously here with a pulse bomb. Should A-Squared Tangu linger within those close quarters too long? Arclight punished for pushing past the line of scrimmage. And I think A-Squared Tangu realizing they have to get out.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stuck in a really difficult spot, right? Because they need to get bot progress in the worst way. But there's no sense in, like, you're going to have the players turn Nuage back so fast. There's no sense in pushing it players down. So, but now you're back in a spot where, okay, like all that, progress we just made using some of those ultimates to move forward means absolutely nothing, right?
Doge, not sure if he really intended to be here. That grenade kept him under the thumb for a while, but did get a double with a focusing beam. You cannot ask for much more than that. Neliozu had nowhere to go, either forwards into the waiting arms of the Echo or backwards into the Doom with the Meteor Strike. They chose the latter, but the result, it's the same. Once again, the body's in the hands of Nuage, and it's headed uphill.
Yeah, the Doom goes in early. They kind of like use all their cooldowns on A-Squared Tangu to kind of deal with it, and then he just Meteor Strikes up, Kitsune Rush underneath, and then there comes the Tracer and the Echo to just clean everybody up. Looks like this is Empowered Punch just lurking on the side here.
Yeah, those Chancellor there, though, didn't really feel like he wanted to jump into the fray entirely. Now there's a Junker Queen in play for I'm Scared. Definitely a bit more of a prickly prospect for Doge to ponder. But again, with such a lead here, Nuage can take their time. Find a way to start to drag at the healing resources, and that is beautiful. Kabe caught by the stick there of Sharp. Doesn't have recall available, but says, I'll just take another kill here and get more than just mine.
Yeah, I mean, he gets two, right? He gets his, but Arclight's had a really good map, even though they may not win. Comes up with another pulse bomb kill. Just trying to do anything he can to keep the bot from moving forward, but A-Squared Tangu will fall again with 1:47 on the clock and counting. The bot's still moving forward here for Nuage.
You gotta feel that Doge ignores I'm Scared to a great degree, unless he's maybe hit with a knife and is forced to face the Queen. That's beautiful from Kabe. That's why we've seen them on the Cassidy. Well, they're mad. I love this. Very satisfying shot after shot as Doge is brought down very quickly. Kabe with two. And that will force Nuage to regroup.
And you see the power of the Cassidy right there. You get in that like medium short range, right? Two shots, you're done. Now it'll be A-Squared Tangu gets that bot back, moving forward. Wonder if this, but we haven't seen like the biggest effect of the Junker Queen yet. I think obviously providing the shout, a little bit of extra HP for everybody. But then also being able to like, maybe you land a knife onto Doge. You don't have to just solely rely on like, the mag grenade, right? You land a knife, you just grip him back into the team. An axe, right? You're starting to heal off of that. Maybe it's a little bit better.
Yeah, there's a lot of threat now for a Doomfist to deal with. Especially there, when you're power blocking, you can't dodge the knife. You're getting knives. So then you might come out of power blocking and get dragged back towards the Junker Queen again. I like the switch here. Pulse, Sharp able to avoid that one. The rest of Nuage heads upstairs and they get out of the radius of the Pulse. Duplicate here. End it for Dip. Meteor Strike, he sees the Junker Queen. Again, Doge does not want to take a fight there, but Dip more than happy to with the focusing beam cooldown once again available. Arclight getting removed. The sticky bombs constantly finding their target from Dip, whose Echo has been absolutely disgusting. Not only his Echo, but any hero he duplicates, he's been sublime on.
Yeah, with 2 seconds on the clock, that will be all as Nuage with a clean sweep here over A-Squared Tangu, where they had their moments, A-Squared Tangu, but I think just that like Doom Echo Tracer just way too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and to a great degree, Nuage didn't really care what compositions that A-Squared Tangu were coming out with. Whether it was Ramatra, Zarya, Junker Queen, there wasn't really enough going on to bother Doge. I would say in like a longer game, maybe he doesn't want to play Doomfist, you know, ad nauseum against like the Junker Queen now, because it's like mag grenade, you power block, you get knifed. It's like, it's hard to actually be where you need to put pressure down on people. So I like the switch. It's way too late in the day for that.
It'll be I'm really interested because like obviously the winner of that match that we just watched with which is Nuage, will play Team Peps. That was the Group A first round of losers. So we saw them play against Twisted Minds the other day, where Twisted Minds ended up kind of like running, you know, some of the Zarya Cassidy to deal with like the aggression that Peps was bringing. So we may see just like an all out, just like doom die fest in that match when it comes up.
You're muted in Discord, Zoe. I'm telling you this time.
I was just gonna keep nodding my head like
I'm being a good friend this time.
Yeah, you're being a homie this time around. Listen, I'm like eating, chatting, like doing all the things. I just didn't want to bother you guys during the cast. Either way, I'm back. Now you can hear me. Check.
Yep.
I know if I've said something funny because I can hear Zoe laughing even when she's like even when we're casting. So
yeah, that's why I started muting myself.
No.
She just laughs at your stuff because
I need the ego.
She feels bad. Nobody else
bangers
does.
in there. I need you to know that's all I'm saying. But yeah,
What?
Matt just
he's just not a
gaslights
homie.
me. Yeah.
He's not a homie.
Well, I mean, if he was actually funny, I would laugh.
Your sense of humor sucks, though. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of sucks. Anyway, nothing funny about this. This is good, honest Overwatch, Zoe.
It really was. And I think two players that you kept on highlighting from one from each side. Kabe, obviously, from A Square Tangu. When he was given the space, he did make it work. I feel like he put in a lot of good stuff here for his team, and it's definitely someone we should keep on having an eye on.
Big time. I mean, and I think that was one of the most, it was the most striking on Midtown, right? Because as Kabe is on the offensive side, right? As soon as we get into this second phase of the map, it's over in seconds, right? Dip, by the way, did a pretty sick Kabe impression there with his duplicate. But in general, yeah, when Cassidy has the room to work with, and Kabe just doesn't really miss a whole lot of those shots, if the sightlines are there, you're going to be in good shape. When you're not, when you're in like the last phase of sort of Midtown, when the Doom keeps dropping down on you, filling up your field of view and sort of power blocking a lot of your shots, that's when it feels kind of bad. So I like the Cassidy, but we can all admit that like he lacks a little bit of flexibility, and when the map doesn't play to the Cassidy, it can be hard to succeed.
Indeed. Obviously, on the other side, I think we saw a lot of great performances. Doge mechanically, just a very gifted player singular, and I think that showed. Yeah, as you said, Matt, I'm very interested to see how they will stack up against Team Peps, who honestly, they got shut out pretty badly in their very first match that we got to watch, you know. So I hope that they can run it back, and I hope they did their homework watching this very game right now. I'm not sure if we have an interview. We do have an interview, and Dip is ready, so let's get straight to it. Thank you so much, production, and welcome to the show, Dip. How are you doing?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm doing great. Got the match win.
Of course. Yeah, a W, that's always a good way to start it off. Talk a little bit about the preparations heading into this. How familiar were you with the players on the other side?
And we scouted their comms, so we knew they were gonna run Ram. So Doom's obviously insane into Ram, and that's the comp we one tricking. So that's pretty good for us anyway.
You have history with Team Peps. Dip, tell us a bit about that. Is it like a rivalry? You're looking forward to playing against them again? Like, I think you like top 4 contenders summer series, right? Yeah, but you were benched. Yeah, is that right?
I was benched indeed, actually, but now we lost twice to them, so we have to win the last rematch now. It's going to top 8. That'd be pretty funny if they beat us twice.
3 times the charm.
Yeah, exactly.
Third time's the charm. What do you guys have to do differently, you think, against Team Peps to kind of get over that hurdle this next time?
I think better fight planning, and we're good. Just gotta get better value out of our ultimates, because they had better value out of theirs on our last match, and I think we can definitely make it.
That's good. That's the confidence you need heading into that match where everything is going to be on the line. We're very excited to see more of you and the team. One last question before I let you go, though, because opinions are split here. Is it New Age or Nuage?
Well, you could say both. In French, you would say nuage, but you can say new age if you want, I think.
Fine. Just, yeah, we're just basically you didn't answer now. So what do you guys prefer? How do you call it?
I mean, we call new age, I think, because most of us have English accent, I guess. So new age,
Fine. Saperlipopette. I was excited for a French name in there. I'll stick to Nuage. How about that? We'll make it work. Dip, thank you so much for joining. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Great to hear from Dip. Interesting to see how the grudge match is going to go against Team Peps. I love good storylines like that.
I wanted to dig in a little bit to the benching, I think. It was kind of surprised to see like someone like...
She's like, tell me about what it was like being benched. Like,
yeah, he sidestepped that one.
He's really digging in on him. I'm like, my man's just popped off.
Again.
It's like, yo, tell me about being benched. Come on, man.
I want to tell these stories, right? These players are really interesting to me, especially because like so many of them weren't spotlighted over the last few years. So great chance to do that. I do think like knowing that they sort of struggled last time against Team Peps and hearing a little bit about how that match went for them is pretty important. They may have faced each other in Swiss. It's sort of unclear, but they're gonna have to win that one to get out of that group.
It was the match that actually Team Peps won to play against Twisted Minds.
So the first game in that group.
They end up 3-0ing them, right? So
okay.
Large mountain to climb. Maybe some ultimate changes. Maybe Peps feeling a little bit down after our loss to Twisted Minds, but that'll be the match to decide the second team that comes out of Group A, as Nuage will take on Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, Nuage, they're riding the high for sure. Team Peps, it was a devastating loss. Like, I feel like we saw very little from that squad, which does, sport a lot of very, very well-known faces. So I think expectations were very high, admittedly. Of course, they went up against Twisted Minds, which is, it's got to be considered one of the favorite teams we have in this tournament.
You also for quite frankly, for both teams, right? You now have a week. That match isn't going to happen. Today it's not going to happen tomorrow, right? You have a whole week to kind of game plan, look over some of it. Maybe you kind of, now there's one opponent, right? You look at how good Twisted Minds played against Peps. Maybe there's some adjustments you can make during the week to come into that match with.
I mean, there's certainly neither team will be lacking tape since they face off against each other already twice. So let's see if they can make it work the third time around. We've now got our last match for the region next coming up. Flex Zodiacs and Quick Esports will go at it. Another elimination match, and we'll see a team get closer to stardom, and we'll say goodbye to another one. So stay tuned after this.
this jam.
Bang, bang. Welcome back. OWCS day 3 of our group stage. Let's chat about our last match for the EMEA region today. Another elimination is about to go down, gentlemen. And on one side, we've got Zodiacs, which, I mean, they do have a few players with competitive experience. Looking at Tricky here, who played in CGL. Dive Party, I think. He also made an appearance at Flash Ops. So there's a bunch of names you might know from contenders. A few newer faces here as well.
Yeah, look, and look, this is a team that struggled in their opening game, going 0-3. So, like, in terms of what we have seen from them, I think there's still a lot more to show. This is kind of the perfect match for Zodiacs to do just that. So, really looking forward to seeing them deliver. Obviously, yeah, Tricky maybe a little bit more well-known than the rest of this roster. Quick Esports, though. There's some names here. Is that your boy, Dan? Shax, Danad as well, sitting on the bench. Fi as well. We know we've seen plenty from Fi, through contenders, even Flash Ops to a degree. So, again, a team a little bit more well-known, a little bit more tenured names here.
Yeah, I mean, Don was with the Eternal, and then Shax obviously has played with Valiant and the Spitfire in the past, right? So. We've also talked about, I feel like at length, like, hey, when you have somebody who can play Tracer, like there's going to be a spot for them in just about every mid. And Shax is, one of the players who, when you think of Tracer, like, he's like one of those players like for Europe that you kind of think of.
He's the reason. Shax is the main reason why the Valiant got that huge upset win against the Vancouver Titans in season 2. Back, I think Scott was on that roster. That was like the bumpy era. The Vancouver Titans. Shax played Sombra in that particular game and absolutely ruined them. It was like a huge upset victory, a huge moment for that Valiant team, I think, or went on to win like a stage final sort of on the back of that sort of strength there. So
is this like a cuss ad read here?
No, Scotty was on that team though, I believe. I don't know if he was too smart at that time or not. Yeah,
he was playing. I think that was like past that point.
There you go. Yeah, so he wasn't too smart yet. But he was on the way. He was definitely the path of erudition was beckoning him, no doubt about it. In the game here in just a moment, seen a lot of Orisa in the past from Dan here. But again, Shax, Fi, Dan, that is a really powerful lineup. I think Fi hails from SRP Check most recently. Team that we got to see a lot of in the Flash Ops Holiday Showdown, Matt.
NA played some Orisa yesterday. I believe it was Hawk was playing some Orisa. So there's probably still some teams out there who kind of feel she brings a lot to the table, right? The spear spin can just kind of like knock players out of the way. The Baptiste for both sides as well, which is quite interesting. So these two teams playing a much different brand of Overwatch than we've seen today.
Look, it certainly makes sense in the context of having the Orisa on your team. That extra durability is a big difference maker here. And we have seen teams bring that Baptiste out. Look, I think especially with a Cassidy on your team, like there's just a lot more reason to value that amplification matrix. Sona in deep trouble. Yeah, getting caught up there by the javelin spin. Done.
I also
pushing him back.
I think if you're gonna play that fight like in the middle of the map, like the range of the Sojourn is just so much better than Cassidy, right? Like we see Cassidy in medium to short ranges excel. Like if you're gonna take this fight constantly, like you'd rather play Sojourn in that type of scenario.
Yeah. Cassidy is very good at stripping that armor away from Orisa, though. Obviously, so much of her health pool, consists of armor now, because again, there are single hits that are coming in that are doing a lot of damage. So that's the best way to deal with armor, is there's damage reduction per hit, as opposed to Tracer, who has lots of little hits that all get reduced by the same sort of amount. She will do less damage overall. So Cassidy's still pretty powerful, especially at the range that this sort of point dictates. But Dan has a lot of windows for, like to fortify and to use a javelin spin to make it really hard to get the damage. But you see, once Dan loses that armor, that health pool starts to disappear pretty quickly. Just not quick enough for EF Flex Zodiacs.
Yeah, I mean, he just, it does disappear, right? But like by that time, everybody on Flex Zodiacs is like down below, 50% to like 30%. And right now, Quick Esports, they're gonna have 4 ultimates coming into this next fight. I mean, this is it's gonna be pretty tough for Flex Zodiac. Okay, so they go with the Zarya. The Zarya worked the other day when we saw, because like the other team's playing like that aggressive style with the Doom. There's really no reason for like Quick Esports doesn't need to be the aggressive team into this, right? Like they can kind of play a little bit further back.
I think so, but they have the option as well to try and overwhelm the Zarya very quickly. They have extra mobility available to them. Their javelin spin is non-negligible in terms of the speed boost it provides. Immortality Field and Matrix combo here from EF Flex Zodiacs. Done. Okay, that's a Terror Surge, basically just for the Cassidy. I like to see that. Reisu accosted by fire there, and yeah, Tricky does not survive that encounter with the Angry Bull. Fire now, rather, back over towards the point, needs to flip this back.
Yeah, I mean, they end up using the sound barrier with 3 players alive, right? Like, so you're not going to get like crazy value out of that, as this will be Quick Esports just flipping the point back in their favor. So they are just moving forward. Just Tricky has not really been able to have any space here on the Cassidy.
Yeah, that's why I think you don't play back against Azar. Even if you do have the sort of Sojourn range advantage, I just don't really think you want to let Cassidy get in. Oh my goodness, that was nicely done. A big environmental there. Fire gonna end up falling apparently into the mag grenade, but we knew what happened there. Straight over the edge they went. Tricky in trouble though. Spear Spin would have sent him packing. He's not going to survive the follow-up damage from the Fusion Driver. And Peak, the only player to fall here for Quick Esports, is Fire has returned. I won't need to play the Fire this round.
Yes, that one's pretty one-sided there in favor of Quick Esports. We'll see if Flex Zodiacs, maybe with a whole round playing that Zarya, can make it a little bit closer. Looks like potentially we're gonna get on a Orisa mirror potential. Don now hovering over the Doom, so maybe some swaps here.
Switching the Zarya midway through the round is always a hard sell, because Graviton Surge actually takes a fair while to build up, and if you don't have success in the upcoming fights without that Zarya ultimate, which can be hard to do, as Grav is a really key part of playing around her, then you won't build it at all for the round. So tough one for EF Flex Zodiacs. Didn't have a chance to recover and make use of that Zarya switch. Down here on the Winston though, Sona will be going for an Orisa himself.
Yeah, as Don goes over to the Winston, so putting lots of pressure on the backline. That's already the Immortality Field, but Don just walking on back, just takes a ton of damage and not able to live.
Would you want to play the Winston into this for any reason? I feel like the Javelin is just a little bit of a scary thing to deal with, as you get disrupted so easily by the Orisa.
I mean, maybe you feel like you can just kind of take advantage of the backline, right? Maybe you feel like you can, I mean, just like they did there, right? All Don did was jump in and get the Immortality Field out, right? You do that, you can live. You feel pretty good about it. Even with those early picks, it's going to be Quick Esports controlling the point.
Again, how much ability do we have Flex Zodiacs have to really close the gap on a position like this? It was part of our conversation in the previous round. Now on the Orisa, it might be even more pertinent to discuss that. We're gonna go White Room here, unsurprisingly. Here comes that push, Don. We'll hear it coming. We'll be waiting for it. We'll have seen it already, and a peak heals with Tricky already. Tough for Cassidy's out here today. Tricky struggling there as well, as Kiriko kind of does everything you do, but a little better.
Well, it's hard, right? Because you don't want to like toss the Immortality Field or use the regen burst too easy, but the Kiriko damage, like it's just so bursty. Just the headshot that comes through ends up taking out Tricky. I don't think you really do much here without the Cassidy.
No, and you're opting into a choke, against Kiriko. So there's always a risk there that just a random kunai insta-kills you or takes you down after you receive a bit of poke damage. This is a Terror Surge here. The boot, though, was well-timed. Hard to say, really, if Dollar had intended that, but it works out that Sonic cannot capture anybody in that ultimate. And Dan absolutely tears Flex Zodiac limb from limb.
Yes, I think really just getting into the backline, just causing a lot of problems there. It's Kitsune Rush. Don't think anything was caught in the Terror Search. Even then, it's really difficult. I see a lot of people end up using it just for like the extra fortify, right? Just to survive a little bit longer. Is a tricky from range. Takes out 5. So let's see if they're capable of making anything out of it. But that's going to be done using that Primal Rage. Going to get back Suzu there just to heal him up, keep him vulnerable for a second.
Oh, okay. Pulse Bomb, gets stymied by the Immortality for a little bit. Shax is able to follow up and finish off. Oh my goodness. Shax just walked over that one. I don't really know how else to explain your way out of that one.
Overclock.
Ate that one for free. Overclock here from Fire. We're moving right along now. 4 straight on back. Constant pressure in from Tricky. Tricky was very low. Still able to hide away, stay alive, and allow a teammate to secure the kill.
So they flip. So they're able to flip 92% here for Quick Esports. Still, though, just one fight away from taking it. Looks like potentially you're gonna do some changes. Yeah, I don't think you love the Winston into the Orisa. As right now they'll actually go with a mirror matchup. So you'll see both teams play that Baptiste.
Yeah, I think it's the same question we asked Spacestation. Really, you might just be making it harder for yourself. In reality, you could just mirror and have some success. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, they can't afford to stay in White Room. Dollar gets caught there. Tricky starting to come online. Now with a little bit more space, that Cassidy demonstrating exactly why it's been kind of the go-to pick for a couple of our teams today here at EMEA. Shax is in danger after recall down to half HP. Finally, Tricky's getting some attention from Vi, who's switched to match on Cassidy.
Yeah, so now for Flex Zodiacs, you have an Ant Matrix they're going to have to walk into, right? You have the Terror Surge. Nice spear there. Looks like connect with maybe 5, but he gets topped up.
You see just how powerful Fusion Driver plus the Amplification Matrix can be.
It is a little bit of an early Ant Matrix, right? It buys you some time, but we would have loved to get some larger amounts of damage and follow-up out of that.
Sound barrier here. Terror Surge will come in, though. Immortality Field used by Quick Esports. I think it's still going to fall, though. Zona does not want to give this Cassidy any room and eventually runs Fi into the ground. Dollar won't be long for this world either.
We got ourselves a game now. Sunny moves on forward, there with the Orisa. Takes out 3. It's final fight territory, really, for both teams. Is Quick Esports going to make some changes? Fi going over the Genji just to get back in the fight rather quickly is... looks like... try and get... Orisa back in the mix. It will be Quick Esports jumping on, getting a touch.
Don't get grenaded is all Fire needs to do. Sound barrier here. Yep, straight into the backline. You can play aggressive, get a dash reset now, and move on to the next target. That's the Cassidy. Absolutely taken down. REF Flex Zodiacs here. The Genji didn't need to be the difference maker. The sound barrier could have been anybody. They switched to a DPS. As Dollar had a unanswered Lucio ultimate, and that's enough for Quick Esports to frankly brute force a solution at the end of the round.
Yeah, I don't think you even got the Immortality Field or burst out at the end there for Flex Zodiac when Fi went in to make a play on the Genji, and then you have the Genji dash in, get a kill on the Baptiste, then get a kill on the Cassidy, and it all just kind of falls apart after that. But Flex Zodiac's played much better on that second point, so maybe something they kind of carry on into the next map.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad they came out of the gates with the Orisa there, on Garden straight away, and you can see just the kind of pressure that Winston has to deal with. It's not only just like trying to avoid the Orisa when diving in it. At long range, she can disrupt you. That brief stun with the energy javelin is actually enough to basically be the difference between life and death at times when you have to get things pretty perfectly right there. So Down eventually forced to switch. We see Fire switch over towards the Cassidy as well. And again, maybe on an individual level, Quick just a little bit better when it mattered at the end of that round.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, when they were in the mirror matchup, though, Flex Zodiac, they had a little bit of an ultimate advantage, right? Because they're running it for, a majority of the time. But when, the Quick Esports trying to push through White Room like a few pushes in a row, they're able to hold them, right? Get into, basically last fight territory. So maybe if they can force some of these mirror matchups a little bit slower, they have a shot.
We may see some more of these Zarya Cassidy-based comps as we head to Midtown for our next map. That's something we've already seen earlier on today. And again, Darn wants to opt into that. He absolutely can. Darn obviously was the kind of player that we saw in a lot of those, what we called back then, flex tank picks. Saw, plenty of, we've seen obviously Doomfist from him more recently, but sort of Orisa, a lot of Orisa at times. Again, when you're on a team with Khan, you don't have to worry. You're going to be healed basically, 100% of the time there. That was a pretty powerful combo. And Midtown comes up next here as we have Blizzard World and Hollywood both banned away.
Yeah, so Flex Zodiac had an option between Midtown, Kings Row. Decided to take us to Midtown, Kings Row. Maybe you can play even a little bit more of like those slower kind of like Orisa based comps, but also Kings Row, you need some like verticality. So maybe that's like where they don't want to play the Winston or the Doom or allow Quick Esports to play those different types of things. So we'll see how this plays out on Midtown, where Quick Esports, look, they have the players I think more people would recognize at home, right? I think probably higher expectations overall. Not exactly the cleanest map number one though, right?
No, again, they got forced into a mid-range brawl with the Orisa comps, which is always kind of volatile anyway, especially when there's like random Cassidy headshots that can decide the outcome of fights. I would obviously go back to the Doomfist for this map. When that previous series, we just saw just how frightening Doom can be, especially on defense. In either the first or third points, especially. Both these teams have more than serviceable sort of hit scan DPS players there, so we might see plenty of flexibility between the Cassidy and the Sojourn should they be required. Gone are the days when Ashe would come out here. I just don't think the comps are quite slow enough. And if we were locked into numerous Ramatra mirrors, that might have been an option, but that's one reason why we're seeing less of her right now.
Yeah, and this is a Group B matchup. So to remind you guys, yesterday we watched the Group B winners, which was Bubo Spraycheck versus Left Right Ignite. That was a 3-0 in favor of BSC. Both of these teams, ended up falling to BSC and Left Right Ignite respectively 3-0. So, I believe Quick Esports played a lot of Left Right Ignite, right? So they had maybe that was like a quote unquote like closer in terms of like on paper, right? But like in terms of like the actual results, definitely not.
Yeah, no, it wasn't particularly close. I think Quick didn't even get the second checkpoint on Kings Row in that matchup. So yeah, I don't know how they're feeling about potentially running into that kind of matchup again, Matt, but that's what awaits them on the other side of this match if they want to advance to the main event. No easy games from here on out.
I thinking about going Cassidy here? Oh no, I'm gonna go Ashe. Yeah, so the Ashe is good when the teams play a little bit closer together, like a little bit more of a slower kind of like, stagnated comp, because you can get maximum value out of the Dynamite, where the range here is pretty good for Ashe, probably better range for Ashe than Cassidy in a lot of scenarios. And you should be able to land some pretty significant Dynamite damage.
I like this. They're trying to outmaneuver and catch Reisu, I think, on their own. Reisu avoiding playing too close together with the rest of the defensive team. Yes, Regenerative Burst is an AoE ability that's fairly short range, but you don't want to get dynamited along with the rest of your teammates if you can help it. Shaxx picked off there, so Flag Zodiacs look definitely very comfortable playing this mid-range Orisa setup.
I mean, look, and BAP is always like, there's always going to be comps like built around like Baptiste and like enabling what he can do, right? The amp matrix isn't even really what you're there for. As Sunny ends up falling at 5, but it's going to be an amp matrix from both sides. It's really the immortality field. I mean, you see one thrown in right there. It's even more powerful than the ultimate itself, right? Just having that extra ability.
Quick are struggling here big time. They don't really have the option to just walk in through the choke. They attempt to wrap around the left side. That also hasn't worked out at all. Either way, they have to get through a choke and they're coming off second best.
Well, so Flex Zodiacs, they see that the Ashe is on the other side. Instead of just trying to take that fight at range, they actually use like the speed and kind of like move into what Quick Esports is trying to do, which takes the effective range, from benefiting Ashe to now benefiting the Cassidy. So now you see the Cassidy here for Quick Esports. Probably gonna play that hero, and we'll see. The immortality field, never dangerous.
I don't mind the Terror Surge response there. Great javelin to knock Fire out of the immortality field. He was able to get back to safety in time though. And Sona, seeing better days. Fire eventually able to bring the Orisa down. An early sound barrier for Quick Esports though now means they need to disengage and heal up. They can fight against the sound barrier if they don't have one themselves. They just can't be low health in doing so.
Well, Flex Zodiacs ends up using their sound barrier, and they end up pushing on in. They get a kill, but
is that enough?
Is that gonna? Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, that was great from Karama. Must have got the call. The dollar was extremely low. There's still a lot more work to be done, though. A peek the one to find that kill. And off we go. Quick Esports finally break through now to begin the cap, and it's a very staggered respawn flow for Flex Zodiacs right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you play these comps, then you really start to see like the map shine, right? Like players playing close together, like, you know, Suzu's awesome, but like Immortality Field just keeps everybody up, like literally through everything. And then also the damage that the Baptiste can put out. The M Matrix is almost secondary, but how fast he builds it up, kind of the same way Coalescence, just kind of use it whenever.
Been quiet for Shaq so far on this attacking side, but now he has like a much safer flank route, or multiple of them, should I say. Where he inclined to go down to the underpass and use those tunnels, he could do that too. So, get to see him really make a huge impact on this attacking side for Quick Esports, but again, this is really where you can start to shine. Ah, I see. They are building air matrices, and they get pushed past as Fire makes use of the space created by everyone disengaging. You get a nice little two-piece on that Deadeye.
So I feel like we've seen more Deadeye kills in the last, like, you know, a few days than we've seen in years. As the Deadeye Fire lines it up, connects with 2. So now Flex Zodiacs will probably have another chance here, probably one more fight to be able to hold on to this second checkpoint. But a Quick Esports, Mitch, look, you know, Dala is going to have this sound barrier, right? You can get aggressive behind this, maybe catch Flex Zodiac off guard.
Zona a little bit caught out here. Terror Surge, Fire knows better than to walk into that. Everybody disperses. Zona now down to half HP. Much of that armor is gone. Immortality Field used away. And it's going to be Shax to find Tricky with the pulse bomb there. It was, of course, a Terror Surge for Dan, caused him to give up his life, rather, for that. Fire thinking twice about pushing in and ignoring the Orisa, as low as Zona was.
You don't even need the sound barrier, right? You're going to keep this cart moving. Maybe there's one more fight here for the end. Shaq's still on the hunt. There's one more player here. So... Oh, wait, what?
I don't know why they're not pushing the car right now, though. That's the question for me.
Well, 3 players trying to take out Ron FD on the Lucio. Okay, finally deal with him now. So now we'll get the car moving again.
I mean, look, it's fine. It's still a 5 versus 3 here.
I don't know how Rod got a kill doing that. That was crazy.
No, sure. Yeah, 4 versus 3. Actually, you're right. Rod was able to pick up an elimination there. It's quite funny.
Half the team turned around.
Yeah, well, they respected the power of the Lucio. It did cause them to slow down on the cart progress here, but hey, still just under 3 minutes to go. Sound barrier now, so Dollar's able to get his beats synced back up with Rod's, as opposed to them being a little staggered, almost like a fight apart previously. Nice parting here from Reisu, but doesn't realize he'd be on the menu soon after. Zona able to get rid of the Baptiste on the other side though now, and Tricky and Shax are locked in a deadly duel. Well, they were until Dan interrupts that gentleman's bout. We can't really commit to the cart here. A couple of players still around for Flex Zodiacs to do. They really want a piece of Rod. They really want this, yo.
For 2 Orisa comps, they're just all over the place. Pulse bomb here. Actually, that's not. Oh, that is unlucky. As he fortifies and backs up into the Lucio. As you know, maybe that is the door opening that Quick Esports needed.
I mean, it is pretty big getting Rod out of the picture here. We've got Amp Matrixes up, so it's going to be a very volatile next fight. We have Deadeye, Amp Matrix for both teams. Pulse Bomb for Karama, and of course the sound barrier here that's going to be almost essential as these windows come down. Here we go. Beat from Dollar and from Rod. Tricky waiting. Too close probably for a safe Deadeye. Look at that, the Immortality Field able to remove that pretty quickly with the damage boost here, but Shax has found Sona. That's the Orisa down. Karama desperately trying to make up the difference in the back line, and the Terror Surge could be dangerous. Tricky's able to get out, and only just a recall from Karama to avoid the Orisa ultimate. Tricky's healthy and safe, and it will be a disengage for Quick Esports.
Yeah, Quick has to back up as Flex Zodiacs holds on. Deadeye available here for both sides, but I think like Tricky, right? Like as they kind of push in, potentially we saw just in the last series, Deadeye I think got like a 2K here. Potential for that, but look at this, Karama in the back line. Oh, the pulse bomb here could be sick.
I'm out now, not too bad. Forces a cancel of the Deadeye there for Fire in order to have the mobility to escape the pulse. Oh my goodness! The Terror Surge fighting the Lucio is high value indeed. Dan in trouble now. Javelin 12 will deny him. And Zona will win them with 3 HP. Shax naturally comes in to clean up. Now the Tracers, the last 2 left at the site.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing's going to happen with this, right? They're going to, you know, shoot each other for a little bit, but everybody's going to back up. And it's going to be potentially the last fight here for Quick Esports as Flex Zodiac's done a great job holding here on defense, you know, the last part of the map.
27 seconds left to play The very volatile fire, which delivered as promised. Behind us, just a couple of ultimates for either team. Deadeye and Pulse Bomb.
Where are we going here? Going high ground?
Well, going to a better place. That's for sure, with Shax.
It's tricky trying to dodge, right? Jumps down, thinks he's gonna get chased, pops Deadeye for like damage reduction to stop them from moving. So all the fights happening like on the high ground in the elevator room.
Tricky's still an issue. The Baptiste being alive as well. You're struggling to shift EF Flex Zodiacs right now. Done a decent way away from that Terror Surge, and Air Matrix is scary. You have nothing Dun can really do. You can be shot between the car and the ground anyway. Shax will dodge away from the predicted Energy Javelin. Fire switching over towards the Widow here, but other sideline's good enough. Karama's already found Dollar here. And this is bad. This is very bad. Fire can't escape the pulse here. Rod actually going to finish the job, and Quick will be brought to a stop. Decent progress in the last phase of the map, but you've got to be expecting they wanted more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming in here, probably regarded by a lot of teams, or a lot of people, just like the heavy favorites in this series. You'd expect them to do what we see a lot of the other, heavy favorites do, right? Just kind of like march the payload in. But Flex Zodiac's a really strong defense here at the end, where it looks like when they're playing these like Orisa comps with the mirror, like Flex Zodiac's can definitely hang.
Yeah, I mean, a much better round, I think, from Karama, who had a great time, especially when it came to the Tracer mirror. We sort of noted that Shax struggled a little bit attacking that first point, which is normal. It's a tougher one for Tracer to go for. The flank angles aren't great. But even throughout the rest of the map as well, Karama really putting themselves on the map as far as Midtown is concerned.
I was going to say, Shax has obviously had moments, but when you kind of looked at this Tracer battle, obviously, Shax is a more kind of household name, I would say, for, Overwatch Esports fans. Yes, seasoned name, but Karama has played really well here in our first two maps, is really taking it to Shax, who's like a Tracer specialist at heart.
I think it's so interesting how the consensus between these two teams is established that we're playing Orisa mid-range and not a whole lot else. We've not seen a whole lot of it from teams prior to this, right? Sometimes something more nuanced, maybe something that involves Ramatra, even attempts at Winston-based compositions, especially from Space Station. But EF Flex Zodiacs, they know where their bread is butter's map. Right here. The Divine Bovine leading charge.
An early fight win here for Flex Zodiacs would be huge for their momentum, just kind of mental here in the second half, as that's Regenerative Burst and Immortality Field out right away. So probably gonna have to wait on some of those. You see the long cooldowns on both those abilities, and Quick Esports has to know they're both out and how important they are.
Again, Tracer does very little to Orisa with that armor up. It's negligible at best. Because as I said, that armor really shuts down little tick damage. So not able to make his way into the fire station though, mostly being ignored until you can't really anymore, as the Orisa just plants herself on the point. Fire taken down, Karama gets yet another one. They heard us talking about him and he started to show us a little more. Done, the next to fall, the Tracer from EF Flex Zodiacs is having a field day right now. And in a 5 versus 3, you have to think that Peak is in deep trouble.
This mirror has been really good for Flex Zodiacs. You're getting really good Baptiste plays from Risu. Karama consistently coming up with some picks. That time it's Fi falls right away. Is Fi playing the Sojourn here for maybe a little bit more burst damage capability, a little bit more long range damage. Constantly just peppering up that Orisa and then putting down those railgun shots. But Flex Zodiac, keeping up with a pretty strong showing here on Midtown, takes the first point, 5 minutes in the time bank.
So much to work with, but we've seen this before. Teams, even today, having such a great start and then getting ground to dust in that last phase of the map. Good news for EF Flex Zodiacs is they don't have to finish it. Just 69.10 meters into that last phase. Quite doable here, especially with the momentum they've built. However, Quick Esports have plenty of ultimates of their own. Immortality Field has to be thrown there. Fire able to get rid of it now as that Amp Matrix is in play. Car sickness from the Lucio POV on the stairwell. But now we're on board with Habik, who can get a commanding view of the situation and sees the Amp Matrix come down later from Reisu.
Yeah, he ends up using the M-Matrix by the payload. That's going to allow them to kind of get it underneath the bridge. This is the toughest to kind of get through, right? You're stuck underneath this bridge. They can drop down from both sides. It's the toughest part to progress, but it looks like Quick Esports doesn't want to challenge it just yet. They're going to let them go all the way through.
Maybe waiting out. I'll have to wait.
They're now. No, walking the payload all the way through. Yeah.
They've got to touch. They've got to get here somehow. Quick Esports need to make the play.
They have to fight eventually, right?
Preemptive sound barrier from EF Flag Zodiacs. They knew that what was coming their way. Terror Surge for Dan doesn't really leave much of a scratch. Zona has one after the fact and only gets an immortality field. Both of those are down now. Stick on towards the Cassidy, not too bad, but Trick is able to shrug it off for the most part now. Fire to try and make it happen with the overclock. Zona's a big problem, but there are other more pressing issues right behind Fire as the Tracer of Kurama is constantly pressuring. Fire taken down, but Tricky traded out. Both DPS are gone here at EF Flag Zodiacs. Won't be denied. Now to 1 versus 3. Dan needs to try and hold this up. Kurama gonna make that much harder for this Doom. Now at least if he gets returned to the fray, and Ant Matrix would be unwise to use here, and it's a quick stick and beat me up, Scotty. Does the Zodiacs have this checkpoint? Surely.
Kurama's popping up. Well, not really. Shax and Fi back in the mix, yeah, and you just have Frisu up on the high ground.
Okay. That's kind of sick.
I did not like the way that Quick Esports played that at all, though. I mean, they basically gave up the cart all the way to the second checkpoint. Like, at no point did we get a fight as Quick Esports now. They will play, looks like Ash. Yeah, so Doom with the Ash. Probably the Doom just to get out of the spawn, but not a huge fan of the way they play this on defense so far.
They got punished for being reluctant to drop off the high ground and actually take a fight, Matt. But maybe they're trying to get the Sojin in a better spot with the card under the underpass. It doesn't feel like a great line for her. But then they got punished by the Deadeye.
Flex Zodiacs, yeah, they zone them with like the Deadeye, and then they sound barriered early as they catch Kurama down below. 1v1 there against Shax, and then Don from the other side comes and finishes them off. So Kurama, a huge part of Flex Zodiac's offense. They'll probably back out wait.
We talked about that last fight. It was long. With how much time Flex Zodiacs walked into this phase with, much of that is dwindled already. 2 minutes left to play. Dan again will studiously ignore Zona at all costs. Last day, Energy Javelin messes up his lineups with a Rocket Punch. Pick those lost immortality field now. It's going to be a sound barrier from Quick Esports in response. That's great. Keeps that backline nice and sturdy as EF Flag Zodiacs thought they had a window to push in with that Arisha and rust down the Baptiste. It doesn't work. And now once more, EF Flag Zodiacs will be brought to heel.
Yeah, I mean, they're using their sound barriers so early to try and engage Flex Zodiac, but like Quick Esports, like just good mobility across the board pretty much, and they're able to like kind of get out of the way of it and then come back with their own sound barrier later on. So they tried that 2 times in a row, hasn't worked out. Kurama off to the side here.
Suffice to say, spotted by Dan.
Yep, yeah, they know where he's at.
His presence has been perceived. Still, Kurama more than happy to return to this flanking line. Here's the Ant Matrix. Zona drops down instantly, dares you to challenge him while facing the amped fire from the high ground.
I feel like this is a must-win fight for Flex Zodiac. I feel like they have to win this point
Maybe
here.
Ash. They got it. They lost the Baptiste in order to do so, though, Matt. Zona is down. That is bad. Yeah, I mean, losing the Baptiste so early, immortality field, I think got forced very, very early in that fight. Now we're down to 40 seconds here. This might be going from bad to god-awful for EF Flag Zodiacs.
Yeah, so that was your Ant Matrix up on the high ground, maybe to try and give yourself some space. Maybe you think you can just kind of like bully them off the payload, but good mobility, good rotation of players just getting to the payload, touching it for Quick Esports, and now they're going to have double support ult, Bob, Pulse Bomb available. They're in a fantastic spot to somehow hold here on D.
Yeah. Conversely, EF Flag Zodiacs are in deep trouble. Whatever it is, they've not been able to deal with this Ash in a timely enough fashion. That heal pressure being put down by the Dynamites now with Bob available, like you said. That's just a whole nother issue to get through. Hoping for some poke damage, the EF Flag Zodiacs with these last few seconds before overtime, but eventually they're going to have to face the music. Kurama taking down Shax, finally starting to really get some footing in that matchup. Zona tries to go for a desperate Terror Surge on the point, but Bob interrupts and throws a lot of damage in. And EF Flag Zodiacs get that one, let that one rather go begging. That's a winnable one. They were in a great spot there, but they run out of juice in that second phase.
I mean, what, they had like 4 minutes plus, like it was close to 5 minutes, I think, when they got the payload. Yeah, I think it was 5. And they, you know, I didn't like the way Quick Esports played at the start. I think we can go there. Is they basically let them just get the card all the way to the second point. And then when they started to play a little bit more aggressive, you know, with that Doom and then the Ash in the mix, I don't think Flex Zodiac had an answer. I think they were kind of just like throwing things out there to just try and get the cart's so close. You're like, okay, like let's just do this, try and get it over the line. Like let's engage with sound barrier over and over again and get like a kill, right? Like let's use Ant Matrix up on the high ground and then just have our Arisa just move the cart in, and hopefully they don't like come out and touch or whatever, right? But none of it worked.
Yeah, one of the biggest weakness with these Baptiste comps is Baptiste himself, his lack of mobility. When there's any kind of tank hero that can dive, combining with the Tracer, there's a ton of pressure on you. Exo boots are all well and good, but if you don't have like an elegant way to use high ground to escape a dive, you're in a lot of trouble. Combine that with, like Cassidy's relative immobility as well, and you have all of a sudden a way more pressure on your backline than like an Orisa composition would be able to provide.
Yeah, the idea would be that like regenerative burst and immortality fields like enough there, in combination with like, Lucio being there as well to keep players up. I mean, half the time I feel like the pulse bombs we've seen have just gone the way of just destroying the immortality field in this series, because it's the first like big major cooldown that Baptiste has. Like it's like a 20+ second cooldown, right? Like being able to use that, it's like massive. So both teams doing a good job kind of like playing around those Baptistes. But man, like Zodiac, that was when you got it, just like the last series, right? It was like, oh yeah, like you kind of like you see a team and you're like, okay, that's their opportunity to win a map here, and you kind of you blow it there. So now you're in a really tough spot, right? Looking at potentially trying to have a reverse sweep here for Flex Zodiac over Quick Esports.
Yeah, and that doesn't feel super likely, right? Not over the course of 3 maps. Good EF, Flex Zodiac's really put it together. I think Kurama's been a standout player for me. I'm really enjoying
absolutely
the Tracer play. Tricky's also had some moments, despite, you draw a lot of attention as Cassidy player, and you will get counted. People want to counter you because if you are allowed to get out of control, then you very quickly will seal up the game for your team. And there's a question, I guess, of like, Doomfist pretty good at Esperanza, right? You can play the Orisa, but their lack of easy access to higher ground can sometimes make that like a less than desirable pick. Maybe some teams prefer to go in the Ramatra direction, just for a little bit more power behind that ultimate perhaps, and obviously the Nemesis form allowing you to very quickly flip the script on many of these fights. So yeah, I don't know if we'll see that again from Zona.
I mean, I think the Orisa mirror has looked much closer between these two teams than when like Quick Esports plays like the Doomfist, right? Like I think that's when Quick Esports has looked their best, even up against the Orisa on the other side.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And I don't really, and along those lines, I don't know why Quick Esports would want to opt into those mid-range games. They looked much better when they had Doomfist in their composition, even if they pulled it out as more of a what felt like a last-ditch attempt on Midtown and ended up winning the entire map. There's a lot you can work with here. Winston's obviously an option. Saw that already from Space Station. Didn't work for them on this map. Not that we saw the conclusion of it, but we were told. That was word on the streets of Esperanza. The locals down there in Portugal really letting us know how that one transpired. Out of the gates here. Again, a first to 3 means that EF Flex Zodiacs are teetering on the edge of being eliminated here from stage 1 contention.
Yes, we'll see. Don and co, they'll go with that Winston-based setup. So we've seen them kind of run this before. You can get punished by that Orisa, right? But I know Winston, even according to Backbone earlier, feels like it's the best. Doesn't understand why other teams aren't just playing a ton of Winston, right?
Yeah, man sees a different game. Hardy always has, I suppose. If he kind of pressure there, force a swift step, but doesn't have that cooldown available.
He thought he was gonna swift step across that gap and then end up just like. Is there like a thing sometimes where like it doesn't kind of like go through maybe, or it doesn't kind of like go all the way through?
Off. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
there was a swift step bug for a while, but I don't know if that's still present.
So possibly that's what happened there, because that looked really odd in terms of like trying to get across the gap. So slightly unfortunate, but a little bit of an opening there for Flex Zodiac.
Jax takes more damage than he would have liked to there in that underpass, and is forced to recall to a state of less than 70 HP. Uncomfortable for those couple of moments for Shax. Fire slowly but surely trying to establish some sort of footing on this high ground. Dan can not really spend much time up there, just jump up, harass a little bit with the Tesla cannon, then back down. So it's slow going here for Quick Esports. The Orisa is just too hard to shift from that bridge.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of a combination of like Quick Esports doesn't exactly want to like push up to that high ground, but then also Flex Zodiacs doesn't want to give it up, right? So you're just kind of having both teams play I know off of the side of that is that's a pulse bomb there for Kurama, but does not end up resulting in a kill, as he's got to go back and get the bot, as the bot was moved a little bit further back. That's going to be a Kitsune rush into an amp matrix here.
Yeah, interesting plan there for Dan to go in like he did, but with the sound barrier, it makes total sense. Diving past the amp matrix onto Tricky, eventually doubling back to clean the kill up. And Quick Esports, they were very patient, spent a lot of time playing from the low ground, avoiding that poke damage, building up key ultimates, and now they're ready to put some total on the board of their own.
Yeah, now Quick Esports can play potentially for the high ground, right? If you wanted to, with this overclock. Oh, you're just looking for one shot there and nails it right on the Kurama.
That is so free. Getting a tracer kill in that fashion, unbelievable. So it takes 2 overclock hits. Yeah, that really puts the Orisa out of the fight. Got to be a sound barrier to even give them a shot, and now this is starting to snowball.
Yeah, and he pops the overclock there because it's the Terror Surge and Dawn gets quite low, so wants to like prevent players from following up. But and look at this, the Winston here backline causing so much trouble. So,
yeah, this is where the Winston looks really good.
Yep. Quick Esports also going to get this first checkpoint. Also makes the Winston look really good when your Sojourn lands like 4 railgun shots.
Yeah. Absolutely. Dan gets to do whatever he pleases there. Zona switching over to the Diva. Does this feel like a concession to the pressure of Winston?
A lot of people feel like that Diva is like pretty good in terms of like her space against like Winston. Like I think in that specific matchup, but I mean, look, if you're going to lose a player, you know, before the fights even kick off to a railgun shot every single time, you know, play whatever you want. It's not really going to make that much of a difference. Oh, he actually tries to peel for his teammates and flies right on top of Shax's pulse bomb.
Like one of those very sobering ads where it's like every 3 seconds, a player out there dies to Fire's railgun. And remember that next time you're out there battling Overwatchers. Consistently getting these edges in the fight, and again, like that's why Fire's playing so aggressively. He's like, hey, if I can just stand here, charge these rails up and find a free kill, we're in a great position. Even if I don't, they have to go around me. They can't really run at me. There's too much risk in either mobility to get away and to draw them into what could be a weaker fight where they get counter dove by Dart.
Yeah, and I think Quick just trying to bait them in a little bit here, you know, with this sound barrier. It's, nope, now they decide to go. It's going to be a sound barrier connects everybody. You see they push the Lucio really far out. Now it's Don's chance. Who's he going to go for? Kariko uses TP. Yep.
I think Don's happy enough with that now, especially if like, yeah, Tracer can follow up on that sort of lack of mobility now that is being suffered by the Kiriko, but this is getting out of hand here. Self-destruct here.
Nice shot by Fi.
Fi will avoid the fallout. And yeah, beautiful headshot on the ejected Diva. Now we're getting 100 meters. And from this point, there's rarely any going back. I think if we had the numbers on hand to sort of say how many times a team could come back from this kind of deficit.
Gonna get a Maga switch here. That's a didn't have the last minute Maga switch on my bingo card, but.
And what do you make of this? Is this just like I really hate Winston? I'm really trying to kill Winston?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I actually think the Diva is the better option against the Winston than like playing the Maga, but
you can't be staying on it, right? As soon as you have access to high ground, you're probably switching off Maga back to Diva, right?
I mean, well, I think you're just trying to like get out of the spawn, put down some damage, just like be survivable, right? Just be as tanky as possible. I just don't think, like in the position that you're in, that you're going to be able to like coordinate any type of like dive, right? And this is like worst case scenario for Flex Zodiac. Double flex support, the double support ultimate with the primal rage back, you know, just getting knocked into your spawn. I mean, this is brutal.
You're not getting this back. You're not getting this back. You're getting a full cap tier. There's a good chance of it. Zona the first to go down here. Shax and Fire piling in, and EF Flex Zodiacs are utterly falling apart. That is about going to do it here, ladies and gentlemen, as Quick Esports make quite the grand statement as EF Flex Zodiacs are banished to the Shadow Realm once and for all here in Stage 1. Quick Esports have another chance to make the main event.
Yeah. Look, they made it look easy there on Esperanza. Flex Zodiacs had some moments throughout the series, but obviously just not enough there at the end. I think just kind of like the potential and, you know, dominance there of Quick Esports. I think Don on the Winston was awesome there in the final map. Then Fi on the Sojourn really turned up, and there was just zero answer.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, signs of life from Flexodiacs throughout the series, but not enough of a heartbeat to keep him alive. Quick Esports kind of pulled the plug on them, if you will. A lot of the series,
It's always been about murder and elimination.
Yeah. It's elimination day. I'm tasting blood.
Some demon time elimination stuff.
I mean, that's not murder. It's just, you know, following up on DNA.
That's support. Yeah, I was about to say, like, that was.
You felt her energy level go up when she was like, "It's elimination time." I'm so excited to.
People are going to get killed from the competition.
I'm so excited to eliminate these young players who are trying to make
in the water.
To see that. People love to see that. Guys, I do want to chat about
dripping with viscera.
Stop it! I want you guys to run me through something here. Because
run you through as well? No. Still on the killing. Zoe, when will it end?
It's my thing. It's my shtick. Don't kink shame. Thank you.
Murder is my thing.
In this series, we got to see a lot of Orisa. That, mid-range Orisa comes, something we didn't get to see from other teams at all thus far. Now, without action interrupting your trail of thought, could you walk the viewers through what this comp actually offers to the respective teams?
I mean, look, when you're playing the Orisa, like with the Cassidy and the Baptiste, like it's a pretty sturdy comp. The Orisa provides like decent damage output. Like, let's say they try to like push into the back line, right? Spear spin, the spear just kind of like in general, like the throw, just knocking into walls, like provides like for some, easy target focusing. And then really, it's like she can fortify, like she can really survive on her own. You don't really need to put a ton of the resources into the Orisa.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I'd say in maps where like verticality isn't an issue, Orisa very effective at taking space in the horizontal sense, right? And again, you can honestly like body block with her. You play from behind her, and you really want to play a short to medium range game, which that all of a sudden means that Cassidy playing the backline is in a great spot. He's basically within his ideal range, and it's pretty easy for the Orisa to divert enemy tanks or pressure away from their backline by simply swinging around, either using a javelin spin or knocking someone off course with like an energy javelin shot. So she's very, very good at playing that sort of more death ball style here, and if you can set her up with like DPS that are designed to succeed at that range, would be good.
Yeah, her issue is like when she goes against comps, like your Winston, Tracer, like how we kind of saw like even Sojourner on the other side. Like she's just kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Like she's not fast enough to get back to the other team, but then also doesn't, isn't fast enough or does enough damage to like close in on the other team's like backline or anything. So she's just kind of like standing there. That's obviously when she's not great.
Yeah, that's what we got to see at the very end there of this map, where we did see that the desperation switches onto Marga, onto Diva, anything that might work, maybe throw the kitchen sink on the wall, why not? Now, Quick Esports, of course, they live to see another day, but they are going up against Left Right Good Night once more. A brutal beatdown they received from them in the first time they faced off against each other in the groups. Was this convincing enough for you to think that they will have a good chance against Left Right Good Night, or are they just still considered the big underdog here?
I'm going to do some math that doesn't exactly work out here. So
you love that. Please go ahead.
BSC versus LRG was like a pretty good game. It
was close.
I would consider
Don't let the score fool you.
I would consider that a fairly competitive game. Backbone earlier today said that he thought that BSC was like one of the best teams. It was a team to look out for. So if you play a good game against one of the best teams, and then you play a team you've already beaten 3-0, I would say that result would probably still stand to happen again. So I would favor LRG in that series, but you never know.
God, that is the most roundabout way of just describing the transitive property I think I've ever heard. My God.
I think he forgot that it's called transitive properties and just went.
Yeah, maybe he's like, there's this thing I just figured out. I just thought of this thing, guys. I know you've never heard of it.
I have this new concept.
I think he's just making it up.
I agree with the corollary that Matt came to, though. I think that Left Right Good Night are. Look, the last time they played, I'm more interested in that, right? It was not close. Kings Row,
Yeah.
pretty bad blowout. And also there's a question of like whether the Ramatra comp is just like a great option for defenders because he's generally great and it doesn't really matter what gets picked against him so much, so you don't need info to make the right tank choice there. That's something we're seeing a lot more from Left Right Good Night. Quick, kind of avoiding that. I think Orisa is very exploitable. When your opponent is picking Orisa, you feel like you can mirror, that's fine, but I think there are ways to really punish that pick. Left Right Good Night are going to be aware of it. I like the Doom play. I think that's something that I hope Quick lean on a little bit more in that rematch here, but I do think it'll be LRG BSC advancing from Group B.
We'll find out very soon how they will play it out. For now, they are alive and kicking, so let's see if they can get out of the groups. For now, we want to quickly take a look at a highlight we got to capture from our EMEA region as we're closing out that chapter for today. I think we stray away now from calling it EMEAzing play.
You still said it though, didn't you?
Why?
I mean, I know. I kind of want to keep it alive. I love hate it.
Okay. EMEA. That doesn't even...
Oh yeah, Young Dip.
No, you do it, Matt.
That was some
Geek. You do it.
EMEAzing. Yeah. There we go.
Whatever, man. Anyway, this is this is Dip. I mean, this was really sick, like the 1v1 versus Arclight.
Yeah, 6 series.
Yeah, I mean, this shot's really good. Sharp obviously takes the double pulse there, but every time, so when Dip would duplicate a Cassidy, which was less common, right? Normally, we would see Dip duplicate a Ramatra, and then basically you're guaranteed to build an Annihilation because the enemy Ramatra is usually right there, and you just start hitting him in the face a bunch, and then you have one of your own, and it usually lasts for like at least 3 seconds left in dupe. So Dip was a highlight player for me. It was great to get to talk to him. Yep. Great to kind of know that there's like a rematch against his old team there. We love a storyline like that, especially in these scenes that maybe are less exposed to the world here. So I'm excited to see more of those storylines emerge in the rest of our elimination games.
Emerge.
Nuage emerge.
Nuage emerges.
I'm learning.
It's beautiful. Love that. Love that for us. Mitch, Matt, what are your personal highlights from the day?
I'm gonna say it was actually I think that this isn't gonna make much sense considering Team Pep's Rio Nuage, but I'm actually excited for that match next week.
Yeah.
And I think it might just be because like we thought Nuage looked awesome today, and then we saw Team Peps like kind of get dunked on by TM the other day. So maybe it's like, oh, there's a chance it can be closer, and maybe next weekend that match comes and it's just like the same result and Peps is awesome. But I actually think Nuage looked awesome. I think like Dip on that Echo was really difficult to deal with, and maybe that's something that carries over into next weekend.
I think it's hard for me to count out the first game of the day, that Space Station Oblivioni game. Those like are two teams that are definitely going to come out of that group swinging. It's the scariest group on virtue of there being two teams that could have gone out in the winners game quite easily there. So I'd love to see more of what they can do in the main event itself. I'm kind of already expecting them to be there. We got like one that went to all 5. I was jealous of the NA guys. They had some banger games yesterday. We got one to start the day, and that really sets the tone, I think, heading as we have these groups finalizing now. The EMEA is also stacked with talent.
Yeah, I think my personal highlight, although I'm not done for the day, has definitely been to see so many different looks. I think yesterday it was a bit more cut and dry in terms of compositions we get to see. Everything kind of, went as expected. But today, teams really showed more personality, more flavor, I want to say, they brought to the table. And that's what I love to see in those big, wide open competitions. For now, though, we say goodbye to the EMEA region. And that also means we say goodbye to the two of you. We're going to see your lovely faces again next week for our final group stage matches. But you in chat, yep, that's right, you're right there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the NA region shortly. Necro and Jaws will be joining for it. And we're heading into a quick break now, giving you some time to, do things like link your Battle.net account to your streaming service.
Now's a good
or
time.
Grab a beverage. Get ready for the Champions Beverage. Exactly. We see you after the barrage.
Goodbye.
Eagles will take Contender Season 0.
Lightning Smith have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shock against champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel take their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day 3 of the group stage here in the Overwatch Champions Series, and for our NA portion of today's broadcast, I am once again joined by the ever so lovely Joss and Rose. How are you guys doing?
Yippee! Yeah, I'm excited for day number 2. It's good to see, like, the intro does get me hyped every single time. Obviously, all the champions throughout the history of the Overwatch League, and now we're just in a brand new environment. And yeah, the first champion obviously will be crowned later this year, and I'm so excited for DreamHack as well. It's going to be so sick.
Right, and we still have so much Overwatch in between now and then, so gotta get through the group stages. We got the main event coming up in just a couple of weeks, and then we also have to figure out when those dream hacks are happening and who's gonna be there. So I'm pumped, so let's get it.
Exactly. And if all of that seemed confusing to you, well, let me grab your hand and walk you through it and pay attention, because we're not gonna do this many more times. So here is the format explanation for this stage. We started off with over 600 teams in the NA and EMEA region. They each played in their own Swiss Open Qualifiers. And that means they played rounds against opponents of equal strength until we had our top 16 teams. I still only see Minesweeper on my screen right now.
Yeah,
I
actually.
absolutely love that. I'm vibing with Minesweeper. Anyway, the strongest performance, of course, they advance to the group stage. That's what's happening right now. And they're playing in 4 groups, split all those teams into those 4 groups, 4 teams in each group. Now I made it confusing. But anyway, it's simple. If a team gets 2 victories, they advance to the main event of stage 1. What's that, you ask? Well, I'm glad you're asking. It's a double elimination bracket with our top 8 teams. And they will compete over 4 days in one action-packed weekend for glory, of course, but most importantly, for the root of all evil, the US dollar. And of course, the oh so valuable circuit points, and those gonna come in clutch at the end of the season.
Oh yeah.
And make no mistake, there is a lot of cash on the line. 75k, this is just the start, of course. There's more on the horizon for players that perform well as they set themselves up with a good amount of points to punch a ticket to the DreamHack Dallas, which Joss mentioned before. We're super excited for those majors. We'll get to see some returning champions, but more importantly, we're going to meet a lot of new faces as well. And you could be one of those faces we're meeting. Either way, I'm excited for the competition, excited for the people. I'm excited to be at the LAN event again. It's been a hot minute. And I'm also just very excited about all the teams that might be showing up there. Let's take a look at our groups.
Let's take a look at our groups.
I think the most exciting thing is that new faces are going to be appearing, which is great. And I think it's been a big showcase, especially Group D, which is, of course, who we're starting off with today. A lot of new faces there. If you've just come from like Overwatch League viewing, or maybe you're just kind of a new viewer to Overwatch Esports as well, Group D is an exciting one. I'm super excited to start off for that one today, because one of the teams is going to be advancing. A 2-0 in this group stage does mean you go through to the main event.
Yeah, but we also had some really amazing matches yesterday. I know Citrus Nation wasn't able to get the W, but they are always a team that I feel like people have started to look at and go, okay, this is another really strong team in the North America region that we need to keep our eyes on. Timeless as well. Got a huge upset win over M80 yesterday. And even though that is full of names you still might recognize, still not at the same star power as we've seen from some of these players that were competing in the Overwatch League for several seasons.
Indeed. Now, Professor Joss, I know you're very excited looking at Group D here. You want to talk about students of the game, but I'm more excited about Dreamland, and I decide where we go with this. So let's talk about those guys and girls. First, I'm a huge fan of Anyun, whom I wish we would have seen more of during her time with NYXL. We also see some Calling All Heroes representation here with X10. They have a lot of second place finishes under their belt in the Calling All Heroes circuit. And I'm just very excited for this roster and see how far they can take it.
Yeah, I'm super pumped. Anian, by the way, 100% win rate in Overwatch League. If that's not a stat to be proud of, I don't know what is. Also, just a small side note, when the players were like submitting some like documentation about like their names, their pronouns and stuff, Anian listed her favorite hero as Ball, of all things. A support player, by the way, but still loves Wrecking Ball. You know what? Fair enough. If you got an alt account somewhere where you're in playing Wrecking Ball, yeah, no, I kind of respect that. But I'm super excited to see this backline. I think Dreamland are a team to look out for. Students of the game are going to be a tough competition, but this is where stars are born. This is where heroes are really formed, and I think Dreamland might have something to say about this Students of the Game roster, which honestly, Rose, I've been hyping up for the last couple of days now, and I think Infected is sick, PGE as well, but you know, maybe Dreamland can swing the curveball or two.
I think you're hyping them up for such a good reason, though, because these are some players that I feel like have had a lot to prove. Poor Rack Attack, if you were following his journey in the Overwatch League, is just due for a win, due for some good fortune. It's gonna happen, especially if Rack Attack can kind of take it into his own hands. But Cal as well, I think, was a very underrated support player in the Overwatch League, and now gets a chance to really be able to show up for themselves and make it work for this team. Zoe, who are you excited about on this team?
It's gotta be, honestly, it's gotta be the plot armor from Rack Attack. Do it for Rack Attack.
Do it for Rack Attack.
It's gonna happen. Also, Rack Attack chose the Life Weaver there, and you know, I gotta respect that. I'm very excited to see those two teams and how they match up, how they measure up. I also am very excited to see what compositions we're gonna see, because quite frankly, earlier today in the EMEA region, some people went out there with their comps. We saw a lot of different looks. You know, we saw Orisa compositions, the former London Spitfire squad. They've rocked up with their own interpretation of what's good.
As always.
As always, you know, playing to their own strength and to their own style. Is there anything you expect to see from either of those two teams?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of dive potential on Students of the Game. Dreamland is a bit more of a question mark, I think, and this meta is still not kind of solved. I think the best kind of comps, and I was speaking to Scott about this earlier, actually, was the Winston does seem to be the better hero right now, especially if you just want to play fast. If you just want to play a little bit more slow, like Deathball-y, Ramantra's great, but if you are confident on the dive heroes, you've got a really sick dive tank, either like on Ball or Winston. More often than not, Winston, you're going to want to run that. So still not solved.
Hardy
maybe a little bit more Reaper too. I mean, Hardy can play anything at this point. He's not just a Rhyme player.
Yeah, definitely put Winston as well. But I think when it comes to Students of the Game, while they do have a lot of potential to run the dive, they also have been playing a lot of the Ramatra. When I was watching the match that they played on the very first day of groups, where they ended up taking down Pip, they ended up playing like the Ramatra. They also had the Sigma come out every once in a while, and then kind of rounding out that backline with the Baptiste and the Lucio. So I think that that's something that they might look to rely upon in this next coming match. And I think for the most part, when it comes to the dive, one of the reasons why we have seen some teams not necessarily tend towards that is that historically dive has been difficult to run, and it's because of all the coordination on the team, where you need to be able to communicate and have that existing synergy, that these teams being put together for the Swiss rounds as well as the group stages might not necessarily have had enough time to foster in order to have a successful dive against some of these more practiced teams.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a really good point, Rose. Sorry. I was just going to say, when it comes to dive versus rush, dive mechanically, like you mentioned, is much harder to pull off. So if you're a team that just kind of only just formed, like we know a lot of teams that have just, like Maryville, for example, they're just a team now with a different name, right? They've been playing together for a long time, so their synergy is going to be on point. They've been playing together a ton in different competitions in collegiate, but if you're a team that's not got that much synergy, maybe defaulting back to a rush kind of style, because Deathball inherently is a little bit easier to play. Dive acquires pixel perfect precision. Like, you have to be so good at picking targets, and we see that from teams like Spacestation Gaming, and it's one of the reasons why they're top of the region at the moment.
Yeah, and also, of course, we did see quite a few teams leaning into Ramatra comps, and that's just a difficult one to, you know, go into with a Winston. So you really got to be very, very confident in what you're doing and what your team is doing. All right, though, the teams are ready. We're ready. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of things, starting with the map vetoes.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. I'm super excited about map vetoes, like we mentioned yesterday. And yes, thank you, Zoe. Lijiang Tower, that's Students of the Game selection, and then Dreamland decided to take us to Blizzard World, okay, and Esperanza for Students of the Game. So what are you thinking Lijiang Tower wise, Rose, Students of the Game and Dreamland, pretty similarly skilled opposition, I'd say. I'd give it to Students of the Game, just edging them over the edge. I'm curious actually what chat thinks too, obviously. There's been a lot of one-sided games recently, but this one definitely more of a close one. Yeah, well, how are you feeling about Lijiang Tower?
I'm with you. I think that Students of the Game do have a bit of an edge here, but I also want to see what Dreamland can bring to the table. I didn't get a chance to tune into a co-stream for that very first day for Dreamland's match specifically, but I feel like they have a lot of firepower when you take a look at what they're able to bring in that backline. And a lot of these Ramatra-based compositions, they heavily rely on the healing output that your backline can provide, whether it is going to be with the Lucio, the Baptiste. Kiriko has been such a dominant pick, and that requires immaculate timing with something like the Suzu versus an enemy tracer. So I do expect to see some more of these like brawl-centric teams. I just don't know what to specifically expect out of Dreamland.
Yeah, I mean, we'll wait and see. Of course, we're going to get into the game in just a moment, waiting for everybody kind of loading in, and we'll be underway for map number 1 in game number 1 here in OWCS North America. Yeah, Lijiang Towers, in general control, it definitely favors the brawl. I mean, Lijiang Tower is just so classic. Like, you're always just fighting in such small, confined corridors that Ram really much feels like the name of the game. Or Ryan, if you're really ballsy. Let's be real, Ryan. Not that great right now, especially against the Ram. But we are going to load into the game in just a brief moment now as we see the little screen wipe. And Reaper has also been kind of common recently too. It's interesting because the regions have been differing a ton as well. Korea have not been running much Reaper, but Reaper's seeing a lot of success over in Europe and now in North America. And now we're kind of split with the such split regions too. There is always going to be pockets of like, okay, this region only plays this region only plays this, because Korea right now only playing the CAS, and Reaper in EU is looking really strong. So we'll see if North America kind of want to follow one of those trends. But as we get out the gates in 10 seconds, looks like Students of the Game just hovering the Ram to start off.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to see here. They played like Tracer, Sojourn, Ram, Bap, Lucio. Seems to be their bread and butter. And they're going to be pulling out all the stops here when it comes to their opposition. Dreamland, on the other hand, though, is going to be going for this Doomfist dive. Yeah, that's very interesting to see the Echo in such a low ceiling environment as well.
Yeah, it can be a little bit rough, and well, there's the Rush, and it's doing what Rush does best. Look at one target and kill. Rack Attack with a nice little double kill there. Best Catboy in North American, I guarantee you that. Dreamland, not off to the best of starts.
I can't unsee it. If you go look at Rack Attack's POV, he's got this flag behind him that looks like he's got Catios. I can't unsee it. But you know what? Maybe it's just the Catboy energy there that's getting them the W's right now. The Echo's getting chased down as well, and this is where you can start to see this Echo really falter, is if you don't have that space for it. But like, I don't know why they're fighting over here.
Infected is the classic Lucio bait standing on top of the wall, and yeah, Dreamland win that off the back of a giant boot from Grapes. A quick team kill, a quick flip, and okay, Dreamland, sure, why not? They're in control now.
Okay, well, it's going to be a swap off the Doomfist here, going over to the Ramatra, but Students of the Game has also made a swap in that tank role. Infected's going to be coming back on the Orisa. So it gives you a little bit more sustain, right? You've got that Fortify, which can help this Orisa just stay on the point, but now you're lacking that shield.
Nice little dupe there from Chime on the high ground. Does roll down to low too. Oh, beating PGE to his own game. Nice couple of kills. Free Deadeye too, although probably not going to find any effect with it. There you go. High Noon whiffs a little bit, but all good. Damage is already done. Nice little stick there from Ryan as Cal ends up going down. A big reset here for Students of the Game. Can't afford any more deaths.
They can't, but they have a lot that they can come back in and contest with. Not only did they get out the 2 DPS ultimates on Dreamland, but now they've got their 2 support ultimates, Window to help move everybody back, and then you also have that Sound Barrier, which is just such a critical ultimate in this meta. The only thing that I feel like is going to be really tough is that Dreamland is running that Kiriko, and Onion has been super good with the Suzu so far, and so how do you actually weave this pulse in?
Normally a common counter, that's Echo, and yeah, PG making sure Time is feeling that last death that he received. Nice little kill indeed, and more importantly there, Students of the Game using 0 ults, 68% for Dreamland on the board. Anian, though, can come back in. She has got the rush. Could be pretty easy to kind of rush on that back line. You want to be able to pin PG in a corner and just pummel him to death with the ram. Like, that is going to be the name of the game here.
Oh, for sure. We've seen that can happen when a Cassidy is just on his own in the back line and just has the free reign. And so you want to make sure that that Cassidy's not getting as much value and just the consistent damage. But it's time, I think, for Scissors to try to use this pulse.
Yeah, good tracking from Scissors there. Does recall just in time before he gets domed. However, Cow's in a very good position up on this high ground. Looked like someone was trying to interfere with this line of sight, but he's going to be all good. Even chasing Chime away too, to duck behind cover. Cow's window not finding any kills, nor much healing either, as the rest of his team did fall around him, as Dreamland clean this fight up super quick. As soon as the game, an expensive team fight from them, and they end up losing it.
Yeah, 4 ultimates that they expended into that fight, and Dreamland is now in one-fight territory. They still have this pulse bomb, and critically, there's no Suzu on the other side. It's just going to be down to this immortality field here from Cal to be able to try to negate the power of that ultimate. But this is it, Jaws. This could be last fight.
That pulse bomb, Ryan's look at the Lucio, spots Cow too, can throw the pulse bomb when they want, but there's the lamp, and now's the time to go. Lands a floor pulse, and there's the kill. Don't need to attach him if PG just walks straight into them. Dreamland with 99% now. Students of the game actually managed to find the flip. Infected was on the point the entire time while his team were just getting decimated in the sidelines, and Dreamland end up cleaning that one tank up, and that should just be it. Chime's even got that overclock ready and waiting to go. Scissors, however, does get the touch, but students of the game have very little ultimates coming back into this one. Infected's going to have to make his presence known on the point to actually acquire his own ult, but Chime is going to make that extremely difficult. A railgun shot to the chest of Scissors, and the Tracer is already dead. 2 down for students of the game. There's only 3 of them left. They do end up finding Grapes, but this ram is not long left for this world. And that Doomfist following down the path to exile as they do end up trading, but it's Anian and Chime that clean up the rest.
Anian and Chime were farming their ultimates. Oh my god. I was looking at the charge I think that Anian had 3 rushes. Like, it just felt like it was charging up so quickly that no matter what was going on, Dreamland always had some sort of call and response to what students of the game were running. I wonder, though, what would happen if there were less hero swaps across the board, Jaws. Everybody felt like they were changing their hero, like, every single map.
You have angered the chat, and you have angered the Reddit. Counter-swapping, and these are rising up as we speak. I think, yeah,
listen,
maybe
I don't think counter-swapping is bad. I just think that in this particular instance, we talked to a bunch of teams where if you don't have a strong game plan or you're focusing too much on counter picking, like what we saw in the M80 match yesterday, then you're not focusing on the mechanics of playing together as a team.
When I like this, though, I do love a good mirror.
This
especially
is fun.
with 2 Doomfists. It's going to be slow and tempered aggression, waiting for one of the Echoes to kind of chunk someone down with the sticky bombs or even just the tri-shots across the map, to be fair. A little easier now, of course, after the patch with the increased projectile size, as the point does unlock. Just like Dreamland right now, on the back foot, as PG picks up the kill on the Echo.
It's a big opening pick, and that's going to allow students of the game to be able to get to the point first. But this is the map that I would expect to see Echo shine on way more. You've got so many more open air to play around with, and Scissors already is going to be very close to that duplicate by the time that Dreamland comes back. That's a huge ult to play with, especially if you can play a little bit more aggressive with this Echo.
Yeah, I mean, the disparity there, Rose, is just so apparent. Scissors has their ult pretty much already, and Chime, 50%. Not great. And Scissors, too, is kind of corralling Dreamland, making sure there's no, like, sneaky tracers going around the side. There's the dupe, onto the Doom, straight to the backline. Anian, though, quick teleport away. Scissors is pretty low, picks up the Mega Health Pack, but Anian straight in front of the Doomfist, squished against the statue, and Isuzu is going to save the rest of students of the game from receiving any more damage. Dreamland going for a reset here. As students of the game, they're looking pretty good, especially defending this point. It's been pretty nice to see Chime trying to make an entrance into these fights, but Scissors just shutting them down over and over again.
That's really important, though, in these aerial duels, is to be able to mark the enemy Echo, and that is what's happening. But students of the game just lose their paint, so
Yeah, a little bit rough, but now they want to go quickly, try and even the score. A 4v4, make that a 3v4 as Cal also ends up falling for students of the game. Dreamland did end up manage to find the flip as well halfway through this team fight, and with a lot of ults on the board, any kind of small stagger kill here is going to be perfect for their game plan. The Doomfist on Dreamland's side in a little bit of trouble, but it's actually a quick flip from students of the game.
And now they have 3 more ultimates to work with too. Scissors just gonna have a second duplicate already on this round. But as I say that,
well, there you go, straight back in though with the sound barrier. Again, they want to turn the tides. A duplication onto Chime, but Cal is already dead. It's now a 3v5 with 2 Lucios. Yeah, we're back in Season 1, Overwatch 1, back in 2016. So 82% to an 11 and a free sound barrier. This is Dreamland's fight to lose, and lose they are not. PG ends up falling, and students of the game now just trickling onto the point to try and eke out as many percentage points as possible.
so much investment there from students of the game. They used both of their support ultimates in that fight when they were already down a member of their team. Now Dreamland, they get back control. I see the reasoning, right? Like, students of the game are so close that if they were able to just get a pick or two, even up the score of the fight, and then be able to take it, they got the round win. But Dreamland here, they have so much to work with now, and Astronauts can actually play really aggressively with the Meteor Strike.
Oh, speaking of which, you get held in that Meteor Strike now as well. Spots Cal. Cal instantly Suzus himself. So Astronix in a little bit of trouble. However, Scissors, a bit more so, as Ryan ends up chasing them down. Dreamland still in control of the point, mind you. We'll see if students of the game want to go for a reset. It looks like, yeah, tempering their aggression right now, playing a little bit more passively, waiting for the 5 of them to regroup.
You know, especially because they just got out a big ultimate there from Dreamland, so now you get to come in with the Pulse Bomb as well as the duplicate, so students of the game are feeling a little bit better about the firepower here.
PG forced early recall. Oh, that was aggressive there, Ryan. I saw that pulse bomb miss. Tried to get PG on the recall. Would have made a good Twitter clip, but unfortunately, didn't end up landing. Duplication from Scissors onto the Doomfist. Now you have to deal with both of them, and maybe a free Meteor Strike too. No, good punch from Dreamland's Doom there as they do knock them out of that duplication. And speaking of more Doomfists, well, Chime's turn now to show you how it is done, Scissors, but meets a similar fate to the hands of the sticky bombs from Scissors. But now with PG and Scissors down, I mean, students of the game, they got to rely on 2 people. 85% for Dreamland now. A quick reset here with 3 ultimates. Students of the game need to come back here or they're going to lose map number 1.
Yeah, but look how far forward Dreamland was pushing. Infected has to go all the way around with a huge
big rotation. A punch straight over, out of bounds, out of the map. Use the Meteor Strike to get back on, and a sound barrier coming in from Rack Attack. Only hits 3, but it might be good enough. Grapesop's their own beat as overtime is in session. And Ian going super low, and Infected struggling to land these punches, but it doesn't really matter. Cal laid down the road on the point, meaning Dreamland had to scatter, and now it's students of the game. It's their turn to control, and it's Dreamland's turn to get on the point, cause OT. A pulse bomb in the hands of Ryan, but looking for a target, and so sunk it straight home too. Scissors did not know what just hit him, but students of the game have already lost their DPS, but who needs the DPS when you got NA's best Catboy on the scene? A Rack Attack finds the kill onto Chime. No way near that beat, but he's not going to need it. Still dishing out a ton of damage, and Astronix is just somehow still kept alive, Rose.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be alive long enough to get the Meteor Strike online too, which is going to help reset some of that health as he punches down.
Sandbag into the floor. Infected and Cal getting stunned. Grapes taken down high in the sky. Is Scissors with the beam. Pixel perfect precision to take down Chime as well as they end up securing the round. We are tied on Lijiang Tower now.
This has been so close, Jaws. Like, this round especially, even looking at the mirror match, look at what they're able to do, where they just like stick to a game plan and they rock with it. That's going to be a win here for students of the game. And now, do they stick to these compositions looking at Gardens? I feel like this is an even better map here for the Echo too.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Well, maybe not. It's pretty good as a ram point. Seen a lot of Orisa here as well. Just your ability to kind of hunker down on the point and just play that central column, so you're not taking damage from every single angle possible. So I won't be too surprised to see that. But both teams opting for the mirror again. I like what I'm seeing. There's a lot of environmental potential. That's why I like it so much.
Yes, I'm looking at the Doomfists and the Lucios and seeing what can they do with all of this stun and CC.
Oh, yeah, Infector taking a little bit of damage there. Does charge up the power-up punch, but it's actually Ryan getting the better of PG there in the Tracer duel.
little bit of a backup here from students to the game. They don't want to go in without their Tracer, and they also don't want to get punched off this bridge if they're going to sit there.
It's funny because both the Dooms are just kind of looking at each other, knowing that each other has the power-up punch as well. Oh, good takedown, though, of Infected. They do trade as Chime was trying to follow up on that kill, and Rakatek lands a nice little boot. But this is not really where you want to be. As an Echo, maybe you do. You can just fly up in the sky. It's not too much of an issue, but ooh, long-range punch, sending both the supports as student in the game reeling. Dreamland do end up capping the point here, Rose, so they're in a good stead so far, as Ryan just still peppering down the backline, making sure they know their place.
Ooh, but it's going to be a fight over the point, though, and we're going to start to see a couple of ultimates come up here. Cal's got the Kitsune Rush almost.
Yeah, Anion's not far behind either, but two very quick trades there. And even more, Cal just rips the head off of Astronix. And Rakatek yet again finds another boot kill. I'm loving these Lucio dupes, but I'm not sure how much of an effect it's going to have happen now, because, well, yeah, you're in a definite losing fight. End up just taxiing themselves towards the edge of the map so they can easily, quickly, and cleanly get away. Oh, Anion not quite so lucky, though, as PG chases them down.
I think you're okay with that trade as well, because you're just stalling for time here. Tracer is going to be able to get back really fast, and Dreamland now being kept at bay. They have the Pulse Bomb, though. This Kitsune Rush can be really valuable as well as an engagement tool, but you've got to get past this Doomfist on the bridge.
Oh, Anion does end up ripping the Kitsune Rush, laying that across the front of the point. Nice sticky bombs on Rakatek, swiftly ends his life, and Infected somehow, some way, punches Ryan into a different stratosphere. Infected actually coming up with two. A double Kiriko. Yeah, I don't think anybody's dying. A double Suzu. Yeah, the best of times, no one's dying, but now even more so. PG finds the kill onto Grapes as the quick flip comes through for students of the game.
It's been fun watching what these Echoes decide to duplicate. I feel like we've seen a lot of just like tank choices over the last few years, but I think that with the hero dupes we've seen, like when Ana was really popular, that was such great utility to have immediately, and teams are starting to recognize that as well here, just being able to dupe the supports as well.
Yeah, it's great that you get like instant value from someone like an Ana. Same with Kiriko too, you get an instant value from the Suzu. Lucio, you know, if you're feeling spicy, feeling saucy, maybe
get a boop.
Dupe the Lucio, get the boop kill. Yeah, exactly. Pulse bomb in the hands of Ryan again. Staring at PGE, just wants a fair 1v1, but doesn't like the PG supports. I'm going to let them have it. Pulse bomb narrowly missing Rakatek there. Meteor Strike coming in for Infected. Oh, a punch! Ooh, there we go. All good. No one panic, no one worry. All good. Infected survives yet another day as Rakatek lays down that sound barrier, making this fight look a little bit too easy. Dreamland need to reset, but I don't think students of the game are going to allow them to do so. 99% now as they tick to overtime as Cal rips the rush on the point. Ryan, Astronix are dead, and what was a fairly close last round, this is a bit of a slaughter from students of the game as they take map number 1.
Still such a close map overall, though, and it makes me so excited to see what is in store for us for the rest of this series.
Team Rakatek wins. Do you see that?
I did see that.
It was Team
Rakatek. It's the Rakatek plot armor. It's coming through. We've been waiting for this moment.
We have. My poor son.
It's been 365 days.
Exactly. He's collecting W's and he's collecting checks later on. I can tell you that right now. That was a really good showing from both teams, and kind of really proves the point, like we were talking about at the top of the show. This game is going to be extremely close. I think these teams, especially in this bracket, and not being not being in a group that is stacked, like M80's group, for example, it really gives them a chance to really shine and prove that what they're made of. And a winner of this game too will advance to the main event. So important to keep that in mind. Both teams are one apiece right now in the standings.
Yeah, this was going to be a very, very important win for both of these teams, because if you take a look at the rest of that group as well, I think it's like just get the win out of the way. Don't even try to test the waters with any of the other teams that are in there. But hey, look, it's going to be students of the game that are just that one step closer.
Yep. Oh, yes. Blizzard World up next as well. We should just be rolling straight into these games too. No little breaks. So
keep the action going.
Be good to go. Yeah, exactly. Keep the action going. The teams are going to want to run in as well. I mean, you got to get warmed up with the test scrim, and then you just want to keep playing. Go, 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 go. Don't let that tempo drop one bit. I mean, it was funny yesterday actually with Dante's interviews. Like, yeah, we kind of said at the beginning. I blame that on not having a warm up scrim, you know. So yeah, you got to keep the fingers warm. So getting into game real fast is the aim here.
That's so funny. We could see that happening in real time, though, too, with that match at Samoa, that overtime fight at the very end of the map. I still can't believe that.
You got to warm up.
That was like 2 minutes. That was the warm-up. Was the 2-minute overtime fight.
Is not enough. You got to get that warm-up scrim in. You got to get going. You can't just shoot bots there forever like I do. Like, yeah, this is a warm-up, right? Yeah, sure.
That's what you do?
Yeah, I can play rank now, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not even playing my hero either. I'm just like, yeah, I'll play Widow in training range when I'm going to play like Zen and stuff in ranked. Like, yeah, it's close enough. It's close.
That's the Jaws strat right there. To climb in your ranks is to just
play Widow in training range, then jump in the rank queue as Zen. Exactly.
Excellent. I'll try that sometime.
Okay, little substitution here. We've got a tank swap, Rose.
We do. We've got Sugar Papa coming in here for the tank role, and I wonder what that means in terms of their compositions. Because for that first match, we saw a lot of like the Doomfist, but since we are going to be going over to Blizzard World, this is one of those types of maps that I expect to either see something like a dive if you really want to go in that direction with like a Winston, or you just try to play it really slow with a Sigma or a Ramatra, and I think that's one of the ways that you can also get the job done.
Oh, it's going to be Blizzard World, and Sugar Papa, for those not in the know, and is Cowman 711 or 711, I guess.
What is with like Cool Matt and Cowman?
Oh, the numbers.
I
like
can't.
Cool Matt 69. It's good stuff. We had what was it yesterday? Sexy Man.
Sexy Man.
Or something?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect names. Keep them.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Perfect.
Like what?
W names. It's like how'd you name a Smurf count? You want to like, you know, play on a Smurf, you don't want to play on your main or whatever, just name it something ridiculous.
Sexy Man 69.
People will get it. It's all good. Yeah, so Sugar Papa, of course, being Cowman, who's been around the scene for a fairly long time, mind you, in Tier 2, a true grind lord, honestly, when it comes down to it. So again, a lot of players that have not necessarily seen success or even made it kind of Overwatch League over the last few years. I mean, Cowman's been around collegiate for forever, pretty much, for Northwood University.
Yeah, forever. Like, Cowman is a name that I recognize from beginning my Contenders broadcast career and has just been around the scene for like 5-6 years at this point. So it's really great to be able to see him back in action playing for this new team in Dreamland. But take a look at all of that dynamite damage that just came through here from PG.
That is filthy.
Wow.
That's a free 20%. I really like Ashe in these kind of compositions, especially with the SIGs.
Good.
So much damage. Plus, it really helps your Tracer too. I mentioned it yesterday, I think. But the Dynamite, just inflicting that DPS passive onto everybody is really nice. Oh my god. Well, PG is now a fossil. Sugar Papa with a very nice kill using that rock. They do just leg it to point.
All right, well, that's going to be a really nice point rotation because at this point, students of the game are the outside looking in, and this rotation, you've got the high ground here for Dreamland, and now they're all caught in a tiny room.
Yeah, both lamps have been down. The summons are killed. Point presence non-existent right now for Dreamland, but it doesn't matter. Clean up for Ryan and Chime, and there you go. First point capped just like that.
It's really great when you're the attacking team to force the defending team into just a disadvantageous position, and that's exactly what that rotation aimed to do. A lot of times when you see those teams rotate up to that high ground, they're trying to force everybody back towards Snax Ramus, and there's not many places you can hide in there. Let's just put it that way. So really great early take here by Dreamland. We're seeing exactly what we were thinking we would see coming out from Cowman. Just the Sigma is a perfect choice if you're expecting that it's going to be something very similar coming out from your opponent. Take this high ground away if you can, but it's going to be a lot of wrestling over this high ground for these two teams.
Yeah, there's definitely two looks you can take Blizzard World and just being like dive, like Spacestation Gaming would play, or the Sigma. Definitely one of the better heroes. You can just kind of plop yourself on the point or on the high ground and sit there and then wait for your DPS to kill people. Speaking of which, well, Chime snipes Cow out of thin air. Window on the low ground for rack attack. All right, well, that is students of the game just kind of falling over there like a bit of paper in the wind.
Yeah, now that means that Chime gets free control of this high ground, especially if you can play on this pylon. Look at how far forward Sugar Papa is able to put that Sigma shield, so Chime just is able to freely fire without worrying about taking any damage. And that's another really nice thing about the Sigma. Listen, that was the right play, though. Just don't move. If you got attached with a point, just don't move.
Real nice boot there from Grapes. I mean, the Sigma Flux also came out just in the nick of time for Cowman or Sugar Papa to lift everybody up from students of the game so they couldn't touch. But the boop onto the Bob, because the Bob was eventually going to get there, but just forced it off. And one of the hardest point, honestly, to cap historically in Overwatch. Second point on Blizzard World, or not, I guess not in Overwatch as a whole, but just this map at least, has been capped with relative ease. I mean, 5 minutes in the time bank going into third point, that's nothing to scoff at. World record breaking, it feels like.
That was smooth. That was smooth sailing here. Students of the game still haven't had a chance to breathe with the pressure that Dreamland has been putting onto them. Whether it's been a first pick or just a use of ultimates here, Chime already got the overclock.
It didn't even matter if Infective whiffed. He got rocked anyway. Oh, the railgun, the pulse bomb. It is all falling apart for students of the game right now. They are just losing people left, right, and center. I mean, they can't do... Yeah, okay, whoa. Don't lose your Lucio, especially one that's got sound barrier. Now it's just a quick steamroll for Dreamland. More than happy to take the Sigma mirror. I mean, I would be too. PGE, though, back on the Widowmaker. An extremely strong pick for PGE. Definitely one of his better heroes.
Yeah, but...
That flick is nasty.
I mean,
not as nasty as those spheres, though.
It's so tough because you've got the Sigma shield that you have to play around, and then you also have Chime, who is just not missing today. This has been so smooth because Chime has just been opening up fight after fight with a pick, a railgun charge, shot, anything. And so, can PG actually stabilize this fight? I don't know. The Widow's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, it is a pretty tough position to play with, especially now they're using sound barrier. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Around Matra switch for Infected, but yeah, even the block, you can't survive against the window like that. Sis is trying to take the game into their own hands, forced to hit the recall, but Ryan and Chime are just demolishing students of the game right now, and that is a quick finish. 3 minutes, 26 seconds on Blizzard World is a blitz fast. Like, I don't know how students of the game really come back from that. That's rough.
Just do the same thing and then hope you get to attack again.
That's good advice. That's advice Custer gave me actually. It's like, just do better. Just kill things quicker. And
that sounds like Custer advice, honestly.
And I was like, if you press Q better, you would also be
just
better.
Win the game. You just click their heads. Yeah, exactly.
Just be good.
Just be good.
So true.
The best advice coming in from Zoe.
Exactly. Students of the game now. Thank God. Thanks for that. Students of the game on offense now, of course. And yeah, that's a bit of a tall mountain to climb. But sometimes for me, I'm like, and I think a lot of people feel this too, you just want to put a little bit of sticky tape or masking tape over the time of the enemy team. Just ignore it for the time being and then just pretend, you know, we're on the first attack, guys.
That's good advice.
Just ignore it. It's all good. Different round, different mindset, get back into it. But we'll see how Dreamland can do on their defense. They're not going to run the Ashe, though. They're going to stick with Chime on the Soj.
I think it makes sense, though, right? Because, like, Chime is so warm at this point. Overclocks, we're hitting. All of the charge you're able to get as well off of the Sigma, it just super pays off if you're able to land the headshot right after that. So, I like it. I like it. Let's see, though, if they can get this attack done. Since the game, they are rocking out with the Zenyatta and the Baptiste. Okay, so typically when we've seen these two supports play, it's been Cal picking up the Baptiste, but we did see this happen for their very first group stage game where Rack Attack switched over to the Baptiste in order to be able to play a little bit more flexibly with just a bit more of that Orb of Discord. It can help out with the damage output.
Yo, PG, please! Oh, just a stray bullet there from Chime, taking out PG with a little headshot. Nice little rotation, though. Ideal for supports that want to maintain cover here as they got the mega health back, but yeah, especially with a person down, it seemed almost inevitable for Dreamland to come in. Cal at least picks up a kill. They pick up the Tracer, but that'll be a quick return for Ryan as they go for a reset there.
Yeah, this is a good first defense here from Dreamland, already whittling away at some of this time bank. But where you're going to see the power of this composition from students of the game come through is if they're able to just like land an Orb of Discord onto someone like Sugar Papa and then just burst them down. Because at this point, it's all about winning the frontline battle. If you can do that, then great. You've earned yourself an opening and you can take this point.
A lot of defensive countermeasures though on the SIG too, so it will be tough to burst them down even if they've got the Discord on them. Sugar Papa also is trying to LOS it as well. As soon as you see that Discord apply, quickly LOS and you're all good. Grapes ends up going down to Scissors of all people. Now Sugar Papa in a little bit of trouble, and the Zen, that Discord orb is going to be sticking permanently, I'd imagine now, as he tries to run away, but Infective just chases them down. Scissors almost with a nice little one clip, but yeah, infiltrating the back line was the Tracer, and they managed to open up the point.
That's another way that you can play that too, is you'll see that Scissors is going to play a lot of disruption in that back line, and if you can keep like Anion and Grapes busy, then they're also not healing the team. They have to peel for each other. So that's one of the ways you can also mitigate how much impact Sugar Papa is having on the front line, is if you just don't have that mobility there, then it's a little bit more difficult to try to strafe around all of that damage coming your way.
Plus, the easiest orb target of all time for Cal. Just put the orb on the Tracer. Just, okay, you go do your thing. No one's going to heal you. The orb's going to be fine.
Magnificent.
All right, high ground push here for Rack Attack, or team _ Rack Attack _ as they try and push height. Hopefully using that window to great effect, but both Sigmas have the fluxes, so either one that's going to make a move, they're probably going to walk into an ultimate. Speaking of which, a stick onto Anion that seemed to disappear out of thin air as Cal picks up two randomly. Anion, scared for her life, ends up falling down to Cal, who's just on an absolute tear right now on the Zen. If there's one person that likes good Zen play, it is me. Quadra kill. We'll take that. Almost 5 kills for Cal there in the end. Infected
stole it.
The last one away.
That's just rude. That's just rude, honestly. You were supposed to let your Zen have that one. That's how you keep getting healed, is if you let the Zen have the fight.
That's so true. Just keep the Zen's ego at all-time high.
Yeah.
We'll keep killing everybody.
Yes, they'll keep killing and they'll keep healing. And that's exactly what you want out of your Zen player. Transcendence now.
Yep.
Perfect.
It's Transcendence. Oh, he fell down! No way!
Oh.
It's all good though. PG snipes Chime through the window. A nice little one-shot body shot there as Chime tried to rip the overclock. Speaking of which, PGE is going to have to contend with this overhealth now after Grapes laid down the sound barrier. Grapes' movement. Luckily to get out of the way of PGE. Sugar Papa not quite so lucky though. Just raw aim power from the Sojourn currently. No high ground control at all. The spawn advantage very much in favor of Dreamland right now. So PGE has to make a decision, and the decision will be to back off for the time being.
You still got a lot of ultimates out of Dreamland though, so students of the game is probably pretty happy about this. Now that Anion is down as well, this Pulse Bomb is free.
Oh my god, okay, chill.
Cal's a monster.
Cal is just killing everybody right now. Scissors with the Pulse Bomb in hand, spots Ryan, tries the blink melee, misses it once, misses it twice, misses it 3 times. It's all good though, hits the recall, and Ryan recalls straight into infected spheres, and now will be the fight over with. Students of the game capping the point, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. They're definitely not going to beat the time bank, but any time more than OT there is always a good thing. So their final push into last now. And Dreamland in a very good spot right now, Rose. If they can just stall out here, they might just earn themselves a free attack if they can push students the game into OT.
Well, I mean, they also already have like a 3.5 minute time bank banked up. So anything less than a minute here for students of the game is going to be devastating. That's a whole slate of ultimates online. But Chime is able to keep them at bay for now as Scissors gets taken down. And that'll be at least a little bit of a brief reprieve here for Dreamland. One step closer to just holding this final point.
Man, Chime and PGE just finding picks all over the show. Nice little window there. Same Onion actually putting the window down right next to Chime and then popping the lamp. Well, that's not where you want to be, Chime, if I'm very honest with you. You're kind of split up currently. All good though. The rest of the team is going to fall. You know, everybody kind of pushed up. Chime and Anion kind of left alone. Dreamland backing up. Still though, they waste a minute on that first corner, Rose, and a quick regroup here as the spawn is right next to them.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the fact that we've got this Graphitic Flux online for Infected. That is a great way to be able to just sort of make everybody an easy target here for PGE to take down.
Overclock. Oh, Ryan landing that pulse one right next to PG. PG finding body shots, no headshots, but there's the Sigma in his sights, and Scissors doing the damage needed. Same with Infected, and students of the game, somehow, some way, they managed to push this one. Not as a quick of a speed run. We'll call that second place on the leaderboards. As Dreamland now just try and just stack on the point as quick as they can to burn some more precious seconds off of the time bank, but unable to do so. 1:55 versus 3:26 here on Blizzard World.
So this is a lot of time for both teams. almost 2 minutes means that students of the game have realistically 2 attempts to make their attack. And that's also plenty of time to start getting ultimates online. That's a little worrisome, I think, if you're Dreamland, but you still have 1.5 minutes on them, so even more time to get some ultimates up. But if you fail once, like that can be really, really detrimental here for Dreamland.
Yeah, especially if you don't find an initial explosive pick. A lot of these fights can last a little time. Both the Sojourns are trying to earn their railgun to try and snipe someone off. The Tracers are trying to infiltrate the back line and trying to just burn someone down that maybe the Sojourn or the Sigma has kind of chunked. And then the Sigma's obviously very good at just kind of holding one point, rotating with their shield, rotating their cooldown. So yeah, these fights can take a long time. Students of the game want to just be very explosive. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing. Are they just going to kind of run it down the kind of classic like default route to the point, or are they just going to go for a big flank like Dreamland did?
Yeah, I think with the amount of time that they have, you're just hoping that like this is going to be an easy takedown of somebody in the front line. That's why you're going to still see the Zenyatta being run here. I think that's a smart choice, just knowing also how cracked Cal was on the Zenyatta in that last round. I think you always run this, see if you can just get a nice volley. You still might have plenty of time to get a Transcendence up and running depending on how much damage you do. But it looks like it's just going to be just W key forward into Snacks.
Saw Cal there, repping the official Overwatch League player spray as well. Mad respect for that one. All right, nice little rotation. Same thing as they did before, Rose, exactly. They went to that mega health pack room, sit in Snacks, and then just try and poke this Sigma out. Well, there's the explosive start they needed. PG gets the better of Chime as now he ascends to the high ground and try and make, well, Sugar Papa's life a living hell, honestly, as they do try and rotate onto the points. But PG's going to have to be a little bit careful. Yeah, good rotation there from the Sigma, pushing onto height as Dreamland are going to try and jump on the points. They do end up stalling a little bit here, but there's already 2 ticks for students of the game. They're taking an overwhelming amount of damage. Anian saving Sugar Papa for a little bit of time there with the lamp, but they're unable to save them some more. And that'll be the point open. 48 seconds to go here. Very winnable for students of the game. PG is also kind of going lights out right now.
Okay, now Scissors stole that one. What is with this team right now? You can't let your teammate have the 5K.
The DPS players need their ego inflated. Ranked DPS.
Oh yeah, DPS.
I'm joking.
Yes.
I'm joking. All right, good start though for students of the game. Yeah, Scissor's going to sit on the point. If they've got Pulse Bomb, they don't need to charge it. And exactly,
not just
so
Pulse,
the ults.
Window 2.
It looks like they're actually just going to rotate down to low ground. Yeah, Rack Attack kind of pinging this central column, hits the Regenerative Burst, and there is the window, and there is the snipe. PG with an instant kill onto Grapes as they assailed through the air to try and land on top of PG. Sugar Papa dead too. Explosiveness is exactly what students of the game need, and exactly what they're bringing too. Overtime is here. It is still Scissors on the point, contesting, as PGE with the overclock is going to now take the high ground.
Oh, this high ground is such a nice position for PGE to be in, especially with the overclock. It's just free reign right now when you are looking right at their spawn.
Overclock. PG thinks better of staying on high ground there as Anian uses that window to create some space. Early Transcendence from Cal. Sugar Papa 10% towards that Gravitic Flux. Can they actually get it on time? And PG just snipes Ryan out of this universe as Dreamland are just going to fall over on this second point. And students of the game in OT managed to push it to second. A swift team kill as they make their final push to last.
Wow, and they got 3 ultimates out of Dreamland during that process as well. In fact, it's going to switch over to the Orisa. This is going to be some really nice power and
I love this
tankiness to have right on that cart. You know you can't step off, and if you're able to just get the full capture here, think about the mental damage that does to your opponent.
The neutral game is so much better here, Rose. You're right. With the Orisa versus the Sigma, you've used your flux. Just get out of there. Oh, the spear! The spear interrupting the Graviton Flux, Gravitic Flux that was targeting PGE in the back line. Beautiful stuff. And now Dreamland are down an ult, and they're down pressure too. This Orisa can just basically donk walk in front of you, and there's not much you can really do about it. Even now with the sound barrier, I mean, Grapes is trying to taxi them forward, but Infected refuses to move. Overtime is still here as PGE. Yeah, he's on the attacking team, by the way. He's in a defensive position, though. Infective takes care of Sugar Papa as they continue the payload going.
Wow, PGE's actually just gonna T-pose in front of the spawn real quick and walk all the way back. Has some nice sight lines there onto the point. Oh my goodness, this is looking like it might be pretty lights out here, Jaws.
Quick dive onto the backline is what they need, but look at this, a window Widowmaker. Is there anything more scary? I don't think so, especially you knew as cracked aim as PGE. He didn't even need to hit the head, but he did it for the style points. That payload and that time bank not looking so small now for students of the game. 6 points on the board as they make the OT push to last.
Okay, I think students of the game just said, anything you can do, we can do also. That was...
Do better, almost.
So
They're 326. Can they do it again?
Oh my god.
Mega stalled on point B. I mean, Dreamland.
Dreamland
wow.
did it once. Dreamland did it once. Like, I'm not gonna count this as over. It's just so tough to ask to have yet a second repeat performance of a full non-stop push through Blizzard World. That's tough.
Hey, you take that bit of tape they used a minute ago and cover up the 6. Don't worry about it.
Just move it over to
Got
the other
326 on the time bank. You're chilling. You're chilling. You can do it once, you can do it again. I'm curious, a lot of teams do end up also using the TP out, or not TP, sorry. It's the Lifeweaver and then the Mercy and then the Widow to try and get an initial pick. Doesn't like many teams actually want to do that because of how far the other team's kind of playing back on the defense, but I always kind of like that small thing because if you do manage to get the pick, it's like the classic Widowmaker on King's Row. And when
but
you grab the high ground, just
opponents are gonna.
I know how many
be in your
opponents.
sides. Do you want to actually waste those 5 to 7?
It takes 10 seconds. Anyway, they're going to TP forward. They just want to go and
valuable
they
seconds.
will. Well, they haven't got many left. I'm going to be honest with you, Rose. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. They actually switched to the Ram comp, so going completely brawl now.
Okay, so this gives you an opportunity to just punch past the Sigma Shield. I like it. See if you can walk into the Zenyatta.
Yeah, walking into this wave of damage, though, is not something that Sugar Pupper wants to really face. As you can see, they end up rotating around, and the Ram is just so subject to the Zen Discord, and then free charge as well for PGE to earn themselves a free railgun. They're going to put themselves on the point for the time, but the rotations from students of the game, none of them going down just yet. It's up to Dreamland to jump onto the backline to try and find kills and initiate these fights, but that's just not what's happening. Chime takes down Rack Attack, yes, but the rest of the team are already gone.
Oh, look at the tracking as well. This is going to be a stagger, too, when you... Okay, just take a look at, like, Chime just got to sit there for a little bit. But, yeah, look at that. That's a minute gone now off of that time bank. They get to try this again, but this is 2 attempts left that Dreamland have. And you're already starting to look at students of the game having ultimates on the board. Scissors has a pulse. You're walking right into that.
I mean, Ryan is 55% on their own. Trying to just navigate around the low ground there. Doesn't want to take too much poke, working that vortex out as well. Oh, no, it's their own teams, my bad. Oh, instantly hit the recall. That was spheres were thrown his way. And again, it's going to be very tough for the Ram here. They just need to, well, take a lead out of Student Games book. Just be explosive. You just got to run to the back line. Anian in a little bit of trouble. Pops the lamp down, scared of scissors, but you got to be scared what's in front of you as well. Infected. Taking them to court, and yeah, that's a big fine for Anian as they end up going back to spawn, and oh dear, this is not looking good. Ryan trying to be the difference maker here, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and these late deaths, it's going to be an easy recap here for students of the game. Anian coming back in just a moment. It is Grapes that is going to come up clutch with the kill, but it's all about the time bank right now. They're going to have to get that high ground super quickly, but because the deaths were so staggered, it's only Anian now coming back to the point. Students of the game are in such a good spot to hold forward.
Yeah, they can. I mean, in fact, they're just going to contest.
Judgment of the Tracer. Okay, Tracer ran out of blinks, ran out of recall there, so Scissors had to end up backing off, but still a good spot for students of the game to be in as Dreamland try and rush this high ground. A Transcendence from Cal, dissuading them just a little bit as Chime tries to go for the throat on PG. He's got him in their sights, but PG just dodging out of the way just in time. An overclock in hand, and just like that, PG just rips the head off of Anian, and now the push can continue. 35 seconds to go as students of the game taking over this payload as they try to look for some spawn kills.
Yeah, this at this point is going to be so rough for Dreamland to get out of these doors. There are not many ways that you can escape this spawn room, and you're walking right into some amount of damage here from like Raktak, Cal, PGE. They got so many sights on you.
And
a
you gotta run.
window.
Nice clutch slam there from Anian, saving Sugar Papa just in time before they get sniped. A sound barrier to push them forward too. Annihilation, infected in trouble. PG trying to kite, but it's actually Sugar Papa that goes down. The Discord, all the damage that PG and infected are throwing towards them is too much for the tank to bear. And now PG just sitting on this overclock too. Infected does end up going pretty low, but still trusting in his backline to keep him alive. Eventually he is slain as PG also makes his retreat.
I think that's okay though, because at this point as well, Sugar Papa has switched off of the Ramatra and gone to the Doomfist. So where is the staying power on this cart? Students of the game can just go in here with this Gravitic Flux from Infected and CC everybody off. Oh, that was so close.
I'm waiting for it, Rose. You're on the car, so you'll see it at some point. Good shot from Chime. Railgun kill straight through Scissor's skull now as Chime ascends to the high ground. However, there's a lamp there from Rakatag to save PG's bacon. Now Dreamland are pushing this payload, but Rose, no one can get off. They're finding picks, which is important here, but they're still in OT. A moment's notice is required from students of the game. They just need to hold on for a brief moment longer for Rak and Cal to come back. The Flux ends up missing. Sugar Papa does end up going down, but there's too many bodies on the point for Dreamland, so students of the game are just going to have to bundle on. Rakatag and Cow are now back, and now the spawn advantage is really in their favor. A pulse bomb going a little bit wide, but there it is. Half a second, not even that. 0.1 off the point. And that is it, you're done. And yeah, I got a little bit excited at the very end, but students of the game, they end up capping 6 points on Blizzard World, 2 points in OT as Dreamland fall ever so short.
That's so wild. Like, even in those final moments, it's so tough because the overtime wick has been burning for so long that if you step a toe off of that payload, that overtime wick is going to expire just like that. And I think that when you look at the students of the game composition, they were just so set up for success. Even though that Grav Flex whiffed, they had so many other things that they could throw at this. Like, you throw a Pulse Bomb, everybody has to scatter. If you don't have the Suzu up, then there's no way for you to stand in that line of fire. So it was definitely coming up with the respawns and all of that jazz. The students of the game, they did a great job. 6 points? What?
That's ridiculous on Blizzard World. Normally, everybody just gets bogged on seconds because the spawn advantages are too good, and it did end up happening, of course, with students the game at the very end there. And like you said, the OT had been burning for so long that just a fraction of a second off the point, and just boom. It's not even a C9. It's just, well,
no, it's just
we just didn't touch for half a second. Yeah, exactly. Lead now, though, for students of the game. 2-0 in the series. We're going to go to Esperanza. Curious if we do see any more substitutions here for students of the game, or even Dreamland, of course. We'll find that out in just a moment as the teams are setting up in the lobby. But Esperanza, going to play the Sigma? Maybe. But I think we're probably just going to go back to more of a Doomfist style like we saw on Lijiang Tower.
I think so. I think we have seen a couple of teams, though, still stick to sort of like a Ramatra or a Sigma composition on those maps. But it really depends on, like, what do you think your opponent is going to do, and is it safe to actually run that composition? I think it's really scary to lock yourself into that if you're Dreamland, because Cal has been on fire. Like, that Zenyatta has been so clean, and it's been so much fun to watch because you love to see that from a good flex support player.
Yeah, Cal, of course, a brief tenure in the Overwatch League, but is really making a name for themselves now. But another person that I highlighted yesterday's show and today as well has been PGE, just dominant. They would have made it definitely one of their better heroes. The Soldier, nothing to scoff at either. Just them and Chime, they were like loggerheads. They were just going at it, like just trying to snipe each other out, and that's what you have to do as the Soldier. And you have to just tickle the other Soldier real quick with the left click, boom, insta headshot, just take care of the game. But PGE was just doing that to everybody. Just incredible aim from, again, another player that didn't find themselves in the Overwatch League that's now getting highlighted here. I've got really high hopes of PGE as a player, and I think as we go on, you can expect better things from this team, and even greater things even. But game number 3, of course, is coming up in just a moment, but you can see the Sojourn prowess here from PGE. And we mentioned before, Rose, something worth keeping in mind, and something that I've been discussing with like Reinforce and Custer, like, is the Cassidy better here, or is this shot on the Genji as well? Wait a second.
Oh, that was disgusting.
That flick was nasty.
It was like right after that deflect had gone down too. It was such good timing.
You'll love to see it. It's perfect. That when you hit that, when the deflect just goes down and the Genji doesn't like kind of expect you to pull the trigger that quickly, it feels so good. But PG has been kind of lights out on the Sojourn.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if we're ever going to see the Cassidy from them. And it really feels like North America specifically, much, at least in this group as well, much prefers that Sojourn just to how explosive it can be. Of course, that can all change. We're going to Esperanza as our next map with soon as the game. It was their map selection.
Well, don't forget, we ended up seeing manually just yesterday popping off on the Cassidy. Like, that was so good. I think that's one of the reasons why Citrus Nation as a team has started to stand out to a lot of people, is because that Cassidy was just so impactful. And I think if you have a player on the other team that is going to be running the Cassidy, if you can't get access to it, that's rough. But if you are going to be playing a little bit more of an aggressive game, the Cassidy then becomes a little less of an issue. Like, it just doesn't have the same mobility tools as the Sojourn has. You can just power slide away.
Yeah, the Cass is very good at locking one target down, but the mobility, like you mentioned, is so good for the Sojourn, especially on maps like Blizzard World. I think your point was excellent there, because you can just slide away from any kind of tracer that's kind of messing with you, and also you can assail the high ground super quickly too, which is definitely evident in Esperanza as well, but a little less so, because Blizzard World high grounds, especially around second point, are just so important. No substitutions, I'm hearing as well, so it's going to be rocking with the same people into this next map. So yeah, we're seeing Sugar Papa again. Cowman 7-Eleven. Love to see it.
7-Eleven.
Honestly, like I said, I'm down for the funny names. This is all what Open Bracket's about. I love to see it. More funny names, please. It reminds me of like casting way back, like random tournaments for Overwatch and other games as well. Like just seeing the most strange names possible. No, it is fantastic, and it really is a place where superstars are built up as well. Dreamland still have an opportunity to come back here. A very close game so far, despite the scoreline. As Dreamland, remember, they finished with like 3.5 minutes, almost 4 minutes going into Blizzard World defense.
Yeah.
So it is anybody's game currently. Suravasa will be the flashpoint map for Dreamland if we do end up going there. But these two teams definitely at the top of their groups. And remember, the winner here will advance to the main event, most importantly. And we are just about to jump into the game. So strap yourself in. I hope you had enough time to get a water or get some juice or squash or whatever you want to get. And I know I say squash, by the way, and I don't mean the vegetable or the fruit. Concentrate is what I mean. You don't have it.
Squash concentrate?
Concentrate, yeah. So Carson knows what I'm talking about. Sorry, knows what I'm talking about.
No.
Sorry, does not know what I'm talking about. Okay.
I literally just Googled squash and it brought up the vegetable.
It's not the vegetable. Well, it's just like concentrate, which is like you put a little bit in a cup.
You gotta stop here, Joss.
Pour water in there. Okay, fine.
It's not working out.
Squash the drink. Squash is British. Okay, good stuff. It's mixed with a certain amount of water, carbonated water, before drinking. It still isn't telling me what it is.
Sugar-free flavored water. Let's go.
It's citruses and fruits and berries and stuff. Okay, you know what? Great.
It's good. I'm drinking some right now to relax my voice.
I'm so happy.
Oh, we're getting into game. I'm so good. Miracom's almost here. Annie and Cal playing a little bit something different though. The Bat versus the Kiri here, the Kiriko. As it's just going to be a little bit more of this rush. I do very much like the Batiste over the Kiriko, especially when you're running these ram comps, but the Suzu is just so important against the Tracers, Rose. Every Kiriko has just gone so good at Suzuing whoever has been stuck, and Anian is going to be no different here. As Infected tries to make his presence known in the back line as they do push Dreamland back as they take control of the bot.
Okay, this is gonna pay attention to these first picks. I'm looking at Chime and PGE to open something up here for these fights.
I love Ram
also
gameplay.
so low.
I love Ram gameplay. Two Rams staring at each other menacingly as they do swing one punch, then block, swing one punch, then block. All right, Scissors is the first one to go down, but PGE willing to try and make this one a little bit more even. Snipes Grapes, but it's actually infected. That falls their tank player dead. Not a good spot for the rest of the team to be in. Cal pretty low too. They are cleaned up, and the bot now in control of Dreamland. Oh, PG still gets a kill off Ryan. Okay.
Okay.
And
wow.
Okay, these are bad picks. It's going to be really tough for them now to fight, and they might just actually concede a lot of this bot push that they could have gotten if the fight was cleaner and try and just stick on this high ground. You can see they're not even trying to press the advantage here because of the amount of picks that they suffered.
No, they can't, but I mean, take a look at that too. Sugar Papa knows that the stay might be a little bit overstayed. Gotta get out of there.
Risky.
Yeah, you can't stay there. Not everybody is back yet from Dreamland. But the Kitsune Rush, not gonna stop them from using that.
Oh, PG straight through the window. Yeah, Kitsune Rush versus a window and a railgun. I'm taking the window and the railgun every day of the week. A nice little one shot there onto Chime as Scissors finds Ryan off on the sidelines. And PG not afraid of Cowman or Sugar Puppet. He just stands in front of him and shoots around him. There you go. There's the bot push. And a lot of ults coming out for students of the game now. Same with Dreamland. This next one's going to be a bloodbath.
I would agree with that one, especially if Grapes can get this sound barrier online, then this is also going to be a pretty long fight. But PGE and Chime are both going to be fighting for positioning here to use these overclocks. There's a pretty nice bridge for the students of the game to play around, and I think that's going to benefit PGE a lot in terms of these sightlines.
Oh, and also switching over to the BAP as well. Thinking that's a bit of a better
That's a good spot,
here, especially with the Sojans. Yeah, real good, but you're going to be fairly behind in terms of ult charge. There is Chime with the overclock with sound barrier to match the Annihilation. I told you it's going to be a bloodbath, but no one's dying until that overhealth fades away. Chime on the high ground just kind of playing the anger right now, waiting for PG to maybe poke their heads out, but it's actually Rakatek that finds the kill. And Sugar Pop is just kind of left isolated on heights. Onion and Grapes unable to kind of follow up. It was PG that kind of descended on them and put pressure. And there we go, the bot firmly in control of students of the game here, although it was stolen briefly by Ryan, but you know, you're gonna at least get a little bit more push here.
Well, it helps a little bit because maybe you're able to deny this point capture by the time the Dreamland is able to come back in and contest. They really don't want this point to get unlocked. That's the biggest issue here. And Dreamland doesn't have a lot to work with, though, to be able to do that. So you're relying on just raw picks to stop this point capture, and PGE's already walked away with a kill.
Yeah, the kill onto Ryan. He's good for one. And there's the bot, so close to that checkpoint too, as Infected just continues to kind of pressure out, making sure Sugar Papa cannot push themselves onto the point. Yeah, that's checkpoint for sure. Boom, there you go, butt scratch mode initiated. So students of the game just handily taking control of this. Dreamland looking a little bit down right now in terms of raw firepower that they were showing earlier on.
Oh, it's tough too because, like, look at the rotation that they're taking. They don't really have another way that they can actually contest from.
Exactly.
And
ooh, nice balls. That
you just
exactly
walk into
that
the
Rose.
arms of the Ramatra.
Yeah, and then PG just sits on the high ground, and so does Cal, and they wait for a rotation, and Anian unfortunately fell victim to that high ground advantage. Real rough stuff from Sugar Papa 2, who's trying to help Anian kind of move on to the point, and Cal taking down Grapes. Slowly they're finding stagger kills here too, as Dreamland, that lead is just slipping away from them.
This is a better position here for Dreamland. They can play this corner a bit more defensively favored, but students of the game still have this boss to work around as just natural cover. And so you can push Cal back a little bit, but you're really looking at trying to use some ultimates here for Dreamland.
Oh, Anian using that window too. That's going to be a lot of pressure. Good lamp just in time to save Sugar Papa. But this, again, another winner from PGE. A bit on the corner there from Cal, but they sniped Sugar Papa. There was nothing Anian could do there to save the Ram. Not enough healing, not enough immortality build. You need at least 2 more to try and live for all that Sojourn damage. Chime manages to escape here, not giving up another kill, and actually trades. Scissors falling, but still the bot is continuing to push. Students of the game with 105 meters plus here, just pushing the advantage constantly. It's just running away from them.
Yeah, and this is where this defensive advantage starts to go away. Chime, though, is able to get Lock Infected down into a corner, so that is going to be that front line removed. So Dreamland finally getting a chance to actually take control of this push. But look at all the groundwork they have to make up for.
Yeah.
That is 75 meters.
Still got 4 minutes on the clock though, so
Yeah, there is a lot of time.
But this fight is important. They need to win this pretty cleanly so they can take the high ground with Anian and Chime at the helm, just shooting anybody that kind of approaches the point. Oh, what a stick. That's a good start. Ryan tagging PGE up and the Annihilation. This is the clean fight that they need. Rack Attack runs for the hills, doesn't want to drop the sound barrier just yet. Happy just to go down in this fight and be more prepared for the next one.
Yeah, they're totally okay with this because students of the game have 5 ultimates now to throw at this next fight. And you were saying that this fight is important for Dreamland to win, but with what? That's going to be so difficult to contend with everything that students of the game can throw at this. And you have to keep this high ground advantage, and Grapes is going to have like the sound barrier of his life at this point. If you just have I
don't think Chime saw scissors on their screen.
It was like a slam dunk. Like, just throw it over the top there.
So Lamp there again from the bat, but it's just not enough. That high ground was firmly in their control, but Scissors with a bit of cunning evasion was able to just wrap around that high ground, use that mega health pack, and then wrap on the stairs, dunk on Chime, and just take control of that fight. And now the bot, once again, in control of the students of the game, but I wouldn't be too surprised. Okay, Cal. Okay. I like the aggro.
Just go for it. What can Dreamland do against this? You're buying valuable time for them to get back, and I think that's what you're trying to use their ultimates for now. You just used the pulse bomb in that last fight, and now you've got window to work all the way back to where you were before. And Chime, PG is behind them again.
Yeah, PG and Cal, they're chilling. They're herding Dreamland to their slaughter right now. There's not much really Sugar Papa can do, especially with the Grapes falling over. Anian trying to be the difference maker though on the high ground with that window, but as soon as they hear that, as soon as they see that window prop up, as soon as the game dash straight onto the underground, and Anian does end up going down. Scissors picking up the clean kill, and Infected picking up Ryan. The ball once again in their favor, and with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, Dreamland, yeah, it's turning more into a nightmare land right now for them because this game is slipping away from them.
With the Annihilation too, students of the game just have so much sustain on the actual bot. And PGE still has yet to use that overclock. So as this bot starts to round the corner, PGE has great sightlines here and also some really nice angles to take.
Oh, the pulse. Oh, Ryan has also been insane with the pulse bombs. Forces Cow's immortality field there. Gets the kill on it too. We'll take that. Oh, Annihilation. PG in trouble. There we go. Sound barrier Annihilation. They surge on forward. The power of a giant wave there as students of the game. They do end up using their sound barrier and their pulse bomb, so 3 ults to spare, but again, stacking ultimates for these last fights is going to be important for students of the game just to clean sweep Dreamland, basically. You got 106 meters like this on Esperanza, Rose. You don't really need to push that far.
No.
You can just use the high ground to your advantage and just kind of like, you have to push the bot to us, so we can just sit up here and shoot you while you do that. So not a bad play there, not overextending too much and not investing too much either.
Oh, for sure, because Dreamland at this point, the onus is on them. They have to initiate these fights. They have to push the pressure, and students of the game, all they have to do is respond. They have such an insurmountable lead right now, and it's just going to continue to grow. But the checkpoint, they do give up the checkpoint. Okay, but there is 10 seconds left. So Dreamland gets to take the checkpoint, but they have to withstand this next onslaught of ultimates here that students of the game have banked.
Window overclock for PGE, and they just all scatter. Chimes up where they go. Hang on a second. They're on the high ground behind us. The bomb may be a little bit too far for them though, but Cal can still just unleash devastation with this ultimate. I mean, PGE has got the overclock, and Cal almost lights out an Onion there who narrowly dodges the fire, but Scissors follows up instantly and takes her out. Annihilation on the point for Infected, and there's just not much you can do now. Overtime's going to tick down unless Chime's got something to say about it, but with a tank on the point and with PGE putting up these numbers, Dreamland go down. Students of the game clean a 3-0, and they will advance to the main event.
Fantastic stuff from students of the game there. I love the way that they played that too, because at the very end, when they allowed that point to get captured by Dreamland, look at their positioning. Jaws, they were just sitting in a bowl with all of these different angles to shoot down on them, and they couldn't move. They just had to sit there and just kind of take it.
This is a heartbreaker though, because quite frankly, even though of course the score would suggest otherwise, this was a close one on map 1 and 2, minus the last round on map 1. I think Dreamland had so many opportunities to actually win it out. A lot of great performances, good team cohesion. They had a good idea of how to approach this game, and it really felt like in a lot of those moments they kind of just got out-fragged, looking at PGE there on the other side.
Yeah, it did very much feel like that. Like PGE was the standout player for this series for sure. Definitely a player of the match in my head. I think Infected also had a very good round too. And Cal on the Zen on Blizzard World
Zen was
did exceptional.
scary.
It was extremely scary, and going into a Ram comp like that, you're just trying to just taper their aggression, just making sure the Ram comp can't get on top of you. And Cal was like, okay, sure, come at me, I'm gonna kick you back. Like, it doesn't matter. There's no health bar difference here. It's like the enemy tank had like 10 HP as Cal was just permanently doming them and taking them out. It was a real rough time. But Dreamland also had some bright spots there as well. So like you were saying, it was a very close game on Blizzard World. They capped with an enormous time bank, and even on control on the very first map of the series too. It was a 2-1. So I don't think anything can be really said. I don't think there's like a giant skill gap here. I think just at the end of the day, it was Students of the Game just out fragging.
Yeah, I think this match has such small margins for error. I think when you take a look at how balanced out the skill level is between these two teams, like Chime had some great Sojourn moments. Ryan was hitting all of those pulse bombs. Sugar Papa, it's not easy to have to contend with this Zenyatta Discord orb, but still making it work there with some of the positioning. And then Onion so clean with all of those Suzus, and Grapes as well. It's some fantastic sound barriers. It's just like in a game of inches, you have to take where you can, and so that would just be eliminations here or there. That can just be that small bit of edge.
That was my favorite stick, actually, of the whole series.
It's so good.
It's just
where did it come
just
from?
donked on his head. Super Mario-looking guy. Like, that was ridiculous. Yeah, it was a really nice series from Students of the Game, and they are 2-0 now as well. They're looking really clean. Main event spot secured.
Yeah, of course, Dreamland now, they're not out yet, right? Yeah, no, this is a winners game. I was like, where are we in the...
No, don't you worry.
There's been so much Overwatch, sorry, don't worry.
They still have a chance.
Dreamland still have a chance. I honestly think they have a very good chance, because the way they managed to play Students of the Game right now, and just like the individual skill we got to see there, they got what it takes to hang with the top.
Easily, yeah. Oh, absolutely. This group as well is really a lot about underdogs trying to make their name for themselves in the Overwatch scene. I think they're doing a good job of that so far. I think Students of the Game and Dreamland, they are the top of this group, most definitely. I'd be surprised if Dreamland didn't end up making it out of the group as well. We'll have to wait and see, of course. We've got a few more matches to go for this group.
We do indeed. First things first, though, we want to chat to the winners, and we got the man himself joining us. PGE, congratulations to you and the squad. You were fragging out. It was a joy to watch.
Hi.
And you got the shining in the back. It's very moody. I love that.
Yeah, it's so bright.
He ascended with that series.
That's the star power right there.
That's the star power indeed. PG, super irrelevant to what we actually just saw, but skin check. Lots of Boston uprising on the server. Are you a big fan?
My teammate's name is Boston, so we was repping the skins for him. And I got my Boston shirt on just for him.
I love that. I love that.
That's
You'll
awesome.
love to see it.
Hell yeah. Dude, your Soja series was sick. And I'm really happy you jumped on Widow too, because I know your Widow is also really, really good. But what do you think of the DPS picks right now? Do you think Soja's the strongest? Because we're seeing a lot of Cassidy as well. Or is Soja's more of a comfort pick for yourself?
I'm just not good at Tracer or Echo, so we play this.
Okay, fair. That's very fair. Tracer feels like a must pick in this meta, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts about how the rest of the team sets up for success here. Because if you've got like yourself playing the Sojourn and you also have the Tracer, where do you feel like the rest of the strengths of the team lie in order for you guys to find success?
You know, we just got good teamwork. I love hanging out with everybody. Playing matches is cool, and just gotta hit our shots.
So it's just good vibes?
That is it.
Good vibes, good vibes.
Good vibes. Gotta hit the shots. That's
Love it.
your keys to success.
We need it on a
I
motivational
love that.
poster, actually. Player matches is pretty cool.
I'd put that on a shirt, to be honest. I definitely will be wearing that. Now, one last question before I let you go. There's a lot of eyes on your team. You know, word on the street is that you guys are pretty darn good. Joss here is a super fan, not low key but high key.
Really?
How do you think you stack up to the competition? Oh, he's been talking about nothing but your team. Say that.
You know, I'll try my best. I think we'll try our best. Maybe we can cause some upsets, and I'm excited to go into the matches.
Well, we're very excited to see you and your
The
team
Swiss.
going at it again. Thank you so much for chatting, and best of luck in your next match.
Thanks for having me.
A pleasure to hear it from PGE. What
Good
a
vibes.
great victory. Good vibes all around. Yeah, after interviews like that, when you get to chat with someone for the first time and the vibes there, suddenly you got a fan, you know, students of the game.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go.
like it.
Why not?
I'm telling you, this team should not be underrated. They're like a dark horse coming in. They can definitely take maps off some of the better teams up in the upper echelon that people are expecting to do super well. It's going to be exciting to see this team go forward, I think.
For sure.
Indeed. Let's actually take a quick look at the score. Let's try to figure out where we are in the show. I think we're taking
a long weekend. Good.
Okay, we take a break. That's what I got out of voices in my head. We're taking a break and then we're back with more action, so don't go anywhere. We can't wait to bring you more of our NA region here in the group stage.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Hello and welcome back. This is one of the two teams you're going to see facing off against one another in our first elimination match of the NA region. Final Gambit. I think there's a lot of people which would have a lot of question marks here. Not too many well-known faces. Foreshadow and Passengers, some of you might know from their stint for the Team Canada Open Trials in 2023. But other than that, Jaws, who else is standing out?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of unknown players, especially in teams that qualified fairly low down in terms of their Swiss bracket. Daybreak not being one of them. It was actually Final Gambit that qualified in 16th place. Daybreak qualified in 8th. A lot of players here that I'm fairly familiar with somewhat from a ranked experience every now and then. But again, another opportunity for these teams to really, and players to make a name for themselves. And this is an elimination match, Zoe. So to keep yourself alive in the competition, you gotta win right here, right now.
Indeed. And I mean, if you're not really familiar with the other team, what's your approach here, Jaws? So you're just gonna run to your strength? Or I mean, try suss it out to see what they played in.
They've definitely been scrimming, I'd imagine, and especially like a lot of the players will already know each other from just like ranked and collegiate, for example. Like Mari, for example, the tank player for Daybreak. They've been in Calling All Heroes a number of times. They've had a lot of high placings in Calling All Heroes, so they are definite known quantities around that sphere. But making it right here through the Swiss stage, it's a fantastic start. It's fantastic to see. Nepal being the first map too, by the way, that's Daybreak's choice. Kings Row, yes, at least one Kings Row game today. Thank you very much. And Colosseo is our third map. If we go any further, of course, we'll see those in just a minute.
You've got Squash, you've got Squash, and you've got Kings Row. You're just thriving, Jaws.
I am. It's very good. I'm having a good day. It's fun.
It's awesome.
Today's going to be a good day.
It is going to be a good day. It's already been
I was about to say, it's already a good day.
That's true.
And, I can't wait for all the action to take place here. Is there a clear favorite?
I don't know, honestly. Like, for me, I don't think so. Like, I think both of these teams have a lot that they get a chance to showcase to everybody, and this match feels like it could be quite close, Jaws.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said before, especially on the Daybreak side of things, they got some fairly high placings in terms of tournaments too, like top 18 of Flash Ops, like Dive Party high placings, Calling All Heroes, like I mentioned before. So, you know, Daybreak, I'd probably take over Final Gambit right now, but Final Gambit making it, you know, by the skin of their teeth out of the Swiss stage. They got a lot to prove, but this is the elimination game. They got to do well here or you're going home. We're going to rock out though. Looks like Final Gambit and Daybreak both wanting to run different compositions here.
Yeah.
Daybreak playing the SIG, and then Final Gambit more on the rush with a Cass this time, and Moira and the Ramatra.
I like the Cassidy versus the Ashe in this matchup. Melophobia is actually just going to go ahead and get the first pick. That was surprising just how far forward that Ramatra was.
Okay. Well, that was a quick fight. Insane damage. I mean, that's what you kind of expect too with the Zen. You're able to sit so far back with the Sigma, and the hardest fight for this kind of composition is the first fight. And they now have the first fight, and they can now sit all the way back with the Sig, the Ashe, and then just poke you down from afar. It's going to be tough. Although, Final Gambit, using their elusive speed boost, they are going to try and get on top of them, but, well, Mario's making it quite difficult.
And it's so tough because look at the off angle that this Ashe can take here. While the Cassidy has the opportunity to kind of shoot in that direction, still, how else do you get close except for this Tracer to get back in that corner?
Wow, surprise hit. Ooh, Sooner heals. Okay, H-Key and Abyss. Here in the kill feed quite readily. Wow, this is This is quick. This is a very, very quick fight from Daybreak.
Yep, and now
we go again.
Push. I think you can just push all the way forward here. Like, the Sigma can just sort of lock down this choke. At this point, I think you've really shown some dominance here with the DPS, and if you can just keep the space here for the Ashe, then you're fine. You're cooking. You're vibing if you're Daybreak.
Oh, H-Key narrowly avoiding. Well, you can't avoid that. Oh my word, H-Key with some nice movement, dodging out of the way of the Cassidy and returning the favor with a nice little pulse bomb. This is a wash at the moment for Daybreak.
It feels like it's a little bit tough right now for Final Gambit to break through that front line, and they don't really have a whole lot of ultimates right now to help them out in this case. I would look at something like the Coalescence maybe to sort of help with this initiation, but that's not online quite yet. Not before we might see this Gravitic Flux or even just the window.
My word, H-Key playing with fire there. She does end up surviving and backing off. Nice little rotation from Final Gambit, and there's the Cole. Here's the pressure that we wanted, but you got to be careful now. Abyss does use the Transcendence, narrowly avoiding that pulse bomb, which actually got attached to the Ashe instead. And well, that's Final Gambit's push kind of done and dusted. They used Coalescence, they found one pick, but Mari's just taking them to town in the corner here. The Flux hitting both supports. No one's there to touch the point, and Daybreak. This is looking clinical.
That was very clean and very clinical. I mean, it already started with the first opening pick there onto the Ramatra on Final Gambit. And once you didn't have that front line anymore, it just felt like easy pickings. And then, as you called out, Jaws, you get set up on that point, and playing the Daybreak composition from a defensive position is exactly what you want to have. You had free reign of that point here, and heading over to the second one, I don't know if we'll see the same amount of Sigma. It feels like it plays a little bit too slow on a point like this, but you can still play the Ramatra if you want.
Yeah, I still think Ram is Ramatra. I'm not from Chelsea in the UK. I can't speak that posh. All right. Yeah, I like the tempo setting that Final Gambit's comp does, but Daybreak switching up again. Okay, now they're going to be the tempo setters with the Doom Fist. We'll see what Mari can do on the Doom. Of course, HK now also switching too. I like this. Again, a lot of DPS players nowadays can just play Tracer straight up, but they've switched their Tracer pair. HK was on Tracer before, and now they switched, and now HK is on Echo. And another exceptional pick too. I think this comp is fantastic. I love the Doom Fist, and with the Echo as well. There's so many good dupe targets in this meta, it feels like. And already, HK's found a kill.
That was so fast. I mean, HK is just completely opening up the fights, whether it's been like the Echo, I think that the Tracer as well was just so disruptive. And the backline for Final Gambit, look at all the aggression coming out from Daybreak. This dive is going to be really powerful. Look at the Doomfist just punching the Ramatra into a corner.
Yeah. I do not need to commentate right now. What you are seeing right now is a stomp. Daybreak running over Final Gambit, and Final Gambit need to be the ones that are just going in with the Moira, with the Lucio, but they're actually going to switch up completely.
Huge
all right.
switch. Yeah. Okay.
Zarya
I see the
and
Zarya.
the back now.
I like the Zarya. I think that it's able to help give a bit more sustain to this composition. The bubbles, not a bad way to try to contend with a punching Doomfist or even just a sticky bomb coming through from an Echo. And this Zarya does have quite a bit of range here on that photon gun. So can you actually beam down the Echo?
Oh, H-Key is dominating right now. Straight up diff in the other team's DPS currently. Nice little duplication too. H-Key narrowly avoiding the pulse bomb. Fancy footwork from the Echo. A wave goodbye. I don't think it's a hello, that's a goodbye. 55% and counting for Daybreak. I like the Echo. I like the Zarya too, Rose. I really do. It's what a lot of the Korean teams have been doing recently, switching to Zarya when they see the Doom Fist to counter the Doom. The bubble just kind of dominates the Doom because the Doom wants to go in, go out, go in, go out, and you can kind of time the bubbles with that, but they're just not giving them a single inch on this point.
It's just so tough because where's your target focus? Everybody's so slippery.
Yeah, okay, double sound barrier coming up. Murray has to back off on the Doom. They managed to get back to point rather quickly, but now it's about actually securing kills. Here's one person from Final Gambit touching right now. Is that Zarya? is Sealy actually going to be able to find much here? I mean, they were high energy, yes, but you see that constantly. The Doom is just punching them back, so they cannot get a say in this fight. And HK just goes nuclear on the backline. It's overtime. There's no support to Final Gambit, and there's no hope either. That is Daybreak with just a dominating first map. Like that was it. Stopwatch done. Guinness World Records. Yeah, we got a new record setting for you there for map number 1 on Nepal. So yeah, rough stuff so far from a Final Gambit. Daybreak just taking them to the cleaners.
I have no analysis for you.
Perfect.
My analysis is boiled down to Daybreak is amazing.
They look great. I mean, there's like I said
really,
before.
really good.
There's a lot of known quantities on this team if you hang around the Calling All Heroes.
That's
and
true.
some of the players that have played in contenders as well. So a lot of experience in competitive play. And the document that we kind of get before this broadcast, with the players kind of submit information about themselves. Some of the players on the Final Gambit side of things saying, like, you know, we haven't got any results just yet. They've been playing in tournaments and competitions here, there, and everywhere. But in terms of pound for pound right now, Daybreakers, they got the trophies, they got first place finishes and things like Calling All Heroes. But
that's true.
Right now, I mean, it's a little one-sided. Maybe a little bit of a 3-0 here. Final Gambit are fighting for their life, of course. Elimination phase of the competition. We are going to King's Row next, and it was Final Gambit's pick here, so maybe that swings it in their favor.
Well, Zarya could fare better on a map like that. If you wanted to go for the Zarya, I think that is a hero that could totally work in the front line for a map like King's Row. Also, when you have these kind of smaller corridors, the echo doesn't work like as well outside of that first point, so maybe just a little bit of a compositional shakeup is what Final Gambit are going to need to be able to get back into this game. But it still looks like it's going to be a tough ask. Daybreak are playing so clean and so crisp together. It's very obvious that they're quite practiced as a team.
Yeah, a well-oiled machine right now is Daybreak. Yeah, it's just feeling like, hey, another match in the books. We just got to clock in, clock out, honest Overwatch. Like, that's what it's all about. I'm curious what kind of comp they do on the defense here. We've seen a little bit of Sig, a little bit of Doomfist, and I think just having that flexibility also super important for tank players in Overwatch 2. So maybe Sigma. We saw Amati do it with Hawk, just Sigma on the high ground. Good luck assailing that, unless you're going to go super quickly. And it's all up to what Final Gambit is going to come up with here. Let's have a look at the rosters again. I've got a small substitution, in fact. Jutsu is coming in for DPS for Daybreak.
Ooh, interesting. So what we ended up seeing on Nepal is just this swap between who was playing the Tracer, and that did open up things for the Echo to come through. But now with Jutsu coming in, I'm wondering if they're just going to sort of commit to having Melophobia on the Tracer and then just try to go for a longer range hit scan. There's so many different options, and I was very interested to see like the Ashe versus the Cassidy, and like maybe we do get to see some Sojourn.
Yeah, Sojin, yeah, would make sense. I'm curious how their DPS are going to swap between Tracers to maybe Melophobia is now just going to stay on the Tracer from here on out, as HK does take a little bit of a backseat. Honestly, I'd keep HK in right now. She was kind of dominating on the Echo, but maybe a completely different strategy is required, or maybe just giving Jutsu some reps too. Also quite important. Just want to make sure everybody's kind of warmed up for the competition, having getting actual like tournament games, tournament practice in equally for all the DPS might be important for them as well moving forward. So here we are, King's Row, Final Gambit's pick, as they banned Hollywood, and then it was a ban from Daybreak for Midtown, and then King's Row got selected. So getting King's Row today, which is always good in my books.
We love King's Row in this house. Yeah, King's Row is a fun one, and it really does open itself up to seeing just a bunch of different things. Like, we've seen a lot of different approaches to this match from multiple different teams now in the group stages. So is it going to be like a dive? Is it going to be a Ramatra, a Sigma? A lot of Sigma.
Yeah, I think Sigma's super good, and especially with how the fights end up working out. If you can just get one flux off on the first point, then you want to switch up, it's fine to just switch your tank just halfway through. And especially with how quickly the second phase can go for teams, Sigma, it's decent, I think, because you can definitely hold the corners, but you're more favored in terms of fast compositions on defense if you can't get that initial archway hold. But of course, we'll have to wait and find out as we jump into map number 2 of this series. Daybreak versus Final Gambit. Daybreak taking a lightning fast win on the first map, and it will be, well, Final Gambit on defense first. So we'll see what they want to do here.
Looks like they're going to be rocking the Ramatra. You also have the Cassidy as well, which is a really nice pick to have on this first point just because of the high ground that you can play with, and you're not as susceptible to just getting picked out or having a lack of mobility here because you've all these walls, all these windows to actually play around. So I think the Cassidy feels fine. And especially if you're expecting an Echo to come out of the other side, then what better way to sort of track that in the sky than with something like the Cassidy? But that's not what we're seeing right now as we just take a look at the opening doors here on the attack for Daybreak.
Window. Oh, good. I still like that pick. Yeah, little free ult charge for you too. Yeah, Soj. Okay. Sojourn, and then Melophobia on the Tracer. All right. El Clasico, apparently. Very easy to charge that railgun charge off of the Ram like we were mentioning before. And you cannot ping. Oh, how's your day? Well, it's going pretty badly, especially if you're the Lucio player. Oh, shoot, 2-2. Keep on living. Wow, these names just write the jokes themselves. They really do.
Oh,
they really do. You can finish that one, chat. It's all good. You can finish that one. Rough stuff. Pretty steamrolly. Point A. All good. Although Final Gambit right now, they do have a chance to set up as 5. Not sure that... Okay. All right, fair enough. You know what? I respect that. I respect that emote just out in the open.
Hey, listen, it's tactical. You get better vantage if you emote and you are able to look around the corners.
True. So
different
true.
POV.
Wait. It's the sitting emote for Doomfist as he looks around the corner and then your team.
See? Yeah. Big brain. So big brain.
They are going to be able to hold the archway though, Rose, so it's going to be a decent hold here for Final Gambit. They just cannot get run over. They've got to be worried though. Melophobia, almost with that pulse bomb, 3% away, and they are making their presence well known in the backlines. And Sealy, pretty low. Received a lot of healing and the lamp to try and keep them up. We got those arms crossed and a little bit of a holding S moment here. And oh dear, that Tracer's in trouble. Keep on living. Is living for now at least. Hits the recall, gets away. That mega health pack, it's not there either. Oh, the Lucio. Oh, and the stick too. They tried to. Oh no! Oh my god. Okay, that's. Who should blame there? The Tracer player or the Lucio player? One of them's flying towards you, the other one's blinking towards you. Rough stuff. Hit him with the emote. That's live on stream. That's the Twitter clip for you there as well, Melophobia.
Okay, I can't defend that one. You know, this is so rough. Like, a Daybreak in that fight too only needed the pulse to try to even up the score. The window's gone. You've got Jutsu too that's gonna have these nice sight lines with the overclock. Just wait this out.
Oh,
yeah, who do you
the high ground. You can see 3 of them cowering in that corner. Very, very slow peek there around the corner. Keep on living, taking out Jutsu as they did rip that overclock. Here comes the flux though from Mari, and oh, keep on living, narrowly missing that pulse bomb. Latest sound barrier here from Thunder 2. They end up ripping it, and latest sound barrier almost always the better one. There's another clean. Daybreak just pushing on forward. That point 2 in their sights is going to be claimed in just a moment.
Hello. It's good that Daybreak were able to get past that point of interference as well, because that is one of the better defensive positions there for a team to take on King's Row. If you're able to stop the push there, it's very difficult to assail it past that point. But don't worry about it. Daybreak got the second objective, and they're all the way starting to work towards that third one. Can Melophobia open things up again with a pulse kill? That's what I want to know.
What DPI is Passenger playing on? It looks so high. Oh my word. Well, there's the Annihilation. Conversation can be saved for later. At Immortality Field, narrowly saving Sigma's life there as Daybreak just end up backing up. Just wait for that Annihilation to disappear. And now it's Melophobia. It's their chance to get themselves in the backline again. Oh, Sealy instantly getting deleted behind that window. Abyss and the rest of the team, yeah, this is a quick die on the payload. They're just going to be marching on again.
Pulse in the front, special delivery at the front door?
No, I mean, do it please for star points. Widowmaker! Oh, there's that shot.
On the
there's one! Nah, I mean, you trade. That's actually not too bad. Okay, Melophobia still with the pulse bomb though. Maybe eyeing up the Sigma, or eyeing up the Tracer. Just want to get the diff. There's I like what I'm seeing. That mini health pack has gone. Okay, instantly checking. Is the Widow back? Is the other DPS back? No, they're not. Okay. They end up gonna just reset. Group is 5, push again. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, like you still can't make mistakes here, right? Like you don't want to overextend. The way that you lose this is by getting overconfident. And so Daybreak are still going to play with those mechanics. You've got Jutsu coming back as well. That's almost about to have the overclock, so it's another way that you can just sort of open up this fight. Mari has not had any trouble just making space in the front line.
Oh, there's the second dash. Is the rock as well. Whoop. Little dash to the side. Dodges that flux and dodges the rock, sorry. Doesn't get the flux cancelled. And here comes the overclock. Well, and there goes the overclock. And there goes Final Gambit. Very much a free beat to How's Your Day's got the sound barrier. Are they going to be able to come back in? They get to the point. No, not today. Thunder, the little boop away on the enemy Lucio. And that will be that. 2 minutes and 43 seconds in the time bank for King's Row.
I'm just trying to think of what Final Gambit does here. Do you counterpick? Do you try to go with like a special sauce?
An unreleased DLC hero. Thoughts on that? Just pick up. How about I play the unreleased hero? No one's gonna see it. No one's gonna see it coming. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is how they make.
They hack-a-mans their way into the system and play a hero that no one has played before. Brand new. I don't know. Yeah, it's rough, Rose. It really is. I mean, Daybreak are gonna go on defense here, and then play the Sigma. It's just kind of a classic comp on defense. It's rough, and that's really all that can be said about that. I mean, Final Gambit right now they're a little bit outmatched. They will Daybreak will end up playing against Shikigami, I believe, after this.
Yeah,
they
and
end up proceeding. And Shikigami, you know, that's a team not to be scoffed at. That will be a much closer game, I'd imagine. We'll see if Keep On Living can find a quick Widow snipe. Maybe
well,
they're deciding better against.
Daybreak actually lost to Shikigami in the groups earlier on, so that was on Friday in order to find themselves in this point. So for Daybreak, this is not only a match to keep their dreams alive of making it to the main event, but they're also looking for some revenge here, Jaws. They want another chance at taking down Shikigami that dropped them here in the first place.
Nothing is sweeter than revenge, I'll tell you right now. I like this pick too. Picking up the Mei, just trying to punish how immobile Sigma is. Keep On Living. Are they just going to jump onto the side or just put up the wall behind the Sig? There it is. But the car wasn't enough to kind of isolate Mari. And Mari handily dealing with the Mei. Biz making sure they stay alive in the front lines. And Mari, she can just poke for free now, pretty much. The back line also for Daybreak, I must say. Although Thunder did die there, but regardless, I think Thunder and Abyss have been pretty damn good at tempering their cooldowns and just making sure their tank is not dropping below 50%, which is hard in this meta, to be fair, with his DPS passive.
Like Mari hasn't died. No, you got to give a lot of credit to your backline there in order to also have to take like a Mei to the face, and there's a couple of other big pushes here, just right into that solo tank.
Wall on the high ground to obfuscate the vision from Jutsu, but it is a quick dash over to the high ground to the left-hand side, and that is a good kill. It's not one you see every day with a Lucio there. Nice little boop out of the lamp. All right, Thunder, they got it. They got the kills. She cleans them up, and yes, another... Oh dear, little stagger on the Mei too. I love staggers. I think they're the funniest things in Overwatch, actually. It reminds me of FRD. This is a lore. It's a lore drop here. An FRD stagger on Hanamura. Back when we played Assault in Overwatch League, it was like a 2-minute stagger. It felt like it was a good minute. I think it was the longest stagger in history. And we had the face cam too. Rough stuff.
Just historic. That map was so historic for staggers like that. I remember watching that on that map and being like, how do you even break past this point? Like, if you get staggered, that sucks, because you already need like a minute and a half to even touch the point in the first place.
The FRD cam or Fried Wiener cam is legendary. so good. One for the history books for sure for competitive Overwatch. All right. Let's have a look what Final Gambit have here on their next attack or the next fight. Well, Thunder does end up going down again. Bit over-eager on the Lucio, but I mean, high ground control very much in favor of Daybreak, but Final Gambit are going to try and change things. They do end up pushing up to high ground, but Jutsu, again, just finding these random stray shots onto Passenger, and with Passenger Jed, Final Gambit have to either regroup or just play in this mega health pack room. They can't really go for any big push here.
They gotta regroup. I mean, look at Jutsu. You've got 3 people on the point right now for Final Gambit, 2 that you are waiting for, and Jutsu is there playing Doorkeeper.
Well, there's the Blizzard. Oh, almost got eaten there, I believe. But no. It's all good. It didn't end up landing. And with Mari down, this is their chance for actually to come back into this one. 50 seconds to go and a tick on the board. This may working out for them eventually. Even the Blizzard, right? You just end up stacking ults, just try and get the first point, get that payload going. It's very winnable here for Final Gambit.
Absolutely.
Though Daybreak making this hard. Melophobia lands yet another pulse. Sojourn down and Passenger in a whole heap of hurt right now as Jutsu fries them with the E, and 30 seconds to go, sorry. Daybreak and Mari jumping onto the Doomfist, a very quick re-engage. They should have this point on lock.
Yeah, that's gonna be a pause of that percentage right at that 2/3 mark, and now they only have 10 seconds remaining for Final Gambit to be able to try to crack this one back open. There is a bit of a quick work back to spawn here so that Daybreak could come through, and oof, can't even use the
window
there.
Railgun, and now we sit behind the window and destroy everybody. And there we go. That should just be it. King's Row was a bit tough on the offense there for Final Gambit. Daybreak had 2.5+ minutes. Very much a Daybreak favored series so far. Looking like a 3-0, honestly, here, Rose.
I think you might be right about that one. It's not for lack of trying, though. You know, I think that when we take a look at the teams and how they match up against each other, we have to give a lot of credit to how Daybreak are playing as a team. Like, Mari has been so good at holding down the front line. It's very clear how much trust that she is putting into that back line, and also the DPS to just keep getting the job done. It's been very difficult, I think, for any individual member on Final Gambit to have to go toe-to-toe. So look at like DPS for DPS, or even just like the Sojourn marking down the other Sojourn. That is such a tough ask, knowing that Daybreak is playing so cohesively together as a unit.
Yeah, they're just looking really good. I mean, really, I think what's fueling them is the drive to get revenge later on the line, later down the line against Shikigami. I think that's in their sights right now, especially if you're this kind of dominant in this series. You're probably not thinking too much about map number 3. I'll put my Jake Lion hat for a second. Stomps are fun to watch sometimes, and obviously if you're playing in the server right now, you're like, okay, we're just going to go on to map number 3. We're going to win it. Easy like that. And now Shikigami. Now we're going to focus on that series, because that's what's important to us, to actually make it out of this group. Of course, they will face them after a W here. I mean, if Final Gambit can come back in the next 3 games, maybe they make a reverse sweep, but right now it is looking a little bit, well, not a little bit, quite unlikely, unfortunately. Colosseo is going to be the next map, and that was the pick of Daybreaks.
Well, I did like the May pick coming out from Final Gambit. Yeah, I think they decided to go with something a little bit different, and that paid off. Like, they started to get some picks. They were very close to being able to open up that first objective and actually start to get the cart rolling. It just is unfortunate it took so much time for them to finally get to a point where those ultimates were online and they could actually use them to start to open up those team fights. And sadly, on a map type like Push, you don't have that same amount of time to like keep getting reset and keep getting set up for an attacking push.
Yeah, we'll see how Daybreak end up handling this one in terms of composition as well. If there's any substitutions, of course, we'll let you know. The players just getting ready. They have a small little break here if they do need to grab some water and whatnot, which you should also use too if you need a drink or anything like that. Please. Stay hydrated. But it sounds like, I'm just getting word there's no subs at all, in fact. So we should just be getting into the game in just a moment after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back. Jumping into the next map, ASAP. Colosseo with Daybreak and Final Gambit. Final Gambit right now, unfortunately, on the receiving end of just an absolute battering from Daybreak, who right now, they're just, no matter the comp, Sigma, Doom, Rush, Brawl, Poke, doesn't matter. It feels like they have them beat on every phase, but doesn't mean that Final Gambit can't come back. We saw a little bit of success there with the May.
Yeah.
We'll see if they want to change anything, but you were right before, Rose, especially on a push-style game mode. It's pretty hard to reset and actually go for, okay, we're going to go for another fight. We're going to go for another fight, because every single time you go for a reset, the bot is just pushing away from you, or towards you, I suppose, but away from you in terms of the lead for the enemy.
Like, there's still progress. There's still some amount of progress being made here. Yeah, it can definitely be tough to try to find your footing in a map like this, and especially with the level of aggression that's been coming out from Daybreak. They're really setting the pace of these fights, and I'm keeping a special eye on Jutsu right now to charge up a railgun shot, get it past the shield. They've been so good at being able to weave these shots past the natural architecture and also just either the Ramatra or the Sig shield, and there you go.
Yeah, hit the bottom shot.
Not a 2-minute waiting game around this midpoint.
Absolutely not. Daybreak want to take it to it. They have lost their Sig though. Mari does end up falling, and 1 HP. Keep on living, barely hanging in there. They did end up picking up the mega health back, so they are alive, at least somewhat. Rather scrappy fight, I might add. Especially using your Sigma too, you can't like anchor payload or anything, so it will be only a small lead for Daybreak, as actually Abyss ends up going down on the back of that fight as Tracer was just hopped on their tail.
A huge clutch by Passenger there to be able to get all of that healing down onto the team. And so that's already going to be an amplification matrix very soon. Keep on Living has been going haywire in that back line. When their Final Gambit just finally took like a couple of breaths of fresh air and are able to come back into this one a little bit more refreshed. But that Pulse Bomb has the potential to do some pretty big damage here if you land onto the right target. You only have an immortality field if you're Daybreak.
Or Mari can just eat it.
Okay, that's true, actually. That a little bit harder to do, but yeah, that's definitely possible.
Oh, window. Don't wanna peek. That's nice rock, actually. Mari bites the dust. Jutsu, no way. Oh, do they get the kill? Surely they don't. No, nice stuff. Even Lamb just engaged from Passenger. I mean, why not? It's going to be up in just a moment anyway. Don't want to guarantee any loss of life there. So the payload's going. 40+ meters. Okay, might have a series on hands here as Daybreak go for the reset. They haven't got the Sigma ult, but they got 4 ults. Stack it up.
This is looking way cleaner so far, and a lot of it is just focusing down the tank in the front line. I look how much emphasis they're putting on Mari right now.
Yeah, Mari is just getting kind of destroyed. Walking on the bridge, got Flux, Lamp hit, but as soon as Mari landed back down, bam, there was a pulse bomb right on top of her. So the payload's now moving so close towards that point, and I think Checkpoint's just going to get unlocked. Daybreak have no front pressure with this without the Sigma.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and you,
nice touch.
Like, there is a little bit of a contest happening here. Buy some time for Mari to get back, but Jutsu's trying to play with this window. It's still, how's your fave? Yeah, found the Tracer.
And Abyss was on the high ground too with that window. Sound barrier, good stuff. Actually taking the bot control away from Final Gambit. Bot's going to be a thorn in the side of Mari here, but they've just stolen the bot. That was a really good play by Melaphoba, just jumping onto that bot just before it hit that checkpoint, giving up their life, but securing the robot was what was important there. No forward spawns, no nothing. So it's back to an even fight, you'd imagine, but not after Mari's got something to say about it. Nice Flux, hits 2. Jutsu finishes off Passenger, who's high in the sky, ripe for the taking. 6.5 minutes to go, and now it's Daybreak's chance to push.
That was a really smart call on getting rid of the Baptiste first, because they knew didn't have the immortality field either, even if that cooldown was available. So nice retake by Daybreak. They do need to get this point unlocked, but they've already done a great job of playing keep away so far from Final Gambit. Like, Final Gambit are just a little bit shy of that point capture as well, and they're set up for success here as Jutsu's looking for an opening for this overclock.
Decent rock there. Mari recalls a little bit after getting hit with that one. Either Jutsu's trying to line up a a Pelican-like collat here, but it's not going to happen. There's a shot through the window. Abyss falls, and the payload, yeah, halted once again just before that checkpoint. I mean, still, GG still managed to find picks, but the spawns are pretty close, and it's all on the Ashe. It's all what we're looking at right now.
Oh, the Ashe is so smart. I love this pick because not only are you looking at just having to fight these close quarters fights, but look at how much dynamite damage you're doing. So that's going to be a quick on fire for the Ashe, and maybe a quick Bob coming up soon too. It's even forcing Jutsu to actually look at the Ashe as well.
Oh.
Hey, look at that! Look at that! Look at the dynamite damage!
Nice stuff. Yeah, that was really close. Keep on living was almost slight pretty quick. Here we go, back to the mid fight, but this time we got ultimates. What a stick! Melophobia just yeeted and deleted. How's your day? 65 minutes to 59. It's going to be an easy push now, especially without that Lucio. Trying to get the kill on the Tracer, but now with that Bob out, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful about approaching this, although that lamp is going to save them from any of Bob's wrath. With Mari picking up Passenger as well, this looks like a surefire checkpoint for Daybreak.
Now they're still holding their own, but Final Gambit don't have too many more legs to stand on here as they look to try to take this bridge. Mari's just so good at holding the front line, though.
Oh man, I think maybe Final Gambit push up a little bit there and then just plump themselves on the edge of the bridge so they can perma-contest bot, but they actually let that slip through their fingers as Daybreak managed to get checkpoint and get the payload going. Oh, Flux over the top. Decent Flux too. Sound barrier to match it from Thunder. She catches 5, but that window is still there, still pumping out the damage. With no shield, no grasp, it's a swift demise for Sealy. And the payload's still going. All right, Daybreak, they've had enough of messing around. They want to end the series.
Yeah, this is good. They're looking for a full push here. They've got the Gravitic Flux, which is just another great setup tool. The Bob as well is going to help for some angles here for Final Gambit, so that they're just playing it right into the arms of Daybreak. But they're getting very close. Look at Jutsu. This is Bob.
A classic Ashe moment. Bob into the back line. There's the headshot. Oh, there's the follow-up too. God, Ashe is so frustrating to play against when that happens. Bob out of nowhere, the CC is just too much. The dynamite on top of it. The Flux as well, forcing the sound barrier. And a double kill from Melophobia. Yeah, that's surely game. Nail in the coffin. Pulse bomb on top of it as well. There you go, 3 more meters. I don't think you're going to survive. Oh, nice little clip there onto the enemy Tracer, but that is surely it. They do end up piling out of the spawn. There is a window coming up, but Jutsu, as long as they're existing, they're killing. That will be Daybreak taking the series 3-0, and yeah, quite a quick one for our second game of the day.
Yeah, started to look a little bit better there for Final Gambit in the first few minutes of that map, but Daybreak, they figured out the win condition, they figured out the success points, and they executed. Major congratulations. They get their revenge now, or they get a chance at their revenge.
A chance for their revenge, yeah.
Chance for their revenge.
I mean, this was a very dominant showing, obviously, from Daybreak, so there's not so much to be said about the match we just got to witness. I think you're right here. Everyone's eyes are ahead to the rematch between Shikigami and they themselves. Last time, of course, Shikigami, I mean, they defeated them 3-0, so I am sure they are hungry to run this one back, both still in the running to get that second spot out of their group. Obviously, there were a few individuals, though, which really stood out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I think here we really have to highlight Mari. Like the tank role is so important in this meta. Not only do you have to play a bunch of different heroes in order to be the most effective for your team, but you're also trying to create so much space in a lot of these more brawl-centric teams, and having to go toe-to-toe with another Ramatra, another Sigma. Mari held her own. She was doing an amazing job of making sure you had that space.
Yeah, it was super sick to see. I wish we saw more H-Key, honestly.
Same. H-Key popped off map 1.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely dominated. I think they've got a lot of firepower in the DPS lineup. DPS, obviously, the easiest role to kind of get an eye test for, like, oh, lots of kills in the kill feed, but I think HKey, she did a fantastic job on the Echo, and a lot of flexibility in terms of DPS as well across the board. Some teams are just running 2 DPS, and normally they're just kind of superstars that can play everything. There's a little bit more of a swapping around here. That's good in a tournament like this. You also want to give some players maybe a little bit of a break if they feel like they've lost, or they're, well, not taking the wind out of their sails maybe a little bit, and sub someone in fresh for a long series is always going to be a good thing. So yeah, I'm excited to see Daybreak moving onwards. Of course, the decider match, like you said, is against Shikigami, so all eyes are on that right now.
Indeed. I do love that we got to see both of those teams go at it, though. Again, there are a lot of players, obviously, we're not as familiar with, and it's great to see them have a shot at each other and, you know, be on the big stage, quote unquote. So we get more familiar with them, and also, you know, that's how stars are being born. So I'm very, very excited about having this open format. And yes, some of those matches will be a little bit more one-sided. We already saw that, obviously, in the Swiss stage and even some of the group stage matches. There have been 3-0s, you know, but that's still, there's a lot to take away from that for both teams, the one on the winning end as well as the one on the receiving end. But we are now going to be talking to the winners. So we have an interview with Mari, who's joining us for a quick chat. Mari, congratulations to you in the squad, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Already in love with your background, by the way. I see you. Mari, let's talk about you and the team. Obviously, we're a lot of people still getting familiar, you know, with some new faces to the competitive scene. How did that roster came to be? How much time did you have to already play with your fellow teammates?
We haven't had all the time in the world. It was, I mean, we just kind of, it wasn't really thrown together, but it was like 2 or 3 days before roster lock that we decided to play together. I mean, I played with HK before, I played with Miller before. I don't have experience playing with Jutsu or Abyss or Thunder previously, but I like working with them. It's been good.
It looked really cohesive. It really did. It looked like you guys were definitely on the same page.
Yeah, it looked great, and I think one of the big things now is for you to actually face Shikigami again. Like, how do you feel about going into that rematch?
I'm confident, but we just gotta lock in. We weren't locked in Friday. That's it. I think we go into this week with some good scrims, hopefully. We have a couple things to work on, and I think it'll be a good match.
Right, well, we're very excited for it. Let's see if we can run it back and take him down this time around. Mari, thank you so much for joining, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Of course, great to hear from Mari, HK, Mari, and the whole squad. They showed up. I am excited to see what they got in store for us in their upcoming match. Again, an elimination match, so they are playing with their backs against the wall. They have to lay it all out there. Let's take a look at the brackets. For now, I think that's what I heard. There we go. In our production, I struggle to hear it every once in a while. Maybe it's my hearing, maybe it's the sound. I don't know.
It's all right.
Here is a bracket.
I think Mari made a really good point, which is that there is a little bit of time that Daybreak gets to have in between this match that they just played versus going up against Shikigami once again. So that's 5 days that this team gets to work on some of the things that maybe they didn't have all together when they did throw the roster together 2 days before that roster lock, right, Jaws? And they get to come back in with maybe a fresh perspective on how to take down Shikigami.
Yeah, like Mari said, like, you just got to lock in. You just got to get your head in the game.
Just lock in.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit rough before. Get some decent scrims in, get some playtime, get some more playtime, right? And just get back at it. Shikigami is definitely going to be a tough opponent, but we'll see how they do later on. Of course, you can see Toronto already advanced the knockout bracket. Final Gambit are eliminated. There's one more spot left in these groups. The competition's only going to get tougher from here.
That's right. That's right. And as Jaws always says, every loss is just a warm-up match, right?
So true. So true.
Loss is just
I say that every day. I'm 0-12 in ranked. It's a warm-up.
That's how you make it through the day. I love that.
It doesn't count until you get your first win.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
Exactly. Now, once more, of course, congratulations to Daybreak. They do get another chance of staying in the competition. We've now got our last match of the day coming up with LFO going up against Bang Bang Pow. Stay tuned for that one.
more time.
We made it! Last match of the day. Nay, the last match of the week, in fact. LFO is going up against Bang Bang Pow Galaxy. Say that 5 times in a row. Let's talk LFO first. Or actually, let's just talk about matchup in general, because this is a really special one for a number of reasons, which are way funnier than I initially thought coming into this.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces on both teams that should also know each other very well. I wonder what teams they are on in the Overwatch League. Seeker, Zera, Mira, MCD. MCD is back in the backline. That's going to be a pretty scary sight to see. Nos, Haven, Krawi, Fishcase. I'm excited to call Paintbrush's name once again as well. And, of course, Pound Town on the bench. I had to say that name.
Of course,
just once
of course.
at least.
So essentially, this is LA Valiant versus LA Valiant.
Yep.
And I'm living for it.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah. So LA Valiant versus LA Valiant.
LA Valiant.
Only one LA Valiant can make it. This is a elimination match as well. So whichever LA Valiant is worse, then they're going to lose, and the other LA Valiant will make it through.
I'm hoping to see Valiant skins. I'm also interested to see which shade of blue they will go for. There's plenty to choose from. Thanks, Valiant.
If they don't have the LA Valiant skins, I am going to be so mad.
Disappointment.
So mad.
But shout out to Paintbrush. He actually made us aware that this is a Valiant off.
Yeah.
We had all those good talking points prepared for each of those players, but everything out of the window thanks to you, Paintbrush. This is going to be an interesting one, and I actually think there is a potential for this to be a close one too.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of history players here. I mean, Seeker was just... His debut in the Overwatch League was just ridiculous. Best hero, Sojourn. What meta are we in? Sojourn meta. Like, this is a very, very good meta for LFO. And also, not to mention, too, McGravy in the back line as well. Old LA Valiant, also, not that version with Liar and MCD. Not MCD, sorry. With Liar and Seeker, but also LA Valiant. Yeah, there's a lot of history between a lot of these players. But I think Seeker's going to be a big tool for LFO. But, you know, it's a decided match. Anything can go any way. And I'm happy to see Paintbrush back in the lineup as well. He's finally got off his private island. His private jet has landed back at his hometown. And he's playing once more in the server. It's going to be a good time. And I think these players are going to have a lot of fun in the lobby as well.
I would agree with that one. I'm really pumped about this match because I think, like, not only is it going to be a close, but I also expect there to be some shenanigans. Like, these players know each other, so I'm, like, hoping we get a little bit of meme potential in the lobby between these players.
This should be bans, honestly. I'm expecting some spice in the all chat for sure. Let's see what our map selection is bringing to the table, though.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, this is probably just what we're going to see permanently, I think. No Elios. Although some teams are picking Samoa, but yeah, mainly Lee Sheng Tower. A fan favorite, or a player favorite, at least. I'm not sure it's a fan favorite. Maybe people in the chat hate seeing Lee Sheng Tower, but I don't mind it whatsoever. Kings Row, and then Esperanza.
I love it. We're getting a whole run back here as we've seen today. A lot of Kings Row. Jaws, you must be so happy. See more.
I am. I have a giant Union Jack mug in front of me right now that I'm sipping warm honey tea. So yeah, it's honestly a good time. I can be more British at this very moment in time.
Oh, I love your
Feels
Britishness.
Good. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. Some people really don't, but that's another story to tell. Yeah, LFO and Bang Bang Power Galaxy. Also, by the way, probably the best name in the region. Being honest with you, I mean, OWCS Japan have Namakuchi Brothers, and NA has Bang Bang Power Galaxy, legendary name. If you want to look their alternate name, which they were entering the tournament with, and then had to change it, then you can go to Wikipedia and find that out. It's a pretty funny one. But yeah, we're going to jump into game in just a moment, just making sure all the players are ready and ready to go, just getting the lobby set up also, and then yeah, a pretty hyped matchup to end the day on, Rose. Of course, we had a little bit of a break with the last one, a bit of a 3-0 one-sided affair. For this one, much closer than that for sure. Not a 3-0, I'd imagine. If I had to put Preds on it, 3-2, 3-1 to LFO, but anything could happen here.
I think this group is the hardest. Out of all of the groups in North America, I think this one takes the cake. Not only did LFO have a very close 5-map loss to Citrus Nation, who has surprised a lot of people, but you also have Luminosity. Not to mention all of the Overwatch League talent that exists on LFO and Bang Bang Pow Galaxy, rounded out by some stellar talent from Contenders and Collegiate. Like, look at that. That's tough going, I think, when you look at that
100%.
Group.
Yeah, oh no, 100%. When it comes to like groups of death, if you had to put it on one, it probably would be Group B. Yeah, I mean, Toronto Defiant definitely head and shoulders above the rest in Group A. It's everybody's kind of fighting for the number 2 spot here, but with Citrus Nation's win against LFO, like you mentioned, not something that anybody really expected, and they went to a map number 5, and Citrus Nation did end up losing that preceding game after that, but LFO, they know they should be second place or even first place, right? They know they belong up there, and Bang Bang Pow Galaxy can be the upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe like LFO gets a chance to get a little bit of revenge for Citrus Nation.
Yeah.
But it's so tough because I think like in that group you expect basically every single one of those teams, maybe outside of that dark horse of Citrus Nation, to make it to the main event. It just so happens that they all got grouped up with each other, but we were talking to a couple of players in the North American region that said, like, first seed, probably clear favorite, Toronto Defiant, but 2nd through 6th or 2nd through 8th is so close in terms of talent and skill level that is a very big fight for those teams to take, like who actually falls into those spots.
I think when it comes to LFO too, worth keeping in mind like the name value as well. There's a lot of name value on both teams, but I mean, Top Dragon, who I was speaking to Avro a couple of days ago, and Top Dragon has been someone on his radar for a long time. MCD and Liar, an extremely solid backline. Liar, one of the greatest Lucios of all time. Their first win in the Overwatch League last year against the LA Gladiators in a map number 5 where Liar like boops 3 people, gets like an insane kill streak at the very end. The most godlike Lucio performance I've seen in a while. Seeker, of course, I've mentioned already, but Sojourn, Warlord. Mirror's a really interesting story too. I used to cast Mirror way back in 2018, 2019 kind of time in Contenders. He played every single role, and he was playing every single role in the Overwatch League too. He played support, DPS, and tank. Originally like a Doomfist, like projectile player, but now solidified on the tank role. Zera is a bit more of a no-name compared to MCD, Liar, Seeker, and everybody else, but they came 2nd place in Contenders Run It Back, and not someone that's to be scoffed at. We are going to jump to a quick break, just making sure everybody's ready and set up, just getting the last few players into the lobby. We'll talk about Bang Bang Pow Galaxy after this. We'll see you in a bit.
It's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
welcome back. We're jumping in. Everybody's ready. LFO versus Bang Bang Pow Galaxy. And yeah, we were talking about LFO just before we jumped to the break. And yeah, Bang Bang Pow, nothing to scoff at here either in terms of name value. Of course, Paintbrush, the GOAT, the player. He was the player, the coach, the GM, the chef. He was the bus driver. He was the social media manager for LA Valiant like last year. Like I said, graciously has joined us from his private yacht and has managed to plug in a keyboard and mouse and is going to start playing today. Crowie, of course, been in the Overwatch League before. Nos, too, on the same team. LA Valiant, way back when. And we weren't joking when we said it's LA Valiant versus LA Valiant. So as we load into the first map, Rose, Lijiang Tower, and we go into Gardens.
I'm really excited about these two teams because I think that all of these players get a chance to play their best, like some of their best heroes. Mir, Crowie, both of them showed up in such a big way on the Ramatra when they were in the Overwatch League, and so Mir not only gets a chance to run that back, but I think Crowie once again finds himself in this meta where he gets to showcase what he can do on this tank hero and pair that up with just these back lines. I'm excited to see some pop-offs here from both of these teams.
Oh, Nos gets the first kill onto Laya. Oh, second kill too. That's what you get for not wearing a LA Valiant skin, by the way, Seeker. Yeah, you see who's got one? It's Nos. Worth checking the skin there, going into map number 2. All right, Nos getting a nice few quick and clean kills, in fact, as they do take the point first.
Yeah, it's a quick take, and it's also going to net Nos quite a bit of charge here. But this also is going to be a weird angle, I think, for LFO to take. You do have the Ramatra shield that can help get you through this white room, but you're also so susceptible to all this damage.
Oh, someone's got to heal. Sojin. Haven does manage to get out of the way just in time as that Vortex landed at their feet. A little recall there from Nos in the front of Mirror. His fists are landing and they are punching it down. They're punching the lights out of Crowie. They do end up trading their DPS for a tank here, but Bang Bang Pow Galaxy, what they've really got to work around right now. They've got a lot of heals at their back, but the point should be LFO's. Nice snipe though from Haven from downtown, as the point is not flipped just yet. It's actually Nos that's providing a lot of cover and a lot of, well, I would say distractions, but the rest of his team are going to come back soon. It might be less of a distraction now with a pulse bomb in his back pocket. Does decide to back off in the end as LFO control the point, and Bang Bang Pow end up going for a reset.
Yeah, but they've already walked away with 40% on that point. So now they get to come back in with 5 ultimates. But this is about to be an explosive fight, Jaws. There's going to be a full slate, I think, on both sides. Seeker's not too far away from the overclock either, so that could also be online.
There's the rush, instantly activating the Cole too, and there's Nos's pulse bomb, a perfect connection onto Seeker. But Mirror's the difference maker in the front line here. That Cole at his back, there's nothing that's going to stand in his way. 3 kills for the Ram, and Cole, pulse bomb, and a rush being thrown into that fight. Still a lot to play with here if you're LFO coming into the next one.
Yeah, like, while LFO did lose a very close 5-map series to Citrus Nation, one of the ways that they excelled is in the Ramatra mirror. Oh, quite literally, mirror on the Ramatra is a big difference maker when you get a chance to, like, actually play that Ramatra.
His namesake.
Ramatra.
You're right, Seeker is not going to have the best of luck, especially getting through this overhealth. Haven's going to try and do him a little one better as the Ramatra's just staring at each other, just bumping each other's chests as the Annihilations rip and tear through each other. MCD randomly picks off Nos, though, on the Moira as Haven takes a priority position on the side of this giant pillar, but it's actually Laya with a couple of Cheerios with the help of Seeker's railgun to finish him off. But still, LFO control the point. It is 75% in building here as Mirror is just a titan in the front line. Bang Bang Pow Galaxy just cannot dislodge this absolute boulder.
He's so unkillable. You have all of the Moira healing, which Moira in this Ram versus Ram is so impactful just because she's got great healing output. But then you also have Liar that's just not missing those shots right now, and the mobility has been so critical.
Crowie, Doomfist, Nos still has pulse, he's got to get a connection, Seeker's dodging out the way, and Nos could not find the address, so couldn't punch that one home. Ends up going down with a pulse bomb in their back pocket. Is LFO still control? Should be an easy kill and clean up on Crowie. No cooldowns to be seen. They do manage to get the retouch here, Paintbrush diving head first into the line of fire, and they end up falling. LFO with round number 1 under their belt.
It looked like it was a little bit slow to get off the ground there for LFO, but once they finally got control of the point, it was very smooth sailing. And I want to keep taking a look at how this Ram versus Ram goes, because I expect that on Control Center we'll see more of it, but on Market, this is where I would expect maybe we would see a switch up, if any. But I think like this Ram, this Moira, it's working out so nicely for LFO. So unkillable in the front line there when you've got all of that healing out into the Ram.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see many changes. Maybe MCD switches to the Kiri, but
I think that's also fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine too. There's a lot of healing output, like you said, with the Moira, but the Kiri does enable your backline to get saved by the pulse bomb. If Seeker gets stuck, boom, a little Suzu on the ground, and he's safe and gets to live another day and at least put some more damage down range. Also, MCD's aim's pretty good. I would say. Paintbrush on the receiving end of that one.
Oh my god, I was like, that is like one kunai away from just immediately having a fight win there with Nos out of the picture.
Alright, point unlocked for LFO. I say for LFO, it's for both teams, but maybe it's Bang Bang Powers now. Mira getting side-swiped there by Haven. That'll be the cleanup. Wow, as quick as you like.
Okay, well, repeat of the first round here. Bang Bang Pow Galaxy gonna get control of the point first. They're moving out into this courtyard, though, because they just get better sights onto LFO as they start to move in. What you're really looking for is just, again, once the setup there onto the Sojourn. You also want to force LFO to have to take some of these more close-quarter fights, but I still give a pretty big leg up there to Mirror in a lot of these one-shots.
Haven. Oh, that was risky against Seeker's charge railgun there. Dashing through the air at half HP. Seeker willing to take the duel, though, but no! That disruptor shot kind of tickling away at Seeker's health bar. They do end up making a forceful push onto this mega health pack here as Crowy and Haven just bite the dust. Bloodthirsty support combat as MCD and Lai just clean house.
MCD and Liar have been so clean with the shots there. You've got almost the Kitsune rush online. The sound barrier is not too far behind it. And now LFO get to start their march of progress towards the second round. Zera has this pulse bomb, but I'm really just kind of keeping my eye on MCD laying down this Kitsune rush over the point or even in this little choke.
That looked like a hit, but I mean, maybe not. Not for the pulse bomb. Looking for a target. There's the Suzu already gone. Oh, a pulse bomb a little bit wide. Pretty hard to get someone when they're standing on that rush. Here's the sound barriers, though. It's Haven. Just in wrong place, wrong time. Zera sees the opening as Haven, without the slide and without a way to escape or get healed back up, they end up falling over, and LFO just steamroll over Bang Bang Pow Galaxy.
They go to the aggression. Like, and one of the trademarks of Mira's tank style was just how aggressive he would play. Whether he had the backup or not, but I think in this case, the backup is there for LFO and the team is always behind him. So Mira's been able to play super far forward and just punishing those players that are out of position. Like, what fear? Mira has no fear.
Haven already dead. I love the aggression, Rose. Exactly that. I mean, there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Seeker is dismembering the backline of Bang Bang Pow Galaxy at 70%, and you're looking at almost last fight here for LFO to take map 1.
Yeah, Mira's just like, hello, Haven. It's nice to see you today. I'm just gonna stand in front of your face so you can't shoot my backline. It's working out. LFO still has this pulse bomb that they've been holding on to as well, but Haven Pound Galaxy, how do they get in on this one?
Wow, Seeker kind of deep in Haven right now. Yeah, this is last fight territory, Rose, and the fight is, it's already done. It's not on the, oh, not anymore. Okay, take it back. Just evaporated, turned it into pixels. As they do find the flip there. Nice little flip from Nos, but it is Crowy on the Doom. Paintbrush, Fishcake, maybe they get back in time. No, doesn't look like it. LFO, take map number 1. I forgot they come straight to us. Or I should say, LA Valiant take map number 1 against LA Valiant. No, it is LFO. That is Seeker's home ground, not Seeker, sorry, Liar's home ground. That is where he demolished LA Gladiators last year to find their first win in the Overwatch regular season. Good first match. It is fairly close, to be fair, but right now LFO just have the tool to deal with everything that Bang 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 Galaxy are throwing at them.
Yeah, they have just that little bit of edge there with Mirror continuing to take these fearless fights. I still cannot believe you're just like, I'm just gonna just walk up to this DPS player and be like, now you have to deal with me.
It's really good, right? You
best.
just stop it on the rotation. You just see them rotating. They're going to be kind of grouped up, but you hit the Annihilation, you just kind of run down the DPS. Your Tracer's are already on the kind of flank. Like, it's a really nice play because you're also not letting them set up in a position where they can then make their move. So ideally they get to a midpoint, they take control of like Mega Health and then just kind of push together or get an angle for the Sojourn to try and find a snipe, but they just completely negate that by just running at them. Literally just WM1ing with Annihilation. It's good stuff. Kings Row up next, Rose hybrid. Can't imagine we're going to see anything different. I think both teams, especially in terms of hero pools, they're going to be pretty confident with this.
Yeah, I think you always run the Ramatra. Like, it just looks so good for both teams. Again, like, Ramatra, one of Crowley's best heroes. Same with Mirror, just showing that comfortability in, especially a meta, I think in Overwatch League when we saw Mirror perform, that it was still very dominated by dive and wanting to show the Ramatra regardless. So this is definitely comfort for both of these teams. I think the biggest differences that we'll see is what do the supports decide to run? Is it going to be the Moira Lucio? Is it going to be the Kiriko Lucio instead? And what do the DPS decide to do in response to that? Because I think both of these teams have depth to their DPS roster, so they could come out with a variety of different duos.
Yeah, definitely true. I think when it comes to Kings Row, you can pretty much run the same thing. No substitutions, I would imagine, as we do lock it in. Bang Bang Pow Galaxy end up selecting this map, of course, as you can see by the little graphic here. Kings Row up next, and yeah, just keep running with the Ram, and especially if you're in the mirror and you're on the winning side of things, you're more than happy to take it. You got the confidence after map number 1, you're just going to run it in and just lock in, go next map, we're ready to rock and roll. We'll see on the defense first, it will be LFO, so yeah, same thing, no real surprises here whatsoever.
Yeah, MCD though this time is going to lock into the Kiriko right away. We did see the Moira, which I thought was a really nice pick to have in some of those more close quarter engagements. But the Kiriko is so nice when you have all this high ground to play with because it's way easier to just flit around the map. It makes it harder for you to be a target to some of these more long range hit scans. And for Seeker here, it's also the Sojourn pick. What does Bang Bang Pow Galaxy decide to do though here? As we see Haven hovering over the Cassidy, I don't think this is a bad choice to have for an engagement like this.
No, it's going to check Zera a little bit more, as well as Lyre too.
Yeah.
No shot on the Widow. All good. Just hits the quick swap. There you go.
Just try it.
Can't believe LFO are not running the Yellow Valiant skins. That is it's quite sad. But Haven, this is what I want to see. I want to see how well this Cassidy is going to match up. Because Seeker's Sojourn, oh my god, yeah, okay, there it is. Good first blood to Seeker.
Oh, Mirror's just like gonna go touch the spawn doors at this point, just to try to clean up those picks. Nos is gonna go for the Widowmaker here, just a little bit of a way to help push everybody back, but look at the shield. There's no fear. Mirror's like, I don't care if you're on the Widowmaker. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to sit there and stare at you. But Haven is off the Cassidy now. Switch over to the Sojourn just to be able to contend a little bit better with the firepower that Seeker has with a Sojourn of his own. But this is so tough here for Nos. I think Nos has had a really tough time trying to push past that grouping.
Oh my god, yeah. Nos' positioning there, just didn't want to get sniped. Oh, well, speaking of sniped, it's pretty close range, but it'll count. Oh, Lyre as well. Dude, he is just a beast. The man with the golden mane. Handsome looking guy. LFO's backline is just kind of dominating Bang Bang Pow right now. 2.5 minutes to go. Half the time already gone, pretty much. Zera's with the pulse. That'll be the first ult available for this game. And it's been 2 minutes. Kind of crazy that. It's just very explosive. Quick kills. No.
I would like to see Bang Bang Pow Galaxy try to go to the left here through Hotel. I think trying to take that high ground has been very difficult for Zera to feel like they can actually get in without getting taken down. Haven as well, having really difficult time trying to go through that theater to try to get access to that high ground above the point.
Yeah, switched off gas too, mind you.
Yeah.
That one, and they rolled out Spawn with it, but yeah, it's pretty rough so far. I mean, LFO, you got to imagine they're a little bit mad, especially going down to a team they should be winning against in Citrus Nation the other day.
There's the hotel push.
Well, this ends now, but Seeker, no fear even against the window. I mean, he is just ripping and tearing through them. Seeker is still a beast, by the way. You must have amnesia if you forgot he's him. Like, unbelievable stuff from the Sojin already. LFO, with 1 minute and 30 remaining, haven't given up a single tick.
No progress. They've been able to barely put a toe on that point up until that last fight. They could go in with the Annihilation, though. They still have a bunch of engagement tools, but like Nos is dead.
Oh my god!
Already.
Okay, wrap it up.
Go back to spawn.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Wrap it up. Wrap this map up, or the round up. Crowy down. No ults used by, well, actually, Paintbrush used theirs, but yes, that rush into the spawn. This tempo play is just too much for the Galaxy. It's very much on a collision course with a black hole, it feels like.
Good reference. A little bit of an intergalactic.
I like space. Don't get me started on aliens.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We would be going on for hours at that point. But
all right. There's 4 ultimates available for Bang Bang Pow now as Nos peeking up on that staircase. Pulse bomb available. There's the sound barrier. Pretty late from LFO, but it manages to save Mirror. Haven with the slide, but he cannot just find ahead. MCD's kind of duking, bobbing and weaving. Mirror just annihilation on the point. You have to touch. 15 seconds to go, and Crowy accepts his fate. Bang Bang Pow Galaxy, maybe they get a touch, but it is also unlikely. That was every ultimate used in that fight.
Yeah, like Crowy's gonna switch over to the Doomfist at this point just to be able to try to get back in time to touch. Nos gets to trigger the overtime, but there's no gas left in the tank here. Paintbrush doesn't have the amplification matrix. Not close. Seeker's gonna have ult first.
Yeah, overclock available in 3% too, and you best believe he's going to find at least a multi-kill. Oh, get out of the way, Paintbrush. One shot to the body, and Paintbrush retreats. Crowy matches Seeker on the high ground. He is pretty low, but still manages to get away. Survives not for a moment longer, though, as he drops to the floor, straight in the sight of Haven. Here's the rush from MCD, but unable to actually keep Mirror up, and by a miracle, Bang Bang Pow Galaxy managed to hold on to this push and get ticks on the board. Not sure there's any chance for LFO to come back. Nope, definitely not anymore, as Sarah ends up falling. So it took them 4 minutes, but they got that payload going.
Okay, there you go. So the key to success there was to eliminate Seeker, and then they were able to get the cart rolling. But in all seriousness, like, Seeker's been a huge problem for Bang Bang Pow Galaxy, and without a way to actually access him in the backline, he's just had free reign over the team. So Crowley on the Doomfist, I think this is going to give them a little bit of a better shot to be able to try to disrupt that backline. And Mirror as well, just can't sit there and T-pose on people.
Yeah, you can't do that. Oh, missed punch, all good. As long as you get him past, as long as you get the bot, or not the bot this time, the payload past the big archway, you're going to be in for a good time on the streaks phase. Pushing them all the way back to, pretty scared. I assume they go Crowley's supposed to ult here, but they've got to be scared of Mirror. Mirror can just kind of run it down. And it is meaningful card progress for sure. Mirror's going to try and get back into this fight, Rose.
Yeah, but look how much damage he's taking. Like, he's been a huge focus. He's popping the Annihilation, but he's already so low.
Oh, Liar turned into a breakfast pancake with that Meteor Strike. Crow picking himself up a double kill there as they get the payload going. Just flies on a wall right now are LFO. Just harassing Bang Bang Pow Galaxy as much as they can, just to try and delay them a little bit further. Sarah is in the backline currently. Looks like the rest of Bang Bang Pow are going to try and chase them down. I mean, there's no way Zera survives this, right? There's the recall. Where are they looking? Oh, they hit Nos with a stick. Oh, and he kills Fishcake. No way. Nos recalls, drops the pulse right into the lap of Fishcake, and that's an easy kill for Zera. No speed, no AoE healing even now. Bang Bang Pow Galaxy, in worse for wear, have to retreat. Zera coming up huge.
Wow, that is a huge pick because it stops the cart in its tracks and it gives LFO this beautiful defensive positioning now. This is the best place for this team to be. because Bang Bang Pow Galaxy don't have many avenues to actually access this cart anymore without just running into the loving arms of LFO. They can make some great rotations. Look at this.
Seeker ripping that overclock. He's got the high ground advantage, but Haven's got the damage advantage through this window, but Mirror just says, not today. Shatters it as he just walks through. Crowy in trouble on the point. Only one contesting right now, not before Fishcakes does join them, but it's all Zera. It's all Zera right now. Feeling that kill feed with Blue as LFO will hold the point just before second. Bang Bang Power Galaxy, by the skin of their teeth, they managed to cap the first point, so this is a cherry on top for them, almost getting into second there, but LFO standing tall, it feels like now.
Yeah, the rotations are just too good at that particular defensive point, so regardless of where Bang Bang Pow Galaxy decide to come at them from, LFO are like, we just go over to like the stairs or behind the point, and they were just super prepared.
Yeah, really prepared. Seeker, it was funny there at the very end because Seeker, at the same time the window was getting propped up to look over the payload and Haven to kind of shoot through, Seeker was already mid-air, so he was kind of lucky he didn't get just sniped by Haven, but he managed to provide enough pressure for Haven to kind of look upwards and paintbrush as well, just trying to deal with the Soja on high ground, and Mirror just 180s, runs through it with the Nemesis form, and, well, he just pummels them into ground beef, you know, like it was a little bit rough at the very end there, but they still managed to get a decent distance just before that second point, even though they struggled quite stupendously on first. We'll see if they can do the same though on their defense. We'll see if it's as hard for LFO to crack.
The Doomfist looked really good from Crowy. Like, it opened up a lot of space. Like, it was able to disrupt Mirror, so Mirror wasn't just sitting there in front of the team. And I think that you get a chance to work with the momentum of a Doomfist just a little bit better. But on the defense, it's so hard to run that hero when you need to be able to sit there and be strong for your team on the point. And so it makes a lot of sense to see this Ramatra pick come out. But it's more the same here as we look at the almost mirror. Paintbrush A is going to stick to this Baptiste, but I think on defense it works almost even a little bit better because you have this high ground to play with and you can just sit there.
Zera takes a risky position forward, does hit the recall before his turn to Cinder by Haven. Just want to wait for their front line right now to kind of push up. And that pressure too from Seeker, who tried to slide onto that high ground. They are below them currently. MCD with the Suzu saves himself. Almost gets one clip there, but it's actually Seeker once again getting the better of Haven.
Oh, and look, now Crowy's just isolated.
Rough. It's real rough. Can they get any exit kills here? I mean, Paintbrush is trying, but fortunately, Seeker and Mirror are just able to round them up, and that will be the point, you'd imagine. There is a potential they come back here. Fishcake is going to be able to taxi everybody, but he's only just spawned. There's 2 ticks, so it looks very unlikely. Nos would have to go for something crazy to help them survive, so it looks like it's going to be an archway hold for now.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want at the end of the day. Like, if you can't come back in and contest, then you may as well take archway. It's one of the stronger defensive positions on the second point, but that's going to be very hard to do.
Oh, Fishcake gets revenge. Good stuff. Same corridor too, by the way.
Yeah. The Tracers love to fight there. I get it. But there's still a backup. Like, Bang Bang Pow Galaxy can't hold forward at that point when they are missing such a crucial piece of damage. Crowy can try, but the supports can't sit there with him, and he's just getting pushed back.
Oh, Seeker, leave the poor guy alone. He's had enough torture for one day, please. Seeker's just getting the better of him, getting the better of the team right now. 4.5 minutes to go. LA Valiant 1 are going to be LA Valiant 2 if Bang Bang Power Galaxy are not careful. Double support are available to LFO as they rock up to this next fight.
Kitsune Rush is so powerful in this position when you're just trying to continue to build the momentum that you've generated. Just lay it down over the point. Bang Bang Power Galaxy have to come to you.
I like that.
So.
I really like this push. Force that sound barrier super early, Rose, so they can't use it to fight on the point. Seeker eventually slain, same with Mirror, and it's just Lyra on the point. Not sure Lyra's going to be able to deal with Crowy, but I like the aggressive push with MCD. You use the rush to force the beat because they need to get to the point, and then next fight, we have Lyra with a sound barrier, and then you have Mirror with the Annihilation.
Yep.
There's not much, there's not many tools, maybe apart from the Pulse Bomb or Haven landing a cracked headshot with the railgun that could really stop them.
It's a nice wombo combo to have, for sure. So LFO can work with just that general tankiness and try to bully Bang Bang Pow Galaxy off of that point. Ooh, see, Mirror's a little low, though.
Oh, what a stick. Oh, MCD, so a beautiful four-person Suzu, call him Force of Negation. There's the Annihilation, Crowy and Mirror just lovingly staring at each other. It eventually runs out as Haven rips the overclock. He's looking for an angle. Everybody paying for a subway ticket down there. No one sneaking past the barriers here. Haven falls, Fishcake to follow, 3 minutes to go, but it is going to be LFO pushing forward and surely taking this map now. Nos finds a kill onto Seeker, but that is all history. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. That is just change for LFO as they take the lead in the series.
Not bad. Not bad. I think LFO is very hungry to be able to get that revenge again, and I think we might be looking at a very similar scenario to what we saw in our previous series draws.
Yep.
Just looking for
It's looking like it.
step.
Hey, it's a showdown, and I'm here for it. It's good to see a lot of players that were on the same team facing off against each other, even if it is a little bit more one-sided, and it's nice to also call the names again. Like I said, it's good to shout out Paintbrush every now and then. A true veteran of the scene. It's good to see. Esperanza is up next. A push map, and like you said, Rose, probably 3-0 potentially. I know the chat was voting for LFO. I think I've got it here somewhere.
Like 80%.
It was 84% for LFO to 16. So yeah, chat's on the same wavelength, I think, as everybody else right now in terms of who's going to win this match, but could be different on Esperanza here.
It was still a good opening for Bang Bang Pow. Like, when we take a look at their attack push there on King's Row, they finally got some work done when Crowy switched over to the Doomfist, and I think in general they worked a little bit better playing a more disruptive game rather than trying to take that compositional mirror. So maybe that's something that they should look forward to, is just looking at a little bit of an adjustment to help solidify a game plan there for Esperanza.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see. Maybe the Doomfist is the secret sauce that they need. We'll have to see, of course, as we just get the players ready in the lobby as we load into Esperanza in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, again, what I said before, when we go into King's Row, if you're really dominant on the mirror, you just take the mirror again because you're like, well, we're just better right now. We just feel more confident, maybe, or just like pound for pound kind of thing, especially with Seeker, who's had Haven's name. It was a pretty even bout in the first map, but Seeker, he just had Haven's number on King's Row. But yep, as we load into the map in just a moment, we'll see if we can go to a map number 4 here on the final day of this weekend, final day of the first weekend too, which is it's pretty exciting to be back, Rose, and it's good to see a lot of familiar faces in the scene still playing and still grinding. It's been a good time.
It has been. It's been great. I've been really enjoying watching the matches that we've had over in EMEA as well, and so it feels good. It feels good to be back, and it feels good to see all of these players, all of these teams so hungry to be able to prove themselves in this new ecosystem that we have. It's sad that we're even sending a team home already when we take a look at both of these teams, because it has been such a treat to see them back on the server.
It has, yeah. It definitely has. Of course, yeah, like Rose, you were saying there, this is an elimination match too. So Bang Bang Pow, they go down here. They will be eliminated, and LFO will move on. And, well, here you go. Here's a bit of a change up. Crowy is going to go back to the Doomfist. Got Nos on the Echo.
Oh, a dive. I love this. Like, you look at how well the Doomfist worked on King's Row, and now you're playing a map where Nos gets to show off one of his best heroes in the Echo. Like that focusing beam. Now you're putting a ton of pressure on a Seeker.
That's one way to shut Seeker down. Just random little tri-shots flung his way. Okay, good first blood here for Bang Bang Pow. So they get the bot going. Any kills? Oh, Seeker insta switching to Cass. Another very deadly hero in the hands of the young gun.
Yeah, Nos is gonna have to be careful now.
Though.
But
they have to clean these kills up. Okay, there we go. Nos gets the nice try shot there onto Lyre and onto MTD. Zero kills Fishcake, doesn't matter though, it's a Lucio as Nos takes over the game, and yeah, one of his better heroes for sure, and he's displaying exactly why.
And we've seen Echo be a really nice meta pick to have just for the opportunities you can take with that duplicate. I'm looking at a bunch of really nice targets there for Nos to choose from. You've got like the Suzu from the Kiriko if you want to take the utility. Mirror has switched over to the Zarya, so does not want to play that Ramatra anymore. Will want to try to go for those bubbles instead. And it's also a great way to try to get access to that Echo if you can, but also makes yourself a dupe target too.
Haven was playing with the cover of darkness there, just trying to sneak by the enemy team. Nos with the duplication on the Zarya. I like it. Provides a lot of support to your Doomfist, but you just get chunked out so quickly, and there you go. The dupe ends up fading away without a free grab. A rush from the high ground, but Seeker tries to push everybody back with the Deadeye. Takes down Fishcake. Does end up getting pulsed, but completely worth. Fishcake and Nos fall in here. This is surely a fight winner for LFO.
Yeah, now you might want to consider grouping up. Crowley's going to try to walk away with another pick there, but it is going to be LFO taking back control of this bot, just shy of Bang Bang Bao Galaxy being able to grab that first objective. But this is a huge switch up here for Bang Bang Bao Galaxy to take. Haven on the Cassidy, Nos on the Tracer, Crowley now going to be going over to the Ramatra. We might be seeing a little bit of rock, paper, scissors in this map, Jaws.
Yeah, big bit of counter swapping happening right now, yeah. Probably, I would imagine Mirror's probably going to change in a moment. Well, when they end up resetting. MCD, yeah, resets forcefully by Haven's headshots coming out of that Peacekeeper. That magnet is so silly. Oh my god. How high was Lyra in the sky? It was like touching the skybox. All right, Haven getting yet another kill. I can imagine Mirror's definitely just going to stay for one Graviton Surge. Crowley somehow playing Wanted on PS2. Hook around the corner, somehow kills Lyre. Sure. The payload is moving on yet again, Rose, as they should just be able to get the point here.
No, you can't let them have that. Mirror's back with the Graviton Surge. You do not want them to get this checkpoint if you can help it. So we are going to see the contest come through, and Bang Bang Bao Galaxy, they got to back up from this. They know that Mirror has this grab.
Pretty early bubble use on Seeker, just to get him underground. Graviton Surge available from Mirror. Just got to find targets, and well, he's staring at him. Nice little grab on the wall. The target's Haven, and there it is. Easy kill. As Fishcake did end up using the sound barrier, but I did not see any overhealth go apart from his own. So not sure how many people that hit. Even it was a quick burst down of that overhealth, or it was a bit of a waylaid beat. That'll be Lyre picking up some kills in the kill feed. Love to see it as they get the bot moving in their favor. That Graviton Surge use, Prig ultimate, but now they can just run into them with a sound barrier. This should be LFO's fight to win.
Yeah, and Seeker can create a ton of space there with the Deadeye as well. We haven't really seen Deadeye be one of those explosive fight-winning ultimates by getting multiple picks, but this high ground is all to play for here.
Zara just one-clipped Nos. Alrighty, well, there's the high noon kill onto Fishcake as well. Magnate on top. I think Nos as well had recall. I could be mistaken there, but I think Zera just cleanly one-clipped the enemy Tracer. And there you go. Checkpoint unlocked. They're going to wait for the butt scratch mode and just retreat to the high ground for the time being. Don't need to be on the point right now.
Mirror feels comfortable in this matchup. Doesn't want to go back and play the Ramatra. Yeah, like I'm really excited to see this pick come out because I think that Zarya is very underexplored in the North America region right now for OWCS, but it's showing up in a big way. Those bubbles are a really nice secondary utility to have against something like this Tracer Pulse Bomb.
Ah, classic Esperanza. We have the checkpoint, and you have to try and get to high ground. Ah, Zera recognizes that. Bang Bang Power trying to give them the little 1-2 buckle my shoe as they end up wrapping round onto the high ground and dropping and descending on LFO. High noon from around the corner, but there's the stick. Good cleanse once again. Haven holding it for the entirety of the high noon duration, and MCD just puts one straight between the eyes and kills him with a headshot of the kunai. Annihilation, though, from Crowy is looking great. He ends up falling over, but he's done the damage that was required. 67 meters and a little bit for LFO's push, and now it's Bang Bang Power Galaxy's time to try and get that checkpoint.
Right. Past the halfway point. They got a little bit of meters to make up, but you still have 4 minutes left on the clock here for this map, and this is very, very doable and very winnable here for Bang Bang Pow. Mirror has the grab, though, and so they cannot play too out of position. That's an easy, let's go.
Okay, I thought that missed. It got fish cakes, it's all good. I got my one. Mirror, no bubbles available, going super low, and yep, that's the problem with the Zarya. As soon as you pop one of those bubbles, you best believe they're breaking it and then just shattering your skull on the retreat. Zera with a nice melee kill onto Haven. It's gonna
now Mirror switches.
Delay a little bit, but this checkpoint is surely Bang Bang Pow's.
Yeah, and Mirror switches. At that point, like the Zarya, I think did the job. You didn't really want to give up the ultimate, but you keep a considerable amount of charge.
Okay. All right.
Haven's on Soldier.
76 now, yeah. All right, fair enough. I mean, getting back to the high ground really quick. Okay, no, capacity.
Never mind.
Change his mind. And Seeker just takes care of Nos. I mean, Haven, they know Haven's in spawn. If they hit the tab real quick, see him swatch the Soldier and see him swatch the gas, they know roughly where Haven actually is. So LFO just steal the bot. You haven't got high ground. You haven't got your main DPS, like long-range damage dealer. Like, we're just going to steal this from you.
Yeah, that feels so devastating because they were so close to being able to take back control of the lead, but now you've given a lot of momentum back over to LFO here, who have the Kitsune rush.
All right, Zera checking his like-for-like in Nos, aided with MCD to take him down. Sound barrier from Fishcakes hits 4, but can they find kills? MCD still super low, not worried about himself though, clearly. Zera with the pulse bomb, but the bot is still making its way past Bang Bang Pow Galaxy. LFO just stealing this one and forcing Bang Bang Pow to retreat, but they're now stuck between a rock and a hard place. That hard place being Mirror frontline, and the other one being their spawn. Seeker and MCD do end up falling over as Bang Bang Pow just collapse on them. And that should be the fight. There we go. Bot back in their control. 2 minutes to go, though. This game couldn't be closer.
And that's 4 ultimates here that Bang Bang Pow can work with. That means that, like, not only is this 2 minutes, plenty of time in the bank, but this is also like a still incredibly winnable situation for them. Can't falter though here. They've really got to clutch up in these final moments, and it's gonna all start with whether or not they can get through Seeker.
All right, drop down from the high ground, thinking they can just fight on this little corner. Makes the most sense as Mirror is also kind of hanging out there for the time being. And like you mentioned, Rose, massive ult advantage here. There's the rush around the corner. Suzu on the wall, might as well make use of it. Seeker's in the back line with the overclock, but can't quite click their heads. Trying to get an angle, but can't quite do so. They seem to swap sides once again, and Mirror can just wait this one out, pop the annihilation of his own. And look at Crowy, so low, requiring so much support to keep him alive, but Mirror is just tearing through him with the annihilation. A pulse bomb and a high noon still available for Bang Bang Pow, but LFO have the man advantage as they do move on forward, and with 60 seconds to go, this is LFO pushing for the win.
It is, but Bang Bang Pow can still come back into this one. I think it's tough though when you're looking at Haven's ultimate is not necessarily like the same type of power as the Soldier's, but it can still help to push LFO back.
Push, 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 push. Sound barrier available. Karawi already dead. The pulse bomb lands, takes care of Seeker, but Liar, he doesn't mind. Fishcakes with a 2-man sound barrier with 30 seconds to go. Bang Bang Pow just need to go for a reset. One more fight to keep themselves in the series.
Oh, that's just such sad value to see out of sound barrier there. Haven's actually gonna rush back over on the Soldier, but LFO, this is their map to lose at this point. They even give up control of the bot. They just have to play keep away here.
2 seconds to go. Bot in control, and as soon as that time ticked down to OT, Liar says go. Dive the backline, and dive they do. Bang Bang Pow just collapsing in on themselves. Every SAR has to die eventually as LFO take the series 3-0.
So well played at the end there. That was just great patience and execution in those final moments. And LFO, like, they're back. They're back for vengeance. They want to take out Citrus Nation, and they want to continue to prove that they are some of the best in the business. I think that they showed that today.
Yeah, LA Valiant 1 over LA Valiant 2. There you go. There is the headline. LFO taking the W, and Bang Bang Pow, unfortunately, now eliminated. Zoe, that was a little bit more one-sided than I think a lot of people wanted, but that was still just an outrageous display of skill from both teams.
I mean, it was, and that's what makes me happy about it, right? I usually am not a fan of stomps per se, but it's also great to see LFO and the entire crew just like really stepping it up and giving themselves a really good chance in progressing through this tournament, as I do want to see more of them. There's so many well-known faces on that roster who haven't got an opportunity to really be at the top of things, right? So I think this is their moment. So let's review some of their gameplay as we saw throughout the series. Lots of standouts on both sides, I feel.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, especially this first map, Rose is kind of picking up on this, was Haven and Seeker, this big duel. Haven and Seeker were going toe to toe. It very much felt like, okay, Haven's time to shine, Seeker's time to shine, Haven's time to shine, but it felt like Haven at the very end was kind of running out of a little bit of gas as Seeker just took over the game on the Soj.
Yeah, but then you also have to look at just the front lines going at it too. Crowley versus Mirror. I think Mirror has always been very comfortable with those Ramatra mirrors, and it shows, I think, with just how much space he's able to create for the team and how little fear he has to just walk forward and trust that Lyre and MCD are going to keep him topped up.
Yeah,
look
overall,
at that.
there wasn't much like comp swapping, and like we did see a little bit of Crowley on the Doomfist, and it did fairly well on King's Row. It finally like unlocked the point for them, but this stick was so ridiculous, man. I would feel so bad if I was the Lucio there. Your Tracer recalls and drops the pulse bomb at your feet, like. It can't be helped. It can't be helped. Sometimes it happens like that. But it was nice to see a lot of compositional changes here as well. I don't think many people forget, but there's a lot of new viewers here as well. Mirror was a fantastic DPS player, and he played a lot of Zarya way back in the day when he was playing playing in like the GOAT meta. So the guy is just so mechanically gifted, and being able to play 3 roles at the highest level, which he did, and was the first one in the Overwatch League. It's no problem for him to jump on any other tank that's currently available that they need to play.
Yeah, and that's the flexibility you need currently in this meta, in this format. So that's what's going to get you come out on top. Now, you did touch on the Soj battle early on when we looked at the highlights. And now we got Seeker joining us for a quick chat. First of all, congratulations on the big dub. It's great to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a while, haven't been on the main stage for a bit, so it's good to see everybody back again.
Yeah, we were super excited heading into this. Thanks to Paintbrush, we were also reminded this is a bit of a Valiant showdown. So that was fun leading up to it. Obviously, a lot of familiar faces on the server, not just on your own team, also on the opposition. Does that motivate you more? Is that more fun to play against people you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was more relaxed. It's kind of fun just playing against like the old Valiant guys. They're just kind of doing their thing. It was a fun match.
I do want to pick up on that as well, because Paintbrush said everybody was going to wear LA Valiant skins, and you where's the Soj LA Valiant skin?
I mean, if they want to buy it for me before the match starts,
open up the wallet, chief.
Yeah, like
your Soj has just been so sick this whole series. Yeah, honestly, pretty based.
Oh, I love that. Well, Seeker, I want to ask you a little bit about moving forward. LFO now has the opportunity to play once again against Citrus Nation, and can you give us a bit of an insight there on, like, are you guys feeling confident going back into that matchup? Could you maybe give us a little bit of maybe what do you feel like went wrong in the very first match that you guys had played?
I think we're still like a really new team, so there's like some teamwork issues we haven't like sorted out yet. But I think we kind of let that match get away from us. Like on Esperanza, we had a pretty big lead, but we kind of just like choked. So I think next time we're gonna do a lot better. We're getting back into it. Everybody's kind of like molding together now, and more of like a real team. But definitely before, like it was just teamwork. Our teamwork wasn't that great.
it really was just a scrim, right? You run it back,
Yeah.
take it up in the next one,
So true.
and we go from there. That's right. Well, Seeker, thank you so much. Once more, congratulations. We're very much looking forward to the rematch.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, legend.
Right on. Absolute legend
Love
of the
it.
sport. Great to see him and the squad back in action. Once again, of course, congratulations to all of the teams who came out on top today. And a goodbye, a very heartfelt goodbye to the ones who did not, as we did have to say goodbye to some of the teams already. And it feels like that happened very soon, probably because we didn't cover the Swiss stage and all of that good jazz, right? So we feel like we only just got to watch those teams and now they're gone.
Yeah.
But, you know, they could run it back in stage 2. Now, before we're talking a little bit more about what's ahead, we want to take a look at the bracket. This is where we currently stand. What are some of the biggest highlights/surprises for you?
Well, I think the biggest surprise, obviously, is that opening game, right? With LFO and Citrus Nation. Now they get their chance to play again. I've got a good feeling that LFO is just going to roll over them. Maybe Citrus Nation just have the Kryptonite available in the lime or the lemon that they're currently holding. Not sure. But I'm not too surprised to see LG advance either.
Yeah, me either. I think like Luminosity is one of those teams that they already had the pre-existing synergy by being a Maryville squad and playing against so many incredible teams in the North American collegiate circuit. And now they get a chance to prove themselves as a big contender here in the Overwatch Champions Series. So I can't wait to see who's going to join them. We only have 4 teams that are advancing onto the main event already, but we still have 4 more teams that we got to send along with them.
That's right. And I mean, the competition is going to get better and better as we go along. I do think you made a good point there, of course, with the Maryville squad and whatnot. Pre-existing synergies and cohesions formally formed have definitely been a key factor for a lot of the victories we've seen from the teams. Obviously, when you're just like, you know, getting together as a newly formed team, there's still a lot of stuff to iron out. A lot of them are not playing in a LAN environment either, so they're like this sprawled all over the place, so it's kind of hard to find your footing and also find your look, you know, your flavor, your what's the word I'm looking for? Your mojo.
Yes.
Your thing. Your groove.
thing,
You know,
exactly.
all of that stuff. So I'm very excited, though. I think there's a lot of great games on the horizon. Now, before we're looking ahead to all those great games, I want to look back at some of the highlight moments with some amazing plays.
I've warmed up to the title.
I like it. I think I dig it. I think I dig it now.
I think I set it up wrongfully. I should say, like, we're looking at for an amazing play or 2 or 3. There we go.
You've had a long day. It's all good.
It was a 10-hour day.
It's been a long day.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. I think what's most fun about this meta, honestly, is seeing Sojourns. I think it's one of my favorite picks in the meta. I'm a support player. I love seeing Zen, and seeing Cal dominate on the Zen was really sick. But there's nothing like the feeling of seeing a Sojourn just go absolutely beast mode and just destroy an entire team. Like, it is so fun. And PG was a very good example of that today. Seeker as well. Haven, especially on that first map against LFO, and every Sojourn player is right now clocking in the highlight reels, clocking in the Twitter clips, your honest Overwatch, clocking in 9-5 as a Sojourn player. I mean, also the Widows.
Sorry, that was like such a sick flick. Like,
Bro's got cracked aim.
That was actually crazy. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, when are we gonna see the next merit level triple collab with a Sojourn?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe it's this meta. It could be.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, our bodies are ready. These are the group standings after yet another day of play. We're almost through the group stages. Almost, but not quite. Which of the teams, obviously, like Toronto Defiant, is or has been considered the favorite heading into this from the very get-go. Do you feel like any of the underdogs really showed up and proved the doubters wrong?
I think there's definitely like a gap beginning to kind of form, and I think when it comes to underdogs, I think the last match of NA for next week, Daybreakers versus Shikigami, is going to be the banger of that day. Those two teams, I think, getting that revenge is always really nice, but what Daybreakers kind of showed us today, I'm like, damn, this team is clean as hell, and I wonder if they're just going to get in the scrim room, or get in the VOD dungeon, get in the scrims and just pound out some games, because I do think that game is going to be a lot closer than what it was previously.
Agreed. I'm really looking forward to that match in particular, and I think there's also a lot of really cool stories forming in the EMEA region as well. Like their very first match, they had a close 5-map series versus Sheer Cold, and now they're taking a look at this elimination match. I'm rooting for them a little bit because I think that they've had a tough go of things so far, with just the strength of that group too.
I'm personally also very excited for Team Peps and Nuage. Lots of Frenchies going at each other. I do want to see the real strength of Team Peps, because there's so many good players on that team, right? And
everybody just wants to see Poco. Let's be honest. We want to see Poco.
There's also a lot of handsome players on that team.
Okay, can we just talk about that for a second, real quick?
Of course, yes.
How is it they have two of like?
I know.
They have Ben Best and they have Poco. They're both like models, basically. Like, okay, that's not fair on the rest of the squad. Let's be real.
It really isn't. Unfortunately, that has not helped them get the dubs thus far. So in that regard, we need to see some more. But Nuage, also like just a question mark there, because struggled in the first match, completely dominated in the second. So where are we at? I hope we're going to see the true strength of both of those squads next week. But we do have to wait a few days, which also gives the teams some opportunities to rest, rebuild, and come back stronger than ever. Jack, Rose, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on once again. I'm going to see you again next week, and I hope the same goes for you, dear watchers. We're going to sign off for now. We wish you wonderful days and stay safe. We're going to see you again in just a few days.
Canal hoping to try and kill Cookie, and this coalescence, you have to wonder if there's value to be found. Cookie very low, and again with a DPS passive, this is a little tricky for Canal to keep him standing. A Cloud is sneaking. He's sneaking a back out. Space Station, none the wiser. And they're a little too late. Crispy is not getting away with this one scot-free. He's chased quite far by Hardy. Speaking of which, the aforementioned has Annihilation available, but it won't help you when you're sleeping with the fishies.
I think it kind of falls apart, right, where Ace or Tangu, they want to get aggressive with the Deadeye and they try and speed boost him into the room. And after that, the Kitsune rush comes down from Buddy, and then like they don't expect that push to come in right after. Oh, he connects with the bombs at the end. Oh, kills it, yeah.
The backline is so low, and there's no healing right now. Oh my goodness, Dip Styles on him.
Yeah, now Quick Esports can play potentially for the high ground, right, if you wanted to, with this overclock. Ooh, he's just looking for one shot there and nails it right on the Kurama.
10% towards that gravitic flux. Can they actually get it on time? And PGE just snipes Ryan out of this universe. Onto the backline is what they need, but look at this, a window winner maker. Is there anything more scary? I don't think so, especially you knew where the has cracked aim was PGE. He didn't even need to hit the head, but he did it for the style points. The recall gets away, that mega health pack, it's not there either. Oh, the Lucio, oh, and the stick too. They tried to, oh no, oh my god. Hit him with the emote.
Okay, I can't defend that one. Play super far forward and just punishing those players that are out of position. Like, what fear? Mir has no fear.
Haven already dead. I love the aggression, Rose. Exactly that. I mean, there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Seeker is dismembering the backline a little bit further. Sarah is in the backline currently. Looks like the rest of Bang Bang Power are going to try and chase them down. There's no way Zero survives this run. There's the recall. Where are they looking? Oh, they hit Nos with a stick. Oh, he kills Fish Cake. No way. Nos recalls, drops the pulse right into that for Fish Cake, and that's an easy kill for Zero.